for being always step back. We humans get excited. Yeah, we start to jump to conclusions from the data. Always step back. For being always step back. We humans get excited. Yeah, we start to jump to conclusions from the data. Always step back.
Well, in some of my Twitter feeds, when I dare to go on Twitter, are full of, well, when are you going to give us the answer? Science is not immediate. You're going to have to be patient. And even some of my science colleagues have said, well, where's the data? My answer then has been, where's been your work to try to produce it? I'm not here to give you everything on a silver platter.
We talked about Brian, how much I love data and machine learning and so on. And it's been really disheartening to see that the U.S. government not invest as much as they possibly could into this whole process. So let's jump to the most recent thing, which is what do you make of the report titled Preliminary Assessment on Identified Aerial Phenomena that was released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in June 2021. So this was like, okay, we're going to step back and we're going to look like where do we stand and where do we hope the future is? What do you make of that report? Is it hopeful?
Honestly, it's very helpful. Very helpful. I think the adults are finally stepping up and being in charge. Right?
In a good sense of adult.
What's that?
In a good sense of adult. Childlike curiosity is a pretty powerful thing.
That's true. Yeah. But it's also, I think, the people who were worried that the populace at large might run screaming into the streets and riot. They basically, the empiric evidence is really wrong. These videos and all these things have been out for now, 5 years? Most people don't even know about it. Right? So as hyped as it's been and all over the newspapers that it's been and et cetera, even Tucker Carlson has talked about it many times on his news program. Joe Rogan has. A lot of people don't know about it. So I think people, if it's not affecting their day-to-day life, they're going on with their day-to-day life. So, but that said, I think it was an important sea change in the internal discussions going on in the government because, and the reason being, that I think this is actually partly true with the maturation of human social technology. It was becoming so obvious that this stuff was showing up again and again and again around our ships. They just couldn't keep it quiet anymore. Right? And so it's like, we need to do something about it. And Lou Alexander and Chris and others, to their great credit, found the right angle to talk about this. So it's, well, okay, let's say it's not out there. Maybe it's the Russians, the Chinese, or somebody else. We should know about this because we damn sure know it's not us. So often say, I'm not looking for people to give me permission to do anything. I'm just going to do the analysis myself of what I have. Avi Loeb has taken the same approach. He said, I'm not going to wait for the government to give me telescopic information about technologies or things that might be even in our own solar system. I'm just going to collect it myself. And that's the right way to do it. Right? Don't wait for somebody else to give it to you.
It's also possible to inspire a large number of people to do a wider spread data collection.
Yes.
I mean, you yourself can't do a large enough data collection that would, if you're talking about anomalous events.
Right.
You should be collecting high resolution data about everything that's happening on Earth in terms of in terms of the kind of things that would indicate to you a strong signal that something weird happening. And this is why, governments can be good at funding large-scale efforts.
Yes.
NASA and so on, working with SpaceX, with Blue Origin, fund capitalistic sort of fund companies, fund company efforts to do huge moonshot projects. And in the same way, do huge moonshot data collection efforts in terms of UFOs. It needs to be like 10x, like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude more funding to do this kind of thing. And I understand on the flip side of that, if you make it about what are the Russians, what are the Chinese doing, make it a question of geopolitics, it gets touchy because now you kind of taken away from the realm of science and
Making it military.
making it military. Some of the greatest, this is what makes me the engineer, makes me truly sad that some of the greatest engineering work ever done is by Lockheed Martin, and we will never know about it.
Yeah, I agree. I wish it was different, but it's the world we live in. But related to that UAP task force announcement that you just, the bill was passed in the Department of Defense and that formally establishes an office to collate that information and also to be transparent about it. Money is now set aside.
Right? Well, what do you think of just, in case people don't know, the DoD establishing a new department to study UFOs, airborne, maybe, come on, but yes, airborne object identification and management synchronization group. Hey, do you know how to pronounce that?
No, I do not. No,
AOI,
it's stupid and MSG name, but
AOI MSG. AO, all right, is directed by the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. What do you make of this office? Are you hopeful about this?
I think there's still a tug of war going on behind the scenes as to who's going to control this. But I do know, though, that money has been set aside that will be used to make things more public, right? To start to get others involved. And, I'm involved with an effort to get other academics involved.
Do you think there might be some of that money could be directed towards funding maybe like groups like yours to do some research, right? So they would be open to that, you think?
I hope so. I mean, nothing is set in stone yet, so, and I'm not hiding anything, I just don't know anything, right? But I do think that there will be public efforts. Now, there are being set up other private efforts to bring monies involved and to use that to leverage and get access to some of the internal resources as well. So what you're seeing is kind of an ecosystem building up in a positive sense of people who are willing to do the research. So, before it would be, you couldn't even go to a scientist and ask them to help. Now, if there's money, as I said before, scientists are essentially capitalists who go where the money is. The work that I've done, I did out of my own pocket. And probably about $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of money went into the paper we published out of my own pocket. And the amount of money that needs to go in is in at least a few millions to do the proper analysis of these materials. The work I know that the Galileo project is involved with is probably in the 5 to 10 million range to get stuff done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount of money to accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades.
I should also push back a little bit on something you probably will agree with. You said scientists are essentially capitalists. What I've noticed is there's certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes, talking about basic research and basic science, the money is a little bit ambiguous to what direction you're doing the research in. And the scientists get really good at telling a narrative of like, we're fulfilling the purpose of this funding, but they end up doing really what they're curious about.
Yes.
And of course, you cannot deviate, like, if you're getting funded to study penguins in Antarctica, you can't start building rockets, but probably you can, because you will convince them, you concoct a narrative saying, rockets are really important for studying penguins in Antarctica. I think that's actually, this is one thing I think people don't generally understand about mine. I don't know how capitalistic it is, because if it was, it would start a effing company.
No. I mean, when I meant capitalist, I didn't mean in the, they'll start companies per se. I mean, we can only do the research with this money. And so from maybe it's a bad use of the term capitalist, but the we'll only do the research where there's money. I mean, why do most people work, many biologists, work in cancer research? Because there's a lot of money there. It's an important problem. But I might not have ever gotten involved in it if there wasn't money. I might have gone and I was going to be a botanist when I was a kid. That's what I wanted to do. So having money available will bring people to bear. Now, another mistake that's often actually made, I think, by the lay public about science is that people think that we paid to do things. Just as you said, I get a research grant, and luckily from the NIH, that they give you a fair amount of latitude. I will go my own way, and I'll find something. I might have proposed something, but I'll end up somewhere entirely different by the end of the project. And that's how good science is done. You follow the data, you follow the results. And so that's what I'm hoping can be done here. I think the worst kind of thing that could be done with this subject area is to put it inside another company where they have a set plan of what it is they're going to do, and the scientists either do what the executives tell them to do or not. That isn't how anything will really get discovered. Get it out into the public, get open minds thinking about it, and then publishing on it and doing the right kind of work. That's how real progress will be made with this.
Let's again put our sort of philosophical hats on. Do you think the U.S. government or some other government is in possession of something
I've not seen anything believable people who I don't think can lie. Yes.
How does that make you feel in terms of the way government works, the way our human civilization works? That there might be things like that, and they're not public. Is there a hopeful message for transparency or possible? Like if you were in power, and I'm not saying president, because maybe the president is not the source of power here. Would you release this information in some way?
Yes, I would. I think it would. I think it's something that can bring humanity together, right? I think that knowledge of this kind of thing, to know that we are more alike than we are different in comparison to whatever this is a positive thing for us. And to know, I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it, and I think people have been talking about what we should give government officials or whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the right answer. This isn't a time to look back and say you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the data you had available to you at the time, and you had good reasons for doing it. Now, if your reasons were selfish, if your reasons were you wanted to do it because you wanted to monetize it yourself to your benefit, but against that of others, then I think maybe there's something else that could be said. But an opportunity to get all this information out if I were in charge, I would try to do it. Now, I might be shown something though that says there's a reason why you don't want anybody to know this. And you don't want everybody having access to unlimited energy, because maybe you might turn into a bomb,
or something that gives you hints that something like unlimited energy is possible, but you haven't figured it out yet. And if you make it public, maybe some of the other governments you have tensions with will figure it out first.
Right.
And
it's kind of an arms race going on.
all forms it makes me truly sad because it's obvious that, for example, the origins of the COVID virus, it's obvious to me that the Chinese government, whatever the origins are, is interested in not releasing information about it because it can only be bad for the Chinese government. And every government thinks like this. This has been disappointing to me, talking to PR folks at companies. they're always nervous. They're always like concerned, right? In the sense like, well, if we release more stuff, it can only be bad. And then an Elon Musk character comes along who tweets ridiculous memes and doesn't give a fuck. And I've been encouraging CEOs, I've been encouraging people to be transparent. And of course, government, national security is really like another level. It's human lives at stake. But let's start at the lighter pace of just releasing some of the awesome insights of how the sausage is made, the technology, and being transparent about it, because it excites people. It, like you said, it connects people. It inspires them. It's good for the brand. It's good for everybody. I honestly think this kind of idea that people will steal information and we use it against you is an idea that's not true and is an idea of the 20th century. Like you said, some of the benefits of social media, our social world is that transparency is beneficial, and I hope governments will learn that lesson. Of course, they're usually the last to learn this lesson. What do you make of Bob Lazar's in terms of possession of aircraft? Do you believe him?
I don't believe in the Bob Lazar story, to be quite honest. I mean, Jeremy Corbell has done a great job interviewing him and has done some, beautiful documentaries. I just don't. I don't know how to interpret it. And again, some of the people who I fraternize with think it's all rubbish. But maybe he's right, but I don't know. I mean, the problem is, and this is a little bit different about how I approach the whole area and a lot of others. I'm less interested in going over old paperwork and all these old histories of who said what, the whole he said, she said of the history of UFOs. I'm a scientist. I worked on the brain area because it's something I can collect data on. I can go back to the same individual, collect their MRI again, and redo it. I can hand that MRI to somebody else, they can analyze it. I can get materials, I can analyze them, I can get some of these skeletons, I won't touch any skeletons ever again, but I can analyze it and somebody else can reproduce the data. I mean, that's what I'm good at. And so, I'm not going to go into the whole, I'm not a historian.
Yeah, that's true, but there's a human side to it. Sometimes I think with these, because again, anomalous, rare events, some of the data is inextricably connected to humans. The observations.
Yeah, right.
I hope in the future, that sensory data will not be polluted by human subjectivity, but that's still powerful data, even direct observations, like you've talked about pilots. And so it's an interesting question to me whether Bob Lazar is telling the truth, whether he believes he's telling the truth too, and what impact his story and stories like his have on the willingness of governments to be transparent and so on. So you have to credit his story for captivating the imagination of people and then getting the conversation going.
He's maintained his story for all these years. There's little to no change that I'm aware of. So, but there's so many other people who are, let's say, experts in that story.
Their gut, you accumulate a set of sort of circumstantial evidence where your gut will say that somebody is not telling the truth.
Yeah.
You mentioned Avi Loeb. I forgot to ask you about him more. Because you've analyzed specimens here on Earth. What do you make of that one? And what do you make broad of our efforts to look at rocks, essentially, but look at objects flying around in our solar system? Is that a valuable pursuit, or maybe most of the fascinating things can be discovered here on Earth or on other nearby planets?
Just going to Oumuamua, I think like I was saying before, people can sometimes look at something and not see it for what it is. Many will just look at that and say, oh, it's an asteroid, and dismiss it. There was something odd about the data that Avi picked up on and said, well, here's an alternative explanation. It doesn't fit, that actually better fits the models than it just being a rock. And to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he believes the data is real and is using that then as a battering ram to go after other things. So I think that's great.
Yeah, what is his main conclusion? Does he say it could be of alien extraterrestrial origin?
That's one of the things. I mean, he's explained how it could be a light sail. And a light sail is certainly within near human capabilities to make such a thing. I think Yuri Milner, he's a Russian billionaire. He's involved, I think, in a project to make light sails with laser, to launch them with laser power, essentially, towards Alpha Centauri. Right? So it's something that humans could make. I think Avi's proposal is perfectly within the realm of possibility. I mean, sadly, the thing is, now really out of our solar system.
Yeah, so I mean, to me, that's inspiring to greater levels of data collection in our solar system, but also here on Earth. It just seems like we should be constantly collecting data because the tools and software that we're developing get better and better at dealing with huge amounts of data. It's changing the nature of science. Collect all of the data.
Right. Collect the data. I mean, the Galileo project asked me over the weekend to join, and I did. So, I'm not a specialist in any of the stuff that they're doing, but, in looking at the list of people who are on there, there are really no biologists on there. So, at some point, if my expertise is required for something,
what's the goal and the vision of the Galileo project?
Better talk to Avi, but my understanding, and just actually looking at the sort of the bylaws this morning, is number one, collect the data on UAP, and number two, collect data on potentially local technological artifacts.
I need to look into this. This is fascinating. And Avi is heading the Galileo project.
Yeah. Have you spoken to him?
On this podcast, yes.
Okay.
I believe it was before he was head of the new creation.
Yeah, the Galileo project I think it's about 6 or 7 months old now.
Amazing. And he's getting a group of scientists together.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I was looking at some of the stuff over the weekend. I'm shocked at the level of organization that they've already got together. It looks like a moonshot project. I mean, I've been involved with a lot of large NIH projects, which involve a lot of people in coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published in a lot of the fields we began this conversation with. So you're a legit scientist. But yet you're keeping an open mind for a lot of ideas that maybe require you to take a leap outside of the conventional. So what advice would you give to young people today that are, in high school or in college, that are dreaming of having an impact in science, or maybe in whatever career path that goes outside of it? Really, that's something new.
If you believe in something, you believe that an idea is valuable, or you have an approach to something, don't let others shame you into not doing it. As I've said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do. So shame sometimes is good to stop you from doing something unethical or wrong. But shame also is something that is circumscribing your environment. I've never let people who told me, you shouldn't do that. Line of science, you should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking that. Give me a break. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop these questions. You're the person who's almost acting like a cultist. You basically have closed your mind to what the possibilities are. And if I'm not hurting anybody, and if it could lead to an advance, and if it's my time, why does it bother you? I mean, I had a very well-known scientist once tell me that I quit my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
I have a couple questions on this. So first of all, just a small comment on that. I've realized that it feels like a lot of the progress in science is done by people pursuing an idea that another senior faculty would probably say, this is going to hurt your career. I think it's actually a pretty good indicator that there's something interesting when a senior wise person tells you this is going to hurt your career. I think that's just the one, as a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody senior tells you this is going to hurt your career, think twice about taking their advice.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's the primary thing. And the other, I tell my own students, I have a lab of about 20, 30 people, big, since 1992, people come and go, is it's not the data that falls in line that's so interesting. It's the spot off the graph that you want to understand. You want to, when something is way off the graph, that's the interesting thing, because that's usually where discovery is. And the number of times that I've stopped people in my lab and said, wait a second, go back a few slides. What was that? And then it ended up being something interesting that made their careers. I could count on a few hands.
Yeah, get excited by the extraordinary that's outside of the thing that you've done in the past. Just on a personal psychological level, is there, I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure in you exploring some of these ideas, there's pressure. How do you not give in to the pressure? How do you not give in to the people that say, and push you away from these topics? Where would you send shame?
I just point to my successes. I say, you're the ones who told me not to start companies all this time ago. And now you're the one coming to me for advice for how to start a company. Right? But from the scientific area, it's you're wanting to take something off the table that might be an explanation. How is that the scientific method? I reverse shame them.
So purely with reason through conversation, you're able to do that. So it doesn't feel, because to me it would just feel lonely. There's a community.
Yeah.
There's a community of science, and when you're working on something that's outside a particular conventional way of thinking, it can be lonely. I mean, there's in the AI field, if you were working on neural networks in the 90s, it could be lonely.
I have met some of the most fascinating people ever that had I stayed the conventional track, I would never have met. I mean, truly, brilliant people because of this. So, it is, for those worried about, well, should I step outside of my comfort zone? You're going to meet some, because I'm open about this area, I'll go and give a talk, in Boston, Harvard, MIT. And at dinner, inevitably, this subject comes up. And inevitably, somebody else at the table will admit both that they're interested or that they've seen something. And suddenly the whole tone of the conversation changes. It's kind of like there's safety in numbers. And who know else going on is much larger than the scientific community would like to think.
That's really powerful, which is, I don't talk about this, openly, but here's what I believe. And you'd be surprised how many people speak like this and hold those beliefs. And I am optimistic about social media and a more connected world that we need even more and more. Like us not to have these two personalities, where it's public and private. We've mentioned the big questions of the origins of the universe. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing for us humans, our human existence here on Earth, or just at the individual level of human life? What, Gary, is the meaning of life?
I think that what we're going through today with this realization, it's kind of like you've lived on an island your whole life, and you've looked across the ocean and you've never imagined there was another island with anybody else on it. And then suddenly a ship with sails shows up. You don't understand it, but you realize that suddenly your world just got a lot bigger. I think we're in one of those moments right now, that our world view, our galactic view is opening, right, to something a little bit bigger. And not just there might be somebody else, but that there's something else. And what it is yet to be understood. And the fact that it isn't understood, to me, is what's exciting. Because I can fill it with my dreams.
And this discovery, our world might is about to get a lot more humbling and a lot more fascinating once we look out and realize we were on an island all along.
It makes us both smaller but larger at the same time, to me. And, you know, I can look outside at the stars and think and imagine what else might be out there. And although I know that I will never see it all, it excites me to know that it's there.
Well, Gary, both to respect your time and also because at 12 I turned into a princess, let me just say thank you for doing everything you're doing as a great scientist, as a person willing to reject the conventional. And thank you for spending your extremely valuable time with me today. Thanks for talking.
Thanks so much. It was great talking.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Gary Nolan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words Stanislav Isserles. How do you expect to communicate with the ocean when we can't even understand? Thanks for listening. Hope to see you next time.
You gotta chill, bro. She can't do that shit. You didn't do anything wrong. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, bro. I don't know. She can't do that ever again, ever.
I'm not like that. I love everything like that.
It's confronting. It's an extraordinary allegation. I too have had a lot of trouble believing it. When I heard the things that Rabbi Rothschild told me, I was shocked. And yes, in some cases, I was scared. I still am. This is a huge, pivotal moment that there has been a massive, long cover-up lasting 80 plus years inside the American government. There has been a concealment of retreat of non-human spacecraft. There's been a concealment of the existence of multiple species of non-human intelligence to this point. Incredible as it may seem, the United States government are in possession not only of non-human technology, craft, and other technology, they're also in possession of alien bodies. I've spoken to people who have told me that they have seen alien bodies. Incredible as it may seem, Roswell was true. Have presidents of the United States, the ultimate executive authority of the United States government, have they been lied to by executive officials of the US government who took it upon themselves to conceal the existence of this most sensitive secret operation. I don't care if people say this is crazy. I don't care if people laugh or ridicule it, because I know from the sources that I've spoken to, this story will eventually come out. As you know, I wrote a book called In Plain Sight, which investigated the UFO phenomenon, and I came into it a determined skeptic, thinking I was going to find out that this is black American project, some kind of super secret aerospace project. But very early in my research, I was told by people in the Pentagon, in the intelligence services, people working in scientific endeavors, that it's not American technology, it's not Chinese technology, it's not Russian technology. I was told it's non-human. And I have been investigating that thesis, that proposition ever since. And in the course of my research, I met people who report to be inside what's called a program, which is a euphemism for, believe it or not, a back engineering and reverse engineering program that's working on very well recovered alien non-human spacecraft. And when I first heard this, I first started laughing. Like everyone, this I thought this was a joke. I thought there must be a recombination. You must have recovered a Russian craft or a Chinese craft or some kind of mysteries technology. You just don't want to admit it. But I've been told now for quite a number of years by very, very reliable sources in national intelligence and scientific community that the American government is in possession of non-human technology spacecraft, alien spacecraft. We don't use the word alien for reasons I'll later explain, but non-human intelligence is the new euphemism. And in the course of my research, sometime ago, I came across a guy called David Rush. They only resided from the very highest levels of military intelligence in the United States about 38 years. And he worked most recently for the UAP task force. He was the National Geospatial Agency Intelligence Agency lead for the UAP task force of the Pentagon, which is the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Task Force. And he was investigating what he called transmedium anomaly issues, which essentially is a polite euphemism for UFOs, UAPs, alien spacecraft. And I have to admit, as I've gone on and spoken today, I realised that he was at the highest levels of US intelligence, and he was kind enough to speak to me and share with me what he did.
I was extremely highly cleared.
What conclusions did you come to at the end of your time on the UAP task force?
The UAP task force has refused access to a broad crash retrieval program.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human.
This is a guy, by the way, who has top secret compartmented security clearances. He's a top secret SCI cleared intelligence official, and he still has that security clearance. And he's under an oath to protect things that are national security concerns for the United States. I think a lot of people have mistakenly tagged him, at times myself included, as a whistleblower. And to imply that he's breaking the law or doing something illegal by regulating is not correct. The incredible thing is, when I asked David if he would do an interview, and so did my colleagues, journalistic colleagues, Leslie Kane and Ralph Blumenthal, who were the two journalists who wrote the New York Times stories from 2017, Dave then went to the Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review, the DOPSA office inside the Pentagon. And he asked for permission to talk about what he knows, or what he says he knows. And they've given him permission to talk about crash retrievals, the retrievals of non-human technology. They've given him
approval to speak broadly about the existence of non-human intelligence that you and I would call aliens that are visiting or perhaps living on this planet. Just to emphasize, the fact that he's been cleared is only an endorsement by the United States government that nothing that he is permitted to speak about would be a breach of national security, which is quite interesting. It's not an endorsement that everything he's telling me is true. And so, there's always the possibility, however remote, that he's made this up. And so, in order to be feeling confident about Rush, what I've done is what journalists do. I've gone away and I've spoken to people who I know who are in the US National Intelligence Establishment, in the military, and I've also spoken to people that I've been talking to for some time who are, I know, working in the program on what they say is recovered non-human technology. And so have Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kay. They've actually brought people in their article, which has been published in the Debrief online magazine. They've got the names of several people, including Christopher Mellon, the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence, no lightweight at all, who's confirmed the veracity of what Dave Rush is saying. They've also got the testimony of a guy called Carl Bell, who's a recently retired American military officer who worked in intelligence. I think his rank was colonel. And there are other people. I think there's a guy who is working for the National Air and Space Intelligence Centre who is using the
Just a moment.
pseudonym Jonathan Gray.
Hello, I'm coming.
Who these people are, I'm aware of their background, and I can be put in touch with their integrity and their honesty if they say that Dave Rush is a man of high repute, and he served in the positions that he served, and that what he's saying, they say, is true. In fact, to quote,
Sam, how are you? How is Lisbon?
quote, we are not alone. And
You look like you have fun. You look like you had fun.
From sections of the establishment media in America, who, quite frankly, have been caught napping by
Your costume looks amazing.
Rushes prepared to speak out publicly. And
You definitely look like a furry.
but it doesn't mean that the slow
Hey, were your teeth a big hit?
isn't about to start to become a flood.
I
I
imagine.
know because there are people that I'm talking to that want to testify. I know
Oh,
there
no
are
way.
people who are going to come forward very soon to give their evidence to support Dave Rush's allegations. I think in the long run, the fact that there's pushback from the Pentagon and certain sections of the establishment American media, it really doesn't matter a job. Ultimately, this story will have
That's amazing. Your outfit looks amazing. Your teeth look amazing. And you look really genuinely
actually
happy.
the lead investigator with the UAP task force inside the Pentagon.
Wow, your outfit's
Essentially
amazing.
is the body that has been tasked by
You
Congress.
You really look like a Harry Potter character.
United States to investigate the truth about UFOs. He's the guy that was essentially tasked to go out and ask
That's
the
phenomenal.
question, what's going on? Is there a crash retrieval program? Are there UFOs, crafts that have been recovered by the US government? And he is prepared to say that he said this on oath. He's actually
Wow, you're pretty big deal.
He's on a jail sentence.
Good for you.
He's telling
That's
us
phenomenal.
this.
Well, I can't say enough good things. I mean, honestly, your costume looks professionally made, man. It looks really, really good.
Basically, he's admitted that he did not physically touch or see an alien spacecraft. He's admitted that he did not touch or see an alien being. But what
Oh, I
he's
imagine
saying
it's
is
absolutely
that
stunning.
as the UAP investigator for the Pentagon, he
Well,
went
that's
out and
wonderful.
spoke to the people.
For how much longer do you get to be in Portugal?
Has direct knowledge of what he's talking about. And moreover, and this is an issue that's being missed in a lot of the media coverage, and indeed in the Pentagon's coverage,
Wow.
these people have testified on Mr. Rush's behalf, also under oath, in the Inspector General of Intelligence Community hearings.
Excellent. Do people know Harry Potter? You were saying a little bit, yeah?
Oversight bodies of the intelligence
Okay, cool.
is the ICIG, the Intelligence Community Inspector General. And he has come
Oh, that's
forward
amazing.
to the Intelligence Community Inspector General.
Now we've celebrated 1 year.
All that he knows, including what he purports
Oh, wonderful. And we've made it 1 year now, so that, you know, we have some legitimacy. We've been around. That's really cool. You look like you could be in a movie, like a live action Sonic movie. Well, you look exactly, you look like a character in a movie. Like, oh, do you know the Broadway play Cats? Do you know the Broadway play Cats? C-A-T-S. You look like exactly like one of the cats. You got the teeth, you got the ears, and they wear like a mask like that. Oh wow! You could star on Broadway.
Office known as AARO, Order Name Anomaly Resolution Office inside the Pentagon.
Very cool.
Before that office,
is that something you made, or were you able to purchase it like that? No way! Oh my word! Oh wow! And your hair looks amazing as well. Oh wow! It's handmade. Oh no wonder. So it is professionally made by you. Oh, phenomenal.
At the instigation of the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community, a letter was sent to the various Senate and House Intelligence Committees
Well, that's
and
phenomenal.
oversight committees for the intelligence services inside the Congress. And that letter made the assertion that the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community of the United States of America determined that Mr. Grush's allegations.
What a surprise. You're like a walking meme. You look great.
It's an important finding. The Inspector General deemed his allegations credible enough to refer them to the Senate Intelligence and the House Intelligence.
Oh, that's amazing.
And there have been secret hearings where the Senate Intelligence Committee and the House Intelligence.
Vance, I saw you earlier today, and you were busy with all the other people. I figured I would get a chance to talk to you. I'm glad that I did. You enjoy your sleep, and you look wonderful. Take care. Bye-bye. That's Vamp, everybody. Vamp is one of our favorite people in the world. Vamp is from Germany. Shout out to Vamp.
There's a policy followed with people who are whistleblowers who come forward to congressional committees like this, where they send along their staffers, more often than not, their counsel, their lawyers. And that gives those members of the Congress executive privilege, legal privilege in terms of revealing what they know. It protects them from being forced to disclose. Because for good reason, for political reasons, these political representatives are going to be a little bit scared about allegations made by a person like Mr. Grush. They want the bona fides of this man to be verified. They don't want to dignify them yet with any credibility until the staffers on the various committees have been able to investigate them by calling other people and testing the claims. And that's what's going on at the moment. And so that's why you've got people, for example, from the Gang of Eight, which is the ultimate oversight body for secrets in the US Congress, saying that they're not aware of any claims about crash retrievers. Because Mr. Grush's key allegation is that what has been happening is illegal, if not criminal. That there has been improper withholding of evidence from the US Congress relating to crash retrieval programs that have been operating in secret in the United States for at least 80 years. Incredible as it may seem, Roswell was true, the 1947 Roswell crash. There are multiple other crash retrievals that have allegedly taken place. Now, why do I know this? Why can I feel confident about feeling that Mr. Grush is saying what he's saying and it's true? To the extent that a journalist can feel that something is corroborated, I have spoken to multiple witnesses on background who have assured me not only that Mr. Grush is a witness of high repute and high credibility, I've spoken to people who have directly witnessed what he's saying he's been told about. I asked David Grush, what about bodies? And he does confirm that there have been non-human, yes, alien bodies recovered. Incredible as it may seem, the United States government and possibly other governments in the world are in possession not only of non-human technology, craft, and other technology, they're also in possession of alien bodies. I've spoken to people who have told me that they have seen alien bodies. When I was first told that by those people, I did not for the life of me believe it. I've still got trouble doing it. And frankly, as I've said repeatedly, I don't think I'll believe any of this until I have the opportunity to shoot the tires of the flying saucer and shake the hand of the nearest alien. I mean, it's an incredibly confronting issue to hear these kind of claims when we've all been taught in the media, we've been socially conditioned to accept that this is something that must be ridiculed. But what I now realise from talking to Mr. Grush is that it really has been the case that there's been a deliberate disinformation operation run by the US intelligence community to try and suppress interest and coverage of this issue. The media, we in the media have been taught to ridicule and belittle this subject. Years that I've been looking at that I should disengage because I'm putting my career in jeopardy by engaging with it. The thing that shocked me, when I started talking to people in the intelligence community and the defense community, it wasn't that hard to get an admission from them that this is real. And this is what I think is the fundamental problem here, is that there's been such a chronic failure at a very high level by sections of the media, the establishment mainstream media in the United States. Its leadership position on this issue has been squandered because they've allowed themselves to be led by the nose. You can almost see what's happened every time a national security report on a major master team begins to engage with this issue. They get bought off with a tantalising offer of another story on national security issues that it's made clear if you shut up writing about that issue of UFOs, we'll give you a drop, we'll give you a fee. That's the way it works. And so this is what's been happening. I've spoken to people that have been involved in those disinformation efforts. And as I can only repeat, people may laugh and say, oh, this is all nonsense, put out strong or how crazy. And you know what? I just don't care. I really do not care. Because the level and caliber of the people that I've been able to engage with, including David Grush, supports, in my view, the opinion that his allegations at least ought to be properly investigated. There is a double standard operating here with how the Pentagon and indeed the US establishment media are approaching the issue of Dave Grush's allegations. Let's go back to the last Gulf War where on the claims made by intelligence service sources, news media became willing sycophants to the invasion of Iraq, an invasion that was predicated on an entirely false assumption that Saddam Hussein was concealing weapons of mass destruction.
I take the fact that he develops weapons of mass destruction very seriously.
Right now, on the evidence, the intelligence material is out to us that not only does Iraq possess chemical involvement, but Iraq also has no hand in the nuclear trust.
We will not shrink from war that is the only way to rid Iraq of its weapons of mass destruction.
Weapons of mass destruction he's lying to him when he says he doesn't have weapons of mass destruction.
That was based on intelligence from sources. And the hilarious thing is the American media at the time showed no hesitation in, how does one say this politely, sycophantly following the information that was fed to them by intelligence sources.
But that won't make the call for a vote on the deadline resolution early next week. If it happens, then by March 17th, the senior official, Saddam Hussein will finally be out a final opportunity. Even if it doesn't pass, the president has left no doubt that he's ready to go to war.
This is Fox News and Fox News Channel continuing coverage of the campaign which now has begun to liberate and disarm Iraq.
Now you have somebody who is an on-the-record U.S. government intelligence officer recently resigned, who is saying that he has been briefed directly by intelligence sources, by people inside the program who have directly witnessed, literally touched alien spacecraft, and who are aware of the existence of a non-human intelligence on this planet. And we have this absurd situation where a double standard is being applied. The media immediately says, oh, no, he hasn't seen these spacecraft. He hasn't seen these aliens. Well, they didn't see the weapons of mass destruction back at the time of the last Gulf War. But they were very happy to cheerlead the American government and the Australian government and the other allies into a war in the Middle East that was utterly ill-conceived.
And it is true that much of the intelligence turned out to be wrong. As president,
I still can't believe it. My name is Terry.
I'm responsible for the decision to go into Iran.
So let's just have a look at the double standard that's being applied by media right now in terms of how they are approaching the Dave Rush allegations. The simple fact is, this is a man who personally was involved on a daily basis in writing the intelligence briefings for the President of the United States. He hand-carried those briefings into the West Wing of the White House. He has a top-secret, compartmented security clearance still, which obliges him not to talk about things that prejudice national security. And one would think, yes, for him to talk in great detail about things that he knows about the program may very well breach US national security. So of course he has to be circumspect in dealing with a journalist like myself. He doesn't want to go to jail. So what he wants is for this issue to be investigated. That's all he's asking. He's not asking you to believe it. He's asking the Congress. He's asking the Inspector General. So let's stop all this silly nonsense that somehow there's meant to be a double standard applied when it comes to UFOs and alien spacecraft. Yes, it's confronting. It's an extraordinary allegation. I too have had a lot of trouble believing it. When I heard the things that Dave Rush told me, I was shocked. And yes, in some cases, I was scared. I still am. But you know what I'm most scared about? I'm most scared about the fact that this moment, the allegations of Dave Rush are a key test of a country whose constitution I deeply admire. I worked briefly as a lawyer and I graduated in Europe where I studied the Constitution of the United States. It has protections in place, constitutional protections to ensure that people have the right of freedom of speech. They have the right to come forward. They have the oversight committees of the Congress are absolutely fundamental to those constitutional rights. And those oversight committees are doing their job, and so is the Inspector General, investigating Dave Rush's claims. What is at the heart of Mr. Rush's allegations is that the oversight by Congress and the oversight by bodies like the Inspector General have been flawed in the past. That there's been deliberate disinformation, not just of the Congress and our people in the Pentagon, but also of the entire American people. One of the things that came out of the Church Commission inquiry into the crimes committed by the CIA was revelations of illegal intelligence operations conducted against the American people in the 1970s on the order of the Nixon administration. And as a result of the investigations by the so-called Church Committee, laws, regulations were brought in to ensure that in future intelligence services in the United States were not allowed to conduct domestic operations against their own citizens. If is correct, extremely grave crimes have been committed against the American public, because by any definition, to run an intelligence disinformation operation against the American public is a crime. I know for a fact that Donald Trump has been briefed on what I'm telling you. I know that Donald Trump is in the loop on the phenomenon, on UFOs. I know that to some degree he's been briefed into the existence of the National Freedom Program and the fact that there is a secret reverse engineering program going on in the United States. I know that President Obama, after he left the presidency, was also briefed into it. And if you look online, you'll find various interviews where President Obama noticeably changed his tone and became far more respectful of the notion that there really is something to this UFO issue.
The aliens won't let it happen. You reveal all their secrets. The emphasis has strict control over it.
Clinton said he did go right in and he did check, and there was nothing.
Well, you know, that's what we're instructed to say.
Did you ever ask for information? I said, we can't tell you.
No, but I will tell you that there were times where I asked for information that it came slower than I wanted. Client information out of the bowels of an agency, it can be challenging.
UFOs? Any UFOs? Did you ask about that?
Certainly asked about it.
And?
Sorry.
Okay.
Can I say it used to be that UFOs was the, what is it, Roswell was the biggest conspiracy?
Yeah.
And now that seems so tame, right?
Right.
The idea that the government might have an alien spaceship.
There's footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are. We can't explain how they move, their trajectory, and so, you know, I think that people still take seriously trying to investigate and figure out what that is.
Similarly with President Trump, prior to the election that he lost against Joe Biden, President Trump had an interview with one of his sons. And in that interview, he implied he knew something about the Roswell crash. And he did.
Before you leave office, will you let us know if there's aliens? Because this is the only thing I really want to know. I want to know what's going on. Would you ever open up Roswell and let us know what's really going on?
So many people ask me that question.
I know, it sounds almost ridiculous, but it's actually the real question. I want to know.
Cute questions, like actually, there are millions and millions of people that want to go there, that want to see it. I won't talk to you about what I know about it. It's very interesting. But Roswell's a very interesting place. There's a lot of people who would like to know what's going on.
So you're saying you may declassify it, you'll take it?
I have to think about that one.
He's being briefed into Roswell. I know Trump's being briefed. And the interesting thing is, I've been waiting to see, as Trump comes under increasing pressure in this national security crisis where he's allegedly stolen documents that he will not properly retain. I've been waiting to see whether in anger or in frustration he will reveal what he knows about the phenomenon. I still think it's possible he may do. There's even been speculation, and I have no basis to support this, there's even been speculation that some documents that he stole related to UAPs, to the secrets that we're discussing. But I suspect that both President Obama and President Trump know a lot more than they're able publicly to get on. And it's interesting because both of them enjoy top secret SCI clearances as presidents. And a lot of people don't realise that presidents, even after they've been presidents, are briefed into, they're given pretty much the same briefing as the existing president. And it's a privilege that they're given after they've left office so that they can continue to inform themselves about what's really going on behind the scenes. Presidents are unique people. They get led into pretty much everything. And interestingly enough, I know for a fact that historically presidents have been kicked out of the loop. There were decisions made by gatekeepers in the national security and intelligence establishment not to brief presidents about the existence of this crash retrieval program. And that's one of the issues why we are talking here about possible crimes. Have presidents of the United States, the ultimate executive authority of the United States government, have they been lied to by executive officials of the US government who took it upon themselves to conceal the existence of this most sensitive secret of all? I've been told by sources that they regard, the gatekeepers regard presidents as temporary employees. One of the things that seems to have happened here is that there is an arrogance amongst those who have this information. This kind of information, if you think about it, to know about the fact that there's a secret crash retrieval and reverse engineering program going on, and to know that there's a secret Cold War going on with
America's foreign adversaries, Russia and China, for the control and the mastery of this technology. It's incredibly important information. They're really tantalizing secrets. And I think a lot of the people who are gatekeepers have lost sight of the fact that America as a country was founded on the notion of government for the people, of the people, by the people. Congress ultimately is the ultimate sovereign in America. And the thing that lies at the heart of the Rush allegations is he's known that people will doubt what he says. When I sat him down, I said, nobody's going to believe you. You're going to have a lot of trouble convincing people about the existence of aliens or alien spacecraft. And he said, it doesn't matter, just so long as the Congress runs with this. Because if Congress does its job as it's been tasked to do, and properly investigates this, the truth will out. And frankly, if it's all a big hoax by Dave Brush, if Dave Brush is lying, look, he's going to go to jail because he's perjured himself. And what have they got to lose? If they know that Dave Brush is lying, let him testify. Let all the witnesses that he wants to put before the Congress testify. If they know this is a lie, let's call their bluff. This is a huge, pivotal moment in American history. I believe very strongly, based on the influence that I've received from my sources that corroborate what Mr. Rush has told me, that there has been a massive lasting 18 months inside the American government. There has been a concealment of retrieval human spacecraft. There's been a concealment of the existence of multiple species of non-human intelligence to this point. And frankly, I don't care if people say this is crazy. I don't care if people laugh or ridicule it. Because I know from the sources that I've spoken to, this story will eventually come out. And ultimately what Congress needs to decide is whether it wants to be on the right side of history. Is it going to continue to allow sections of the Pentagon and the intelligence community to lie to the American people? I can tell you there are good people, honourable, decent men and women in the Defence Force and in the intelligence community in the United States that want this story told.
Smells like carbon monoxide, it smells like, okay, all right, maybe it's not the temperature, maybe we have less pollution. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Then give us that, but the environmental group never gives us any achievement medals. They're always complaining that we're using too much fossil fuel, or we're using too much natural gas, we're using too much this, too much that. Give us, every once in a while, give us an A plus and let us, you need an attaboy. I need one, yeah. Every once in a while, you need one. Everybody, society needs one. Sure. You can't keep messing all over everybody all the time. Well, I don't think they're messing everybody. I think they're trying to say, hey, we got a big mountain to climb. We can climb. It's all right, but you have more to climb. But as you reach base camp before you climb to the top of Mount Everest, everyone sort of celebrates that as an achievement. I see. Okay, well, we need to celebrate for that we have more electric cars in this county than anywhere else in the United States. Maybe earlier called it base camp. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, that's pre-base camp. Okay, which is also another level. We just need. Right now, it's just, what ocean you can't swim in, how much gas you're wasting. That's right. Tell us we did good, and that's what brings us to look our day. Rely on K1A full big with stimulation.
We are one step closer to the truth.
There have not been any service shutdowns since March 2020 when the pandemic started.
A staff report last week shows the city would also have demolished the fallen most shell notices online. online and allow people to appeal. City Council voted on the ordinance changes again next month with the first shutdown warnings to go out in August. Dozens of academic firms in UCLA walked off the job, demanding charges to be dropped against broke-down students and workers. Union leader Jacqueline Perez says peaceful protesters were attacked in their camp last month. UCLA signed with the agitators. She says if the university doesn't respond,
then we will continue to withhold our labor on this unfair labor practice strike, which we're fully legally protected to do, and are really empowered to take this necessary action right now.
it represents about 6,400 UCLA workers, including teachers, aides, and researchers, professors. It says it has authorized a strike through June 30th. The LAPD has honored officers who died in the line of duty.
The memorial service featured prayers, a helicopter flyover, and songs by the LAPD choir. LAPD Chief Choi used some of his speech to mark the completion of street signs that have been designed to honor officers who were killed while serving the city. Each sign is posted at or near the location where these officers were fatally injured. Video at the event showed photos of all 239 LAPD officers killed on duty since the 1800s. Family members stood to honor their loved ones during the video. At the LAPD headquarters, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
70 people have been hurt, at least one person still unaccounted for following a building explosion in Ohio. Youngstown Fire Chief Barry Finley says the thing happened at Chase Bank, which is on the first floor of the 13-story building.
The gateway of the Guinness. The name was given by the local Aymara people.
Finley says that they had a gas leak that they're still investigating. Video shows firefighters pulling people out from the top floors where there are apartments. One person is in critical condition. Spain, Norway, and Ireland have formally recognized the Palestinian state. Sanchez says the decision reflects Spain's absolute rejection of Hamas, calling it was against the two-state solution. Israel's foreign minister responded on X by calling Sanchez's government complicit in inciting genocide against Jews. The statement brings Harry Aid confirming his relationship with his now wife, Margaret.
Is that the blocks here don't even look like those found at
The statement has been deleted from the royal family's website. The statement was meant to criticize the UK press for his harsh treatment of Margaret Rothschild's relationship. Never revealed in his memoir, Fear, that his father, King Charles, and brother Prince William were furious about the statement. He wrote it because it made them look bad. We're not defending their own wives. We'll take a look at the 10 freeway.
So check it out here.
When we come back.
American Vision window. Yes. Best windows in the world. Jay Leno even will tell you that. They're really hard to find American Vision windows, but they like really custom, beautiful wood windows. And the old days you have to call a company and have somebody come out and measure, then have another guy build them, then have another guy install them. And you're on the phone all day. Well, American Vision windows, one-stop shop for everything. Beautiful wood windows, maybe not into that, maybe you're into aluminum or vinyl, whatever it is. You gotta get great, solid, beautiful windows in your home. They have to be energy efficient too, because energy costs are going up every single year. And there's no better place than American Vision windows. We have these in our house, they're my favorite windows. I absolutely love them. Every time I felt them, like, wow, man, this is quality. It's the most quality thing in our house by far. And you can have the same thing, just go to you're going to pay 0% interest. And 0 payments for 18 months. Sounds like a long time. You're paying $226.9908. You're playing $226.9908. Or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com. I'm prepared to offer 31 words using such a thing.
Southland weather for KFI, some clouds, fog increasing through the night, lows around 50 degrees. Clearing up tomorrow through the morning and a little warmer, degree or two, rising 60s at the beaches, 70s metro LA, which kind of close to 100 still. Way further up the Inland Empire, Palm Springs area, around 80 in the valleys, around 90 in the highs. Warmer Thursday, a little cooler by Friday and into the weekend. Right now, Lake Forest 79, Anaheim 73, Santa Clarita 82, Claremont 80 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Reliant Real Estate. Dow was down today, 217. Nasdaq was up 99. S&P was even up 1.
Reliant Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
It's something in Mid-City. It's a crash on the freeway headed east of right there. Yeah, left lanes blocked from this one. Two cars right with each other there. You're stopped for the street. It's like, let's see what's going on in Long Beach? We got Michael Bryan, King, that body, this guy.
And I think we just some type of a that actually fits into this, because one thing to me is crystal clear that this year, or any of these pieces, they have nothing to do with any type of embellishments. And this year is about technical components, part of a larger industrial construction.
Now it looks like you are heading north.
As far as I'm concerned,
we're all, you know, like the park now.
But at the same time,
Yeah, like there's section, right?
it's
People trying to find crap and sell it anyway. I never realized until I think I saw it like maybe like ours, I think it was much never store. And realized that Trader Joe's, Vermont's, all these things, you know, like right there, and it's hard to find. You have to look for it. Maybe you find it over at the Trader Joe's. You can turn it in the back. On the west side of the back, you consider it
Saturdays after sunshine, especially for your ears.
Expanded.
I was there, it was 6 months ago or so.
David has stayed true for decades. And people that were true, certainly suggest that some sort of technology was at play here. Have all the words with plants, the molten metal, the lamp, into those cuts. Different things. Yeah, I think it's an unusual way of getting some, and that is something that you see at contact platform, mainstream archaeologists are basically just ignoring it because if they were to discuss it, it would completely rest their
don't even know. That's right. Pretty cool song. All right, we're going to come back to the story here. We have sharks. And all the newscasters is representing the sharks. They said the sharks are showing aggressive behavior. They're not showing natural behavior. That's correct. If the shark was in Nordstrom's and Bank Plaza, if they saw this people that aggressive, but in the ocean eating, not aggressive at all. That's unnatural. And you find that that's how they get their natural environment. They're the apex. They're all that. So they're not being aggressive. People have to come here to recalibrate. That's a natural environment for us. That's right. If they were early, yes, they would be able to get away with that. So they really do. So now, sharks do what they sharks do.
Hundreds of triangular targets similar to the cubes and sections of the ancient
Dancing, waving, dancing, waving,
Hey, baby.
dancing, waving, dancing, waving.
How are you, barman? Where'd you hear about me? From Kick? From Action Man? Did you hear about one of my bots? Did you see my telephone number? How'd you hear about me, barman? Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're here. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with the best rabbi in global history. Let's accidentally get rich, baby. I have more data online than any person in global history.
Is your AC ready to stand up to the summer heat? To obtain any chances at all ST services, schedule an AC check today. A little maintenance now can save you a lot of discomfort later. ST services always gets the job done right the first time. From regular AC checkups to emergency repair and air conditioner replacements. When you're the best, you're in demand. So don't wait and schedule your service today at STSair.com. STSair.com. Social security number or password. LifeLock your identity is stolen, and a dedicated US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can control identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code PINS. Go to lifelock.com.
Smart journalism, fascinating topics. Work that describes CNN podcast is segment 24. There's been a ton of writing about the Dallas Cowboy Chargers with Rothschild. Lots of artists and friends moved their way onto country music charts. Why this album caused such a stir? What about both this pop star and this political movement caused all this conversation?
Listen to the assignment with Bonnie Orange, streaming now on the iHeartRadio app.
Join me untalented on air personalities as we bring the latest in the Caribbean news, sports, politics, and current events. Here we go. That's an innovation. The privilege of white. That's a narrative. The U.S. six such attacks last year. The 69 incidents across the globe. And a jump from an average of 63 in the previous 5 years. The average is 63 or 69. You know, that's a high number. It's a high number of 63. We're close enough. Right.
If you were living in an area where there were sharks feeding on more prey, you know
I got this one right here. Thank you. Nothing's free. Chicken sandwich? It's right there. You see right there? Yeah, of course. You guys have a great day. Be safe. I'm in the this is not bad. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The chat's like circling for this for years. It's quiet if there's something you're saying. Some of the chat numbers, some of the chat numbers. I know, it's like, oh, yeah, I know. They're making it like. You're gonna be sick. God bless you. Have a good rest of the day. Take it easy, man. Take it easy, man. So anyone say, like, you might not. Maybe not. So I mean, the reason we don't know why. I swear to God, Jesus Christ, I thought I knew it all. I honestly, honest God, I thought I knew everything. I'm surely ignorant. I'm that ignorant about that. I didn't know. I'm telling you, I didn't know. I rarely admit that when I'm honestly not wrong. Okay. That's just crazy. It's one bad choice. They're all one time. Everything goes. It's that. It's just sad. Jack's like, everyone's getting their name for like society, but I heard a scholar also needed to work with Dr. Aztecs. Directly on the center of society. The only way to compute is if the knowledge of the mind was specifically and precisely and effectively mind. And it fascinates me is the fact that they were expected to be found all over the world. And most of
It's been a really tough year. It started last year. There have been a number of factors, a lot of the pandemic era loans, rent coming due, the strike, obviously. Los Angeles really is the industry that's used to catering and a lot of street workers. And then, of course, this year there are a lot of new legislation that are starting that are
Sorry, man, I know this is the one that you said. What's going on in the desert here on the I-15 from Baker to Vegas? No gas stations, no restaurants, charging stations, no nothing. For about 90 miles. Oh my God, that's gonna be horrible. Yeah. So if you drive to Vegas, good idea to buy some gas on first. Don't play with gas. It's gonna be hard out there. That's cool. And then you also light pollution out. That'd be like this whole money zero light pollution. That's wild. Well, why did you brought this up? Because, the listeners need to know. If President started such right at from their state in the major areas, they're trying to find a map where it actually starts. Just casinos, at least in Las Vegas, there was a generator. My wife and I, for instance, Las Vegas, my daughter has not put cheer competition, and I don't know where guys we stopped at Whiskey Gate because we didn't feel like we lost enough. And it's Whiskey Gate has about 9 slot machines left, no table games, just 9 slots. Wow, and then we went across to Buffalo Bill, and it was absolutely the same everything. Everything was loud. Music was wrong. The restaurants were open. Lines and went across the freeway. It's just a question here. Yeah, they're going to have still there. By the way, I had a roller coaster. Let's run it up. I was driving all night from Chicago. That's right back down. And I drove all night. I literally got to Buffalo Bills like in 5 minutes.
Is there somewhere where people eat at the university today?
An hour and a half later. I hear it.
The Bay is still the university, but he's still this person, but he's getting, getting a lot colder. Not in his place necessarily, that we're in today. Just scary.
windows on the solar, I think. Financial report sponsored by Real Estate. 5 Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see new homes after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com. Crash. What does she look like? Describe her physical appearance. She looks like okay. Well, guess what? Find her for me. She, I'm on the internet, find her, tell her I will give her anything to get my needs out. Okay. I'll let you know. I'll be in contact. I don't know. On Facebook Live, I'll get you show up. I want to go viral again. All right, for the knees knocking. What's your next viral moment? I want to go viral too. You got 1,000 people. Okay. You got 1 million people listening? Okay. I'm challenging a 66-year-old man. German. He should be Iranian, black, white, it don't matter. If they can beat me with this,
I just want to. They gotta be able to check their needs. I try to stay in shape. Okay, I do this. Can we
Yeah. City, village center, village center, grocery much better. And what marks? Much.
Finer, I'll give her anything or bring my teeth back, baby.
You decent, bro.
No problem.
It was not
You know, it takes back to that. They get internet for post their shit. They love this shit. They I didn't get paid, I got mad.
because there was only, I think it was illegal.
So shit, man, what do you see yourself in 5 or 10 years, man? What do you see yourself in 5 or 10 years, man? That's what I was saying,
Find that bro to get my teeth. And they said, they called. What about your people made my teeth in the church? Your insurance ran out, you got to pay $900 something. I paid them $900 something. I'm going back by road, and I'll have people find the bro. She'll find them for me.
all right, the 145 belt sex response. All right, you would do that. Fuck that, man.
all my tech history was just about like these built, and that was enough for us to stream.
You want to get on a spot, and just kind of get info. You want to talk to like higher ups, or you want to go to a spot and talk to workers and stuff. Like lock waters. I mean, I don't see how isn't that like extreme? Not the black people, like people that run about the level, like the people that give deceptive people to do it. Like, I for sure get one of black water people. It's not higher up here, the people that are going to come about saying, I couldn't tell you, right? I think it was I wouldn't I'm trying to figure out what you guys are going to do. For sure, I can bring you to a spot. Just talk to some of the guys that are working. They're basically, homeless, drug addicts like us, having to get a job. So, I talked to one of my guys who's ringing on and off today, up everything. So, no one's out on that last when I got work. But I think days like that, people understand they're not busy. They don't say she's always a business city. We're getting some open air market, drug market in the world.
Do you feel like 8 subscribers a month you've experienced with a harassing channel somewhere? Can you be convinced that Kidding Channel might be a better future? If you have, what is that? I don't know. If you have and then information, meditating. Here's at some point, especially if you're gonna spend hours sparing chats in the channels and fun like this is it. I didn't even know I had 8. That's tight. Shut up, y'all. Shut up like most of them. Like this is it. Like this is it.
It's really unkept over there. I think that really good content, we realize I walk around a lot of that's really, maybe I'm just like, it is about getting back to people, like, also it is, and I do want to, like, talk to people that maybe don't know. I want to talk to people in the neighborhoods, relational people, like, the side of America or the side of the world they're never going to see. Not being around rocks, so they can immediately trash them. Force place or choices because they don't have to.
You're like contract. You're sharing it. You're doing well. Like, you're going to hate on it. You don't want to be best friend. Wow.
Personal interest, I just have to try to level and say, get it done. Thank you. You know what I mean? Why I had to see it. That's all I did with this.
No, they actually did that before I became Mexican and figured something out.
Yo, W14, bro. Yo, what's good, guys? Yo, Alan's back. Alan's back. Peanut butter boys are here. What's good, guys? Yo, what's good? You know, today's episode is going to be absolutely mental. We're going to see what this is. I've never seen Steve mad except the Jersey Shore bit with another one. He's back. Yo, it's him. That was crazy. That's all I clip was on that. So I don't know how exactly today. Are you going to get one in it? What is it going to do? You know, we should do a reverse tradition video. We should get 100 pedophiles, and whoever thinks they is in the room is a 12-year-old girl.
No comment. Okay, survive. You can't hit guys. But I think it's a great. You know what? It was great to screw that man. I just fuck them. We're alive. I have a business. I own a business. I love the artist. You really need him. I got a push. That's stupid, dude. You want to do it? Yeah. Shrimp sandwiches with these fuckers. Like the South Park episode where they ate the chili cubes, dude. You want to? I'm George W. West. Hey, where's Jason? Oh, my Jason. Hey, I'm George W. Sam. Tail guy. Sam is a great guy. I would love to see. America's a place where
Let's do this. First right here is crazy.
know, the government did a pretty thorough sweep of this country when that happened. And maybe
I'm nervous just in the I thought I had a problem one time and it was that smooth. Like you,
Hot challenge, come in here, I throw a smoke bomb, a grenade, what else? Yeah, make it like you guys are real well. Yeah, I'm sick. I'm sick.
it's cool how you said you're all over there.
Right. Guys, so good.
The jawline is like I think
Canada jawline, yeah.
so I think being physically in shape
Really? John, what do you think?
maybe your combination between you doing this whole wave of what you're doing chocolate and also getting in really good shape. It's like that's the key to success. Also trying to keep that. And that's what I'm sure about this. And it won't drop
Extensive. Just
yeah, but you're not right with it. It is what it is, right? And also look at this merch.
John, are you guys ready? All right. What's the evidence on this guy, guys? You want to read out loud?
Sounds like, yes, I can't wait for you to fuck me. I'm glad you don't care that I'm only 11 years old.
I'm sorry, I just said there's no way to change people's lives. Please let me change your lives.
Yeah, I'm glad you don't care that I'm only 11 years old.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to fuck me. I'm glad you don't care that I'm only 11 years old. Hey, buddy, when you get out of school, I said
Steve's laugh is contagious. Sorry, guys.
then I said I out now. I had recess. It was fun. I hard. Oh, your parents. Oh, you're out right now. Are you with your parents? I said no. I can't show that. I said they were. I said so. Can I see you? Can I come see you anytime? It's okay. I said, can you send me a picture of your dick, please? He sent me a picture of his dick.
Present, and future relating to space and time.
So I can't wait to see that dick. Yeah. Wait, so is this the kid that's being beaten up? Good boy. I said, can you give me head, please? And I was like, oh yeah.
How good is this? Can you give me head and then that's what he said?
He said, yeah, sure, but you shall keep us within us. I want your parents to find out. What are we doing?
That is very sad. Great magnetic property head jack in the box. Yeah, parents can't find out.
Yeah.
That's I'm trying to worldwide here. So basically, I feel like videos a lot of people talk to collab, but with this live, so I have to be very smart.
Thank you very much for this conversation.
That was the coolest. It was not coolest. That was
after talking to
Mr. President.
I'm beginning to think that
I believe you can't check pedophiles to look at the
some serious
pretending to be an 11-year-old and look a little parent.
One of the biggest questions concerning the market is whether or not the design on it is man-made. And those who claim it is say that because the design relies on the rock, the most likely way is not with laser cutting or machining, but with a process known as sandblasting, which can be used to cut the rock around the design.
We're casting them on level and we're trying to have everything.
I know we're getting I'm
gonna do Google right now. We're gonna do Google. Like that makes me a freak because I know every normal. Legal issues. In January 2019, this person larceny after a checkup. I'm shocked that you don't really know.
What are your impressions right now? No, I don't blame you. What are your thoughts?
It's interesting because in 2019, the answer was charged with larceny after he checked out. Your favorite president will take a felony. You want me to question? Your favorite president will take a felony. We're not at work together. The state expects to pay $30 million a day. They're naturals. And if you don't give him his money, I swear to God, tomorrow's going to sign it. It's long-term security.
The only person I trust in life? No, not the only. My mom, my team. But this guy. Let me have this.
Yeah, what's the thing? If I tell 6 people on probation, they get free. It's what doesn't matter. People use all these ones for free. The living life, and I just hope the first shot, I'll stop all my shit.
How far are we out from the first predator? This is 10 minutes.
This guy's trying to fucking little boy. People really hate those little boys. Fucking boys like little boys fucking is like it's not really hate. It's like really hate. Yeah, but little boy, it's different. No, it's actually they're both very bad. I think the Look at that nose. He doesn't like it.
Take an even closer look at that microscope. Geoarchaeologist Dr. Smith
We got like big earthquakes in the house.
Let's talk about the dumbest comment in the world, right? He said that you can find predators like the Roman cows in the area. I do. Okay, that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, and that's, if I go to that's
We're going to get it under a microscope and we're going to talk about whether that rock could have come from there naturally or not. I can't wait to see this under high magnification. Okay. Now you found this where? Well, at the base of the Death Mountain. Okay, let's take a look at the geology map here. So this would be here's the Capitan Mountains right here. So, smack in the middle of a whole bunch of waves is limestone. Now, this rock doesn't look like limestone to me. So, right off the bat, it seems kind of unusual in that place. But did you get any rocks from the area? Absolutely. We collected some right here. You guys are real scientists. Well, we do what we can do, you know? Let's play the sorting game here pretty quickly. Here's some high-powered scientific tests. This is limestone. See, I can easily cut it with the point of a knife. You cut into this why? So we can determine the hardness. Yes, the hardness, exactly. Limestone generally can be scratched with the point of a knife. What I find striking is where that's exactly because this totally falls out of line with everything that we have here. So why do you think that is, or what is your hunch on what this might actually be? Basically, it's what Jones would call a pebble. It's rounded, and that kind of rounding is very typical of stones that you find in the street. So, what's interesting to me is that this is a uniform color all over, and that's very unusual. Different colors in different spots. I think that this might potentially be right here. And I'll use this to just write down and
I saw it and I so strongly disagree with it. And it's like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I love Andrew Schultz, I agree with him. That's actually the straight up this is promoting child porn, like, come on. The streets can be real. It's catching predators. I was just at the you're promoting child porn, whatever. It's like, come on, dude. Bro, it's amazing, bro. That's not what they do. I have no idea. I love that do that. But also a little bit of respect. You have to apologize to me. I have respect. I just think I have bad opinions sometimes. I'm wrong about people sometimes. You make mistakes, you say the wrong thing. I think you just said the wrong thing, you made a mistake. I think he's wrong 100%. And maybe it wasn't a mistake, because if he believes that, he believes it, but he's wrong. That is, you should not say that. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I say dumb things, but that tops everything. Every dumb thing I've ever said is that tops. And I'm not a hater. I love the guy to death. So we'll just clarify that. You guys know I love him. But when I saw that clip, I'm trying to make it look like I'm so excited for this.
in the stream, I'm already want to appreciate your mom.
But when you watch it, what's your reaction? Yes, exactly. That's crazy. Alright, let's take off my revenge.
It's a warm
Bringing me straight. I was like, yeah, so I was gambling on Red Rock Casino, and I'm down like, what I remember is I'm down $80,000, right? For playing, and the next thing you know, I wake up on the couch upstairs, and it's 5 a.m., and I'm like, oh my god, what happened? Like, geez, like, in my house, like, I turn off, right? And then I go into the living room in my hotel room. There's $4 million in cash there, right? And then I'm like, oh my god, and then I go downstairs and like, hey guys, I'm sorry, I did anything. I owe you guys money. And they're like, what happened? And they said, anyway, I fell asleep at midnight, literally, at 3:10 a.m. This is the size of the $4 million. It's a $4 million. I gave away $100,000. Kept the $4 million, and then at 3:10 a.m. I went down to play spots for campaigns for $170,000. Got another $70,000. I didn't bring it back upstairs. I guess I gave it all away. That makes sense. So I gave away $170,000. I just know what the system of 170 and 310 a.m. And I guess I kept the $250,000 and I gave away $170,000. Zero memory of it.
Engineer, and he has access to some very high-grade testing equipment for measuring magnetic fields. Second of all, I've got a friend who's
I'm gonna reach out. We guys know that story.
Yeah, chat. What's good? That's a
and so we're learning all sorts of things about the inside.
Sounds like I'm gonna talk to you about that. I miss you guys so much. I'll be using the fucking chapter stable book, getting out of fucking debt. Life-changing moments, but I'm never gonna forget that. And once I make it,
$21,000.
I know. I passed you. It feels good. I'm gonna pass with you. January slash, she's really proud of us. She's really proud of me and my team auditions.
It's so sick.
It's so crazy watching Steve videos. She's way pressure on YouTube. I want to be on one of his videos. I clean up the streets, bro. And I'm glad that we see him do the street thing, bro. I didn't think I was going to make the bottom of the street. I actually remember that came through the street and Steve was doing it. It's crazy. I don't know if I told him my girl enjoys it. It's so weird. Just now, I promise you guys, I was in the worst position the last 4 fucking years. My bank accounts were fucking garnished. I couldn't make a penny. Everything was taken away. Thank God for giving me answer my blessing with an angel like Steve. He came through. You got me out. And once I told you, and I'm the only person that's going to pay Steve back. You didn't expect it. I promise you, the time is right. Steve's going to get in and hear what he's saying. He's not going to take his let's just go the other way.
Sign up for that. They'll pay you back. Oh my god, it's so funny.
Yeah, well, we're fucking a predator away. A few moments away from a predator, bro.
Kind of nervous. But you know who's more nervous? The guy that's taking the Jack in the Box to step off 11. I think he's a little bit more nervous than me. Because that is hilarious. And I mean that in like a very dark way. It's not hilarious. It's sickening. There's super everything, right? And I don't know. I'm excited, nervous. I'm glad I hope he gets arrested. And gets embarrassed. I hope he got to call his mom and wife. I love that shit. I got embarrassed. This is like, so let's do it. Let's get it. And we get Jack in the Box.
minutes away now to the first predator. Chad, you excited? This is gonna get crazy one. Chad, how you guys been? I miss you so much. Are you guys ready for season 2? It's gonna be crazy. We're aiming for mid-June or first week of July. Yeah, it's gonna be.
You gotta figure it out. Like,
I don't know how many seasons. We're gonna do a lot of seasons. We're gonna talk about their seasons. Yeah, because it's in the journal and it keeps me on the edge of the seasons and it's crazy.
Lodestone, for instance, was used for Guinness. We actually used as a compass over 3,000 years ago. I'm very curious that the next.
Oh, that red one, because you know, going cheap last night, I feel like guys, I eat those anymore. Not the drinks, smoke the chocolate, and I ordered chicken wings and burger. Over the morning, my son's so good for it. So I'm recovered. We're gonna hit the gym later. And yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Area right here.
I drink. I know. You know, I drink. I've been drinking too much coffee today.
yes, there could be. It's very, very good.
Drinks.
I was more determined than ever to get into it to verify and then appreciate it more. Thank you so much.
The entire thing was playing to congratulate. What the fuck is 2-year-old baby? That was what the fuck a baby, bro. Never want to fuck a baby. I love fucking blood, dude. Saturday, Dustin Poirier is playing Mountain Chats.
That's gonna be a crazy one. Who do you got? Underdog? No, that's just
Poirier is something. Poirier, Dustin, underdog. I have mad loyalty. I was down like 300-something thousand. He knocked out a motherfucker. Big time underdog. He won all my money back. So I forever will have his hot sauce in my fridge. I'll forever will his hot sauce. He saved my life. That's just the bullshit. I still think yeah, Chandler's right.
Yeah, Rob.
You don't start a liquor company, not drink, right? So I told Michael Chandler, who's got and Chandler's got an American kid and somebody's I love restricting that because there's this meme that I can't say because Locker out of Michael Chandler and there's a picture 20 I sent it to McGregor. He responded, he's like, God, it's hilarious. I love McGregor, but I'm a gambler. How much I got Chandler? I wouldn't know. I know it's not. But I'll do.
Explain the Roswell rocks and the genetic charts.
I love Jake Paul at that. I was when I say you, I'm thinking I'm slicing my life, like this game's like
Sid's been killing it, right? You know, he's going to Vegas and just give all that together.
real life gambling. So I have to go with my country because I didn't know I know people that know my shit. He's gonna stop fucking around. Jake Paul's not fucking around. Jake Paul's working his ass off. He's serious. Training. What? You can see. I gotta go straight.
sort of pride for being
It's a win-win situation for me. Like the presidency, the presidency, I'm hammering Joe Biden. I'm happy for that. So, advice is that I'm gonna hammer Biden. I'm gonna take wins as a person where I consider us
So here's what we know.
he's so perhaps out there.
It's not
That's what I said. I'm like,
easily reproduced.
you know,
That's also the net.
I know I'm gonna let that.
So now we need to find out.
Which is another rather more situation where we're going to produce the stage job.
It made me so happy.
Why? Because his Brad got scared. Light flashed before his eyes.
I know Brad's fatigue. Like, I know Brad. So it made me happy watching the video because he was so pissed off. And I know pissed off Brad. Like he genuinely, hates that. I don't know, I just imagine you're trying to fuck a 6-year-old and then it's like, you look up and there's 300 pounds out of the car.
4 minutes on the air right now.
Ever just say fuck it, you're like, I'm gonna get the blowjob. I think he's probably just gets a blowjob real quick. It's okay. It's legal, right? Because you are a lady. Guys, sorry. I saw my Uber driver, my uncle. You ready to when I tell you go, you go right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Steve's gonna be right behind me.
What you see here on the screen is the inside of the and you can show such a high
I love Detective Predator so much because it's honestly, like I said, without you, it was better than Detective Predator for me. When I'm a little shy / nervous because I'm a fan and I like it. So I'm kind of silent. I'll be there last one, but I don't know. I'm gonna be a little silent.
One of these guys, these predators, are knowing that we're doing this. It getting so big that some people were they alert? The other one going, last time I got one, translated the family. See, I learned so many interested things. And then now it's getting so the chat signs up on sites and judges this, like, Nobody's in the fucking chat. Spam, break the chat. Let's get it. See you again. How are you? I'll wait the microphone. I didn't know this was
Trying to get out or
everything we've learned is outdated. What I've always spoken about.
I swear to God, that guy Hale.
I have to have the rock here.
I don't know, man. He might just no, I'm saying like he might text us in 10 minutes because he just got a 7-minute like, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm not saying it yet. Like, just like, that month. This is so, like, this is so
By the way, they keep mentioning that. Do you want to go on fucking mention that?
But I like that you guys have like a point. When I saw it, it seems like we're just gonna go. And then we have it to it, was it talking right there? Like, yeah, the CT scan, when he showed up, was like, this is what you do, it's nonsense, or not like, this is how it is. And also looking at this under great magnification, wasn't that streets, what that is to you about. Yes. Yeah, like they do, warn each other, especially when I saw like incision just beat off or something under magnification.
We have 25,000 people.
Exactly. See, that is positivity, that and I have discerned by the scumbags who cannot talk to the kid. I hate kids. I can't stand them. I can't talk to them. I hate kids. We have an artifact that might potentially be.
So, yeah, everyone's calling you a peanut. Bro, why are these like street, like why is like live stream like that shit such a savage? People, you know that? Like, they're saying like you know, so like, amazing. Someone's talking to you.
I wanted to give you
That's like, it's like, guys,
the ancient Pre-Columbian gold flyer. I know this. I know this very well. You are now part of your love. Thank you. And, you know, I hope that we the last time we see each other. So, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yep. Take you with me. And, give me a call. Yeah, I have your numbers. Anything new about this, for sure. You got it. All right, Robert. Thank you, George. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Take care. So now when I connect the dots, what do I think that the rock actually is? So it was made maybe as a second attempt to give us the message. And what is the message? Maybe it's a kind of strategy to let us know that they're out there and that we can do it in one day. Let's face it. Chad, this is a good one. Imagine that these guys show up they know what to get all this. So, how do you, they still take. Oh, you click on their Instagram. Their Instagram thing. I delayed it. No, cats. It's awesome. Yeah, I love these guys. Areas with Bigfoot sightings. According to the ancient afterlife theory, extraterrestrials came to Earth in a remote past and modified our DNA to make us what we are today. There are depictions throughout the ancient world of strange hybrid beings. You guys are awesome. The gods of ancient Egypt. What's your experience? It's right. It's just hard. Somebody buzzed me. I sent him to my Discord. They had a really person why. The chat's better now. I love you guys. The chat watching, supporting. Thank you so much. Thousands of years for Frank for Jay with the catcher. It's going to be interesting to say how else he's going to react, but it's not I'm going to leave. Bigfoot. It's like, it isn't just right now, extraterrestrials. Not only were still living. Okay, sounds good. I explore the world that exists between reality and speculation, the known and the unknown.
I'm so glad to follow that I don't even get it. I'm so glad to get after that. I'm going to follow that.
Every day, we are one step closer to the
This is your job mentality. You got 25,000 people watching for you. How long?
What's up? The way you were selling the bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you too.
We gotta get through. Hey, real quick. This guy. Is that 6'9"? Is that 6'9"? Is that shit? I swear that looks like. Is that shit?
Your fucking worst deal with the $2 million Rumble deal. Fucking say you're sorry. Say you're sorry to Steve, or you're gonna pay him his fucking money back. You don't fucking trust that at all.
Actually, I think that's unbelievably fun. The big 6'9" looking better. I'm at 70. Unbelievable. I believe that the 6'9" is weird like that. And he's a
I was so confused. I was like, fuck, we're staging this shit. I was just afraid to go more higher.
No, I mean, 6'9", I believe he does underage chicks. That's that. But that was a mindset to me. I had no idea what was going on.
It was so confusing.
And then you're funny. Okay, man. I just know you're financial, but I wish you were a real 6'9". I should be like, I really tried to. I would say you're just like a really nasty person, like you're disgusting inside. Yeah. When you're like, you have no house, you have no car, you're broke, and you're just a nasty person. Then you got arrested, pulled over, beats women, whatever. And he is a pedophile. But I just know that it makes sense that your life's going so downhill because you're just a bad person. That's what I would say, right? You try to say whatever, but
let's go catch a rinse that pop. Also warm up, Steve. You was your first time.
But it's funny, it's not John. 6'9" versus 30 of pedophile.
Back in the early 80s, I used to get over the hike department in Minor. We would go up on the trail system. It was a very elaborate trail system throughout the Olympic National Park. So at that time, we started to take our backpacks off and pull our tents down and ready to sit there for the evening. Over there, about a crash. There comes a rock. But it's parking. Went down and lands about 10 feet to the left. As we didn't even say anything, we just stood there. And then another. Landed about 10 feet to the left of us, and then we panicked. And we just started gathering our stuff up on the ground, and then another rock hit.
You're a very bad representation of this brand. And you
Yeah, the next day, pretty much I went to do research on the websites.
Derek's account seemed very genuine, but then I have to ask myself, with all these Bigfoot encounters, why do we still not have concrete evidence of the creature's existence? Perhaps the Olympic big project will be able to find that evidence during our expedition.
This hurts.
Very colorful. What we're looking at is a spectrum and audio file. What I like to do is set up a recorder in an area that has prompts and record all night long, and then review the audio file to see if I can find anything of interest. Okay. What I've got here is an isolated signature within a loop of 5 different vocalizations that are suspicious. Those lines, are those the vocalizations? They are. So now this is just a loop of this specific.
Well, like,
It's very interesting. Yes, we can't say specifically that it's a Sasquatch, but that's what interests people that are analyzing the audio. What do you say to someone that might suggest, well, what we just heard is nothing else but a wolf hound? It's possible that since we're looking at it in a spectrogram, we can compare it to a wolf spectrogram. David Ellis has collected dozens of animal sounds recorded in the Olympic forest. And each new sound collected is compared to animal sounds.
Yeah, well, tell me something like about vegetable.
According to Ellis, the sound we are listening to now does not match up with anything else on record.
Yeah.
Very interesting. The team arms themselves for the hunt with an arsenal of super sophisticated equipment. Their so-called secret weapon is the FLIR camera that stands for Forward-Looking Infrared, often used by law enforcement and the military. FLIR is the top of the line in thermal sensing technology. They also bring along an audio dish for amplifying and sounds coming out of the forest and motion detector still cameras, all in an effort to find concrete evidence of the legendary creature known as Bigfoot.
I know there's folks gonna think I'm crazy. Doesn't seem like you have somebody said no, they still look up.
The real treasure, guys. This is gonna be a real one. This is gonna be crazy. This microphone is a little tweaking, but outside from the location,
The team often conducts their
sure, yeah.
investigations on said it's after the
Let's go. So we're doing this on
just like king shit. I train with that. That's what my
But we need to like get money to 30.
I finished last night, so I was like, oh, no, that's fun. That's not real. That's somebody fucking. I get 5,000 real viewers. If I have anything above 5,000, I'm going to stay with this.
Every time you get all at a Red Rock, it's 50, 20K.
40, 50 last night.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
No. I have 5,000 real. Oh, God.
Wow. Oh, so down. We're killing it.
No, I don't know. It's a hell of a mess.
I know, no, I don't know. We're support the sponsor. No, we don't like that shit. We don't salary it because I don't want to say
I'm not to read up. It's the best stuff. I know shit.
Well, guys, make sure you follow the Discord right now. We're giving away $500 to one of you guys. All you gotta do is follow right now. And and also follow the Kick channel. We're giving away $10,000 June 10th. 8 and 9K. We're giving away one. And we're gonna give 20 people $500. So all you gotta do is follow the Discord.
Follow Ruben on Instagram.
This is Carl Stays. Code Vitaly. Steve will do the next. Yes. You get a lot of support, bro. Do you love it? Are you addicted? You actually think you're not gonna stop, right?
Yes, I do YouTube.
You said you were gonna kill it on kid, and you did one, and it was great. You didn't stop. You're not gonna do it.
I'm not in love with live streaming. I like being like a guest, like with you. Yeah. But I'm not a live streamer. I have too much locker room talking and dark humor. I can't do live streams. I really can't. If I have live streams, no, it's about I own the business. I'm not going to get but I own a very large business, and it's about that I kind of like a little drummer. You're looking out there. And but that's life, man. I can't get canceled, and nobody can talk about that. So I cancel it. We can't do it. But, somebody can drop me that owns that is at a Walmart or whatever. We're very big, so it's not just fun. And, we love you guys.
What's the evidence of the second guy? He's real. Can we just see real?
We love you guys. Didn't check. We love you guys. You guys are very awesome.
As in the case of
the
creature's footprints indicate that its weight was distributed much more evenly, giving it flat.
Chat, I miss you guys so much, bro. Appreciate you guys watching. This is I didn't think I would catch that in Las Vegas. This is crazy. It's an open carry stage. We got Alan. We got the best people here. We got the whole team. Everybody loves Alan in the chat. My mom loves Alan. My mom's like, I just thank you. It's gonna be big games with different stuff. Yeah, so I've seen it.
Dude, you guys are so fucking awesome. I love the Valley chat. You guys are nice.
Oh yeah.
I'm just like being nice to me. And they got it. It's so sick. Hey, thanks for the energy drink, but it's got 180 calories. That's good. I can eat some notes, but no, it's really good. And I appreciate not Celsius. They have that ingredients. Same energy drink.
What happened to them? It's a new company that took over, right?
This is just real life talk.
This is not brand deal, Jack.
No, it's Celsius. Your name. Oh yeah, I love coffee. My wife loves coffee. But I'm very interested in my health, fitness, and science.
Steve hits the gym twice a day, bro. He's a maniac. I'll do it. Oh, this guy's right here.
Yeah, rice is good. And we're just talking about ingredients. I think they don't have the fake B12, the psycho, whatever. That's human-made B12. It's made from human waste and this. And 90% of energy drinks have this fake B12 in it. it's some law that because it's a single dose toxicity law. Okay, I don't know enough about it, but all I know is that it's human made, these balls made from like human waste. And if you look at like the ingredients in a bomb, this ingredient's in it. So I just don't want to drink anything that is in the ingredients of a bomb. But I think Celsius Lemon Lime is the best tasting energy drink in the world. I just can't drink it because I'm healthy.
They're very few. Anybody's listening to it.
Yeah. It's like I don't get so Jim is on the phone. He's like, dude, we're at the pedophiles. We're cats in a row. It's like Pokemon. Go take them all. At Jackson the Box. Go tip that Jack the Box. Hey guys, how are you? Thank you.
I got it now.
No, it's cool.
My bank's on my
I'm proving a point. Guys, because here's 100 for you, 100 for you, 100 for you. Because we love you. That's
According to the
yeah, no, 100 for this guy. Thank you, this guy. He knows got a back to the chat. Great cool. Steve. Yes, sir. Very good. We love the gold things.
Just for you.
Change it. Just name your shit. We love the African Americans, right? No, we love 7-Eleven too.
some sort of genetic manipulation.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you.
That was Steve. That was nice.
Nice meeting you. I love the cold. It looks great. You rock it low, right? Thank you for the I'm guessing that guy drives this car. He drives this car.
I'm ready to catch an itch. A real one right now.
Sure, you're gonna do it. Sick. You love it? Is the Hellcat like Hey, miss. Have a good day.
That was Steve. Nice. Made their day.
Great. That's why I don't like Darlene, right? Such a bitch, dude. I wish I had more money. Dave, we have that 20K. You have it on you? Anyone have the money? I'm trying to get money right now. That's why I give out money on the stream. I need at least 10,000. How can I get money right now?
You don't want to see. You don't lose this. Can you throw this away? Can you throw this out, please? Can you throw this out, please?
Legends from ancient times.
Can you throw this out, please?
For example, the remains of the ancient
It's not gone.
Yeah, right.
Hi,
chat. We're on to the next one. This stream is crazy. Yeah, let's see it for the next one. We're going to put $69 chat. Confetti? Yeah. Gail Andrew, you guys gonna do the confetti? Oh, somebody else gonna do it. Guys, this is Vegas, so this pedophile, I believe it. Steve's gonna work with a $69 check. I'm gonna do a confetti. We're gonna go, yeah, what? And he's gonna be so confused. Okay, remember the slot we played last summer? Sorry, we're a little late. So, we have to take money too. If you make it rain, I'm like, that's the one I break Steve with. It's like 140K on one red. We got it good.
We're calling your boss in the stream.
Extraterrestrial engineering.
Who can bring me 10,000? I have 50 grand in my room.
Let's do it.
Somebody's got to bring me money.
As the lake fades.
Oh my God, that's
Right now, I'll work for you. Right now, I'll work for you.
no, my sink goes back to I gotta get money for the people. That was fun.
Oh, John, read your job right now, Mr.
I'm a schedule book.
How you guys? Let's look at this.
Oh, we are. Hey, where's the guy? Alright, well, we should have like money. Have 5 grand.
Suddenly, something appears on this money.
Give that 5 grand.
You guys like this? You guys accept this one? No, this is fake money. That's right, because we're gonna bring the benefit of it. We're gonna pretend like you on the water. I know, Chad.
Everything. I'll pay you back on everything. They're known-offs, right? They got these weird explains of the party, and yet they're yeah, you're a private business owner, you have something or anything like that. You deserve to be fired. You guys, they make $12 an hour, but they represent the brand. They represent $1 billion brand, sorry. But they make $12 an hour. It's just, it is what it is. No, we did not want Trump to sit in here. I even know why Trump is an absolute degenerate. He's a good person. But he's old, he's like a 50-year-old fart that just drinks all day. That part is really true. Oh, he's horrible. He's being homeless. Everything. But the thing is, he calls me and he's honest. And that's why I don't always give him money, because he's honest. Hey, Steve, I need money. I just lost everything in yours. I'm negative 8,000. I'm on my fucking 80,000. And I'm over there for him. He doesn't abuse me either. I'm like emergency. So we'll figure it out. We'll win. Somehow, some way, pay off people. But yeah, currently right now, there's one bookie that owes him 8,000. And then one bookie that he owes 80,000. And he's minus $300 in his bank account, and that's his life. But I gave him 25 grand, and I won the $250,000, and he went to the bank, because that's how broke he is. He has to, like, it's amazing. I love honesty and transparency. I love it. So, yeah. I love you guys. You guys are fun. Allie's got a good chat. I really
love you, child. Oh, my child. No, that's a consistency scheme like John.
And acknowledging these great wonderful people in chat, right? Moderators, people like chat, repost, retweet, etc. Comment, like, subscribe, follow, and stuff. I love you guys.
And so tomorrow.
Just work with Allie, he's a good person. I swear to God. I believe that.
Thank you.
And can I talk about a little thing of their situation that happened here? Can we talk about it?
The next day,
what happened was just so I have a friend that is high school.
I know you told me that. That's great.
So one of my good friends in high school that's in mushrooms.
that right?
He had a sleepover, and he took mushrooms. 3.5 grams. How many grams? 60 grams. Right? So my friend in high school took 3.5 grams of mushrooms and punched my friend's dad in the face. Guess who got arrested? My friend's dad. That's underage. So when I see Allie's story, me, one, I don't judge the period, but two, I know that story, that situation, and that's running like my friend's. So I just felt like that doesn't, you know, that's not who you are. That situation doesn't make who you are. That's not like who you are as a person. That doesn't justify whether you're good or bad person. That is called doing drugs and shit happens. And it's not even drugs. That's what mushrooms is. Like, shit happens.
trying to take it down. They're like, oh, looks like you've been having fun, and I'm trying to get press on it. So everything's I know, I met Vince, the nicest guy.
Nicest guy in the world. And I'm judging someone and say, I know this guy was once that day in this area, was fucked up situation that doesn't, you know, and so that's me. And that's, when I saw that story, I felt mentality, and I feel like that's like a big reason why I wanted to say this, is because I feel for it. I know that doesn't make you who you are, like, and it's not, like, who mentality is based on that one guy. It's what he is with the inside, and I think he's a good guy. And so I wanted to help him out, and I did it. And I realized one thing in life, when I have pure intentions, it always works out for me. And that's why I'm such a winner.
That's right. Love you, Steve. And the only person that can judge me is God. So, but Chad and I, everything's great.
Yep.
So people understand it. And if anything, if something positive came out, I was sober almost 3 years. So, and if not that, I probably would have overdosed and died. So, but no justification. Whatever happens, it's in the past. You gotta move forward. You can't look backwards. And if anything, you're making yourself a better human being. So,
Control cameras in
streaming us on what do you want to do? They got the chat out, guys. Look at snipers following us.
Just tell guys, we don't want you to ruin this operation, so just stay back, please.
Oh, we're not winning here.
I got there. Everything was a little quiet.
Love you guys.
Oh, we're talking because I can talk to them. Chat, right? Stop following us, bro. You guys are gonna ruin our curation, bro.
I get a quiz break, but there's nothing over.
Oh yeah, you're looking out. Yo, can we read the evidence of this guy, guys?
Like an exhale.
Remember that channel?
I started to look up. And I can see something scared with guys.
Who's doing it?
And there's
Yo, you know how to do it. You're doing the confetti with me. When we come out, how do you do what's evidence? You ready? This is the real pedophile. All my brains.
although they were considered large hairy creatures,
Have you been with a man before? I said, yes, where's Bigfoot? He said, what do you like to do? I said, I like to dominate and give him a partner. He said he likes to sludge. He likes to make
You were talking about the age?
Yeah,
How old is he?
Oh,
And I like to see 24-year-olds that don't talk about right nature. 62, there's no justification. There's no justification for anybody, but 62, that's where it's damn, that's disgusting. 62 and a 15-year-old, yeah, that's not even
I'll be wearing a striped shirt with blue slacks. He said, you say you're wearing tonight? I said, yeah, I can't go today. He said, you sure it is. What will you tell your parents?
we got enough evidence to call the cops on this one. We'll get him marked
I
off.
said, well, I'm sex coming out of a friend's house. I'm gonna go have sex. He said, okay, well, if you do it then it's not in all night. I said, yeah, I'll let you
creatures known as skinwalkers.
guys, what are you about to do? Let's see the picture. Let's see it.
Large hairy beasts.
I'm not saying that I necessarily was really along those lines.
What those things exist.
They do.
The evidence is funny.
You like to suck and get caught. Like it.
62-year-old said to a 15-year-old, you like to suck and
I love your response. Yes, I love it. I'll be your slave. Oh, so you, oh my God, you didn't read this.
Yes, you guys kind of.
So you want to be my little cock sucking BB bottom boy?
Oh my. Yeah, that's it. You have evidence of hey, can we call the cops on this one? As soon as we get out, call them so they will.
You didn't read the funniest part? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, you went to the
Maybe he has feelings for this fellow. Maybe he has feelings for this fellow.
I feel like, yeah, it's so good. This line was the best part. This one right here, I love that. That is great.
So you want me to be my little cock sucking Bareback bottom boy.
Oh, bareback.
Bareback bottom boy. So he probably has HIV too. So we have a 62-year-old meeting potentially has HIV because most of them do. No offense. I mean, and yeah, where are we meeting?
I love that, bro. It's a real. Go there, my birthday every year. Get this little.
Oh, Chad, this is gonna be good. He's a shooter. Ready for the $69,000 check?
Yeah. Oh God, I hope he just.
Tradition.
It's new to me, but I love it.
Fascinating connection to it because
You guys really want to just sing another one for like the dust? All right.
actually based on a legendary Welsh star named Merlin Wilt.
So Jack, okay,
Now, in the ancient Greek myths, troglodytes are these legendary beastly-looking creatures that live underground and could be extremely terrifying. But they will
they have to stick out so much fucking money to somehow fucking
Bro, nobody stakes, bro. These my car killed. He's going to tell the guys nobody stakes. Still got me on death. Because my team's eating good. I'm eating good. I'll eat the steak, bro. I love steak.
Yeah, but wait till they get everything they want from you and then
Nah, they would never do that. They would never do that. They would pampering me, bro.
Well, how long is this?
So take 4 months, stay strong. The deals are only getting bigger and bigger.
It's nice, but they're just wait till you have something negative in your life and it'll you know.
They said they will ride or die no matter what happens.
Yeah, they say that they're buying faster.
You know, should we put them on the lie detector test?
Oh, let's do it. And the thing is, hey, stay. You'll give them enough money. Tomorrow he's signing a deal, a long-term deal to Rubet with security, because that's something you guys don't like. Security.
I'm gonna go Kilo and taking care of us. Kilo, I know you're watching this. I'll be kicking. Steve, I don't know. I'm in a nice spot, but it's okay.
I'm in a nice spot.
You can say whatever the fuck you want, but
you're like,
that's right. It's your life or choice, but I'll be getting taken care of, and that's all I know. I'm asking. Is the deal gonna go bigger? Yeah.
It's gotta be. Otherwise, signing a very long-term deal for Rubet.
It's
nobody's there. East Coast mentality.
But you understand, this is, guys, this is what we call, we're going to talk about a lot of stuff, but it's just so much money. I'm a man of my word. I mean this. He will sign a deal tomorrow, and they will pay him more money than he's taking now, and it'll be longer.
I doubt it's someone's gonna be steak, bro. I doubt it. They take care of things.
No, but I'm saying, I will pay my own money.
That's crazy, bro.
I will give you what Rubet needs than you. And I told you that. I was good. That's my, yeah. So if you're on stage right now, you can go to Rubet. They're not nasty people. They have the chicken game. That's what they do. You Coach Steve will do it, and guess what? 100% of money generated Coach Steve do it goes back to the player. I don't make money from it.
Guys, East Coast mentality, get 25 state cash, play the social casino. Can we go back to that class?
Okay.
Commercial break.
It's all love. I mean, it's all love to mentality, not the steak.
Nobody's steak. I thought you look at me, steak.
It's all
easy. Thank you guys. Seriously, I love you guys. You guys have been nothing but great to me, so I have zero complaints.
Yeah, we love you, Shane. We love you, Rubet.
Oh, man. Alright, so what do we think of the 62-year-old? You gonna grab the check? We're gonna get Betty, and we're gonna arrest these guys. You wanna get arrested? You want off the streets? Yeah. We can't do humiliation because it's Vegas. Otherwise, it's true.
Vegas is weird.
No, Vegas is not gonna arrest these guys. state of Florida, they're pretty strict. Is it the Democratic state? No.
I'm not sure, but I just know that like the cops are super cool, but they have rules, they have.
I can't touch it. I don't want to let me. That's what we have.
The cops are gonna follow
I have a lot to lose now. 3 months ago, maybe not. But now, Chad, I can't lose you, Chad. I can't lose people good. I can't lose this opportunity. My life has been so far so good, and it's only going to get better from here. So I'm not going to fuck it up. And I'm getting my citizenship next year, so I have to wait 1 year not getting arrested. Usually it's 5 years from your last arrest, so 1 year. And it's the same, guys. It's not my fucking tooth. I already know you want to come. Why don't I think fucking Trump now? This guy's contagious, bro.
Oh, I do too.
What's his name? I don't know his name. I know Jason. Jason.
I'm talking about Trump too, and I said, look, police, it's freaking embarrassing. And it's fun. Trump's fun.
That's my boy. Bigfoot could be a missing link. No cigarettes today. You quit again? No, you just go through waves. You're not gambling again, that's why.
Yeah.
When's the last time you smoked a cigarette today?
Playing gambling, I would smoke cigarettes again, but I'm not
Someone texted me, oh my god, it's probably outside. Coming outside, I'll be Red Rock. You guys been taking care of it. Thank you, Steve. Always hooks us up, gives us some room. Red Rock is the best. And actually, I'm not always going to stay in Vegas at the Red Rock. Not because Steve gives me comp rooms, because it's just the atmosphere at Red Rock. It's amazing. Can Red Rock let me fucking stream?
Yeah, Red Rock's kind of like a group that, right?
Outside, you're watching this. It better improve me because I'm coming back with a live stream. And you're not telling me to put the cameras down. We're different now. Anybody at Red Rock?
No, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make this very.
Steve changed a lot. Steve changed. Steve stands up for his people. He always did, but now that he's putting a foot down, so he's showing shit too.
I'm on Red Rock right now. How cannot stream? I'm marching my fucking ass to Caesar. I swear to God, I'm gonna call my casino bitch, and I will leave Red Rock forever, and I will make Red Rock will be the new state. And will be Caesars will be revenge, and Red Rock will be a state. And I'm not capping. We're coming there with cameras. We're going blazing.
Dana White tonight.
Love you, John. You're the best. You're the best. Casino,
I love you so much.
You're the best, but you don't want Red Rock to be the new state, right? It's not good.
This is what you call it. I love
But
this.
still, I'm a man of my word. I just said it on camera, so it's like I'm coming in with cameras, and then I swear to God, I'm gonna call Nick Caesar. I will call Nick Caesar for 2.5 seconds, and I will never end. And then Red Rock to me is state, which is hard because Red Rock's the best, and this is just me threatening you guys. Oh, casino boss?
This
Yeah.
He's on the phone, chat. You think it's like a phone call?
Wait, hold on, it's not a fake phone call, right?
It's like you're gonna chat right me. Steve was not a that good of an actor like that. That was a phone call.
Casino boss right now, where I'm going to Caesar.
No, I'm not gonna happen. Yeah. I love you, Hassan.
You're the best.
We're at a different level right now. We're at all 500 viewers. We're coming in strong. So I'm ultra for Red Rock.
You get the way you talk about Red Rock. Red Rock is
I love Red Rock. I generally love it. Best food, best room, best shower, best share. It's amazing.
best people, everything. So
I love you guys.
I love you.
You're the best. We're coming in hot.
I'll see you later. Come later. We're handling Dana. Come later.
See, Steve will do it just ride or die. He wants me to shoot Dana White. Yeah,
I admit that. I have a relationship with Caesars, and Caesars are great people. Like, it's a very good casino. But I have loyalty to Red Rock. But if I say something, I gotta do it. I will fucking lose. It's like that. You can't beat Red Rock, but I have to stand up his, right? So, that is what it is, man. It's fun. Red Rock is a go. Even like I went to take a tequila bottle from the bar. It's so funny. I told him, hey, I said, hey, I'm gonna take this bottle. I'm gonna give you $1,000. I'm gonna comp it to this $1,000 tip. Don't let me take the bottle. Go to see. It worked.
It's so good when you get these kids powerful. And yeah, that's
This is a new bar. They didn't know me.
Red Rock is amazing.
If you're not a VIP player, their whole thing is kind of like group event, where they like it's catering to the players, no matter how big or small you are.
The guys, Steve gave us 8 rooms under Red Rock. We're not talking about 1 room or 2, 8.
And then you gotta think, I got a room for my overdriver, a room for Lloyd, a room for Trump.
So the whole fucking, they need to rename it Stable Food Hotel.
I think I have 14 rooms.
14 rooms.
Every single one of those rooms can count whatever they want. And all I do is win from Red Rock. It's like I'm a winning player. It's not like I have like money they count money.
So they're losing money on you.
No, I bring in so much business.
Yeah.
So this is.
No, there's a lot of people gonna stay at that hotel because of you.
I never heard of Red Rock. I think it's Red Rock for locals, so the fact that I get people to come there to have locals is amazing. Because they're a beautiful casino with beautiful people.
Chat, we're at the next destination. The pedophile's about to issue. We'll find you out. 15 minutes out. Oh boy.
How many times did they like
No, it's 15 minutes out. CS is about to be on chat. We're gonna hear what you guys have to say. You can talk to Steve. We're just wanted to warm you up.
6-9 is really good.
So it wasn't really reaction.
He is like prevention.
You were so confused. That was so funny. I was like, oh, I'm done playing this. This is so awkward. It's like, oh, see what you said. He was like, I took my day off to stream music. You fucking stage your fucking chaos reaction. I was like, no, don't worry. We got 3 more pedophiles after this weird one. So
I was a little like mind fucked. I know what
did you know we picked right away? Or did you thought it was just a coincidence that works like
so my initial reaction was like, oh my god, this guy's like, not being great, but for a second it was like, oh, nah. There's just 6 times like how it needs. It's exactly how awesome that awesome and you take a good first year. But it's awesome to me too, because 6 times is a real life pedophile. And that's
$2 million. I would have been
for an hour.
Once a week for an hour for a year for $2 million, bro.
Like say I were to get $500,000, you get like a $500,000 bonus. You get 1 million subscribers, you're only going to get $1 million bonus. This is crazy.
How are you paying off this debt?
I paid off for 4 months, and then I negotiated with Rumble. Rumble are great people. The CEO of Rumble, we're like really tight, and our relationship is sour since 6 times. You know what I said to him? To be honest, I love being honest. We didn't do this, right? Let's just say. If 6ix9ine was not involved in our life, he is necessary. What do you think that's fun right now? The only reason we 80 turns 6ix9ine took us, he sets back, fun, shake hands, we kind of like each other. He spent time, how many times have I like, I mean, if I hung out, set up pool, drink like 17 bottles of soda, just like, being your friend. It's like, all right, there was some beef too. Remember that? No, there's beef. There's people and Chris CEO. He's a good guy. He's a good guy, and he got good at it. 6ix9ine Instagram. He negotiated from his 500,000 to 700. 6ix9ine talked to his thousands of years ago. Thank you. I will, but thank you. I love my Mexican.
Steve is a proud Mexican now. That was one of the best videos I've ever seen on the internet. And I'm ready. You like it really
Yeah, black windows.
I'm like, I'm gonna do some cute videos. Have anybody came out to the United States to tell you? gonna say, well, Chad, do we look like brothers? It's like,
I haven't been to this country, so
you have a big nose. I personally.
I grew into my nose.
But you know what's the big nose good about it? You can't get hard before it goes with the nose. It's amazing.
Yeah, actually.
I'm sure you've never done that before, but I'm thinking about it.
You actually can't.
That exists. We are one step closer to the truth.
That's what I thought when I was watching it on. What did that mean?
I didn't know anybody's positive about that. Look into this. You don't have a chance. People can have a second chance in life. I give permission to give a second chance to this guy. He's not scared. He just called and put his foot down. I mean, Hassan said he's going to have fun.
The White House and the Washington Post.
I can go on about that. Let's say my goal is the guy is mild, glowing, and I believe that the guy's I hate you.
This is crazy. Nobody's saying, yeah, who's that? Ross, can you send it to Luke? Ross, we're gonna pay a rent. Steve.
Listen, I don't even know. $50,000. I'll pay your rent.
So you get what you're tonight? Since ancient times. That was so awkward when you wanted to get it up. This is Italian. It's crazy.
I was like, I'm gonna date a white. Like, I want to showcase when you do people do it in your honor. Because I believe in Italian. And like I said, the story is amazing. As in,
Richard Dolan.
you can't judge them off that day that happened. That day, that day doesn't justify who it is. That one day, but Italian is, right?
Right here, so that possibly dating back to the foundation of the Rothschild. Richard has stayed not only in early American history, but has authored several books on the medical history. Full contact, and it's
Christian, yeah, I'm more Christian, but I don't know what it is for the United States. Yes, I pray to God every single prayer is kind of the same. Speech, I said, thank you. Bless me. It's like, thank you for cutting me deep. I end every prayer with thank you. I won't let you down. I can let you down.
Freedom of speech and religion.
I don't know what life is.
Intervention.
It's a beautiful thing about the United States. All I know is that this was the place I named the place. Not believe in God that He doesn't name for. I have incorporated the very foundation of the society. It is. That's what He talked about. And honestly, talking to Steve was like last night. And God, I talking about God. Talk about God. This is just freedom to make yourself like Steve is considered the new world. It's disgusting. He's disgusting. But I try to talk about it in private.
The discovery of America.
And I stand on this. And I found me. I still say, hey, guys, I'm wrong. And I say, hey, I need you in mind. If I'm wrong, the next day I'll say, oh my God, I'm sorry. I fucked up. This guy's a good guy. If Steve was a good guy, the next day I was post on Instagram. Hey, Steve was a good guy. I fucked up. Guess what? I posted that. I stand on the rest and but it's a little bit, but because the Jefferson, Franklin, Les Madison, all the guys and more were enamored of the ancient Greeks. I love them. We all love each other. And they were very self-consciously trying to bring back those traditions. That's why we have this institution called the Senate. That's why all the architecture is
He has his own thing now, or is it on his podcast?
It's very good. It's actually, he's just all now. Making a lot of money. And I'm genuinely happy for him. I love the guy. And I consider him one of my best friends. I can call him anything. And
Structures.
I have that hatred before, but you know, I think it's past. And the more I'm just like,
The knowledge and these ideas originated shortly after the start of the American
and right now, I'm not afraid to admit X9 is a good guy. I was wrong. I overreacted. I was stupid.
their time.
You're really clear on every time you brought up and the happy thing is I see that tiny connection. Whatever, I should not do from that. I'm happy. Superstition happens. You have to be happy. And get people to see each other. You have to be happy. So when I talk shit, it's not about either jealousy and concept dates back to the 50s and 60s. And if I'm wrong, I'm really rules of the belief that life exists.
I'm dying to ask you is that
Another day off. No, we're not gonna
Is it any truth to that? Because I find it incredible. I did look into it. I feel there's no justification for this whatsoever.
Are we doing confetti in the store? We're gonna get arrested for doing confetti in the store? I can't believe I have to ask that. I'm fucking, my citizenship is one of the world. Yeah, that's not nice. Turn the DS off, guys. We're 5 minutes out. We're 5 minutes out before the
I saw this is a terrible screen. How can you watch this and say terrible screen? Compared to any other screen is the world. I can't even still watch it.
You still watch it, even though it's terrible.
No, it's just like, if you show this a terrible stream, that means every single stream on planet Earth is worse. Yeah, like, if this is terrible, then every stream I'm sure that's
The United States. Fell onto this map. Cities projected up here. Popping cocks. What the United States look like in the future.
The money, so we have to take money.
Very interesting to me because the idea of
We're gonna go in the store. We're gonna do
And it's totally surfaced from one of the congratulations. It's like you gave a show, you won $6,000. Why did they win? What did they do? They would do something like a mystical thing. Could it be true? Sure.
don't overreact. I'll be like, just because.
Oh, it's like that one show. What would you do?
I've never seen that. What's the show?
Oh my God!
What's the show about?
It's a What Would You Do show. I love that show. Oh my God! That old guy that does it, I'm a big fan. What would you do? Oh my God! I love that show.
What was the show about?
It's like they took a situation where, like, right, they'd be at a restaurant and some dude hits his wife, and it's like, you're gonna sleep over the kids. You're No, they just. I don't know if they win money, but it's like guys, you guys are. That's awesome. This is perfect. This is what we need to do. And I know this show. Andrew will come up with a literally and you'll be like, wait, what? Oh my God, you were gonna have sex grade.
You live here in the Masonic Lodge room of this contract in Washington architecture.
Well, if the guy actually starts clapping, goes along with it, right?
I love this show. I mean, I watched it. I mean, it's really cool. You're in Vegas right now. It's so sick.
In fact, the letter G is the initial of the word geometry. The idea that architectural data versus the grand geometrician. So it doesn't matter what the data come from. But the architectural data
I squeeze lemons.
Did you come from Burger?
Go back to
I don't like burgers, but if people double burgers,
which is the time when
That's what I say. Some people give like the perfect portions of small somewhere, and then these people like work with $5 a burger, and you're like, hey, take it.
I feel myself, the same thing I do, I have myself from other people. Other people might do Italian. That's what I want.
and so with the idea that
If I'm ordering nuggets, I order
basis, people have forgotten
you don't eat
that
it, throw it away at the end of the day, right?
absolutely.
So it's what would you do?
And
And
a lot of it is like ideas
and that's
that inspired the founding fathers and
you gotta put yourself
the founding of this nation. According to the story, as a declaration of independence and
LA
Constitution of nations.
That's how old that too. I tell people sometimes when I'm traveling, like, you should recognize me, and they're just so charged. So something we can draw. It's here to lose the job.
I recognize me. He said, I do not get in dress the white head. And I said, hey, my wife
was on the parade to Jenkins Hill, which is now back at the good head. To raise the corners down.
because that's, I know, you're wearing like a
I
hundred
think
$1,000
part of the school grant experiment.
watch.
And I was like, wasn't me George Washington to show up in this area.
He's such a dickhead. I was like, I did the whole thing. I did all of it.
What's his name? What's his name?
I said, you represent LA. You know who I am?
George Washington is
And
You're probably going to get 10 jeans. You're what?
you gotta realize you work at a place
Jacob's Ladder, which comes from the biblical story of
like that.
which is great. Ascending and descending ladder. But the divine, when light doesn't appear to be coming from heaven, it looks to be coming out of the dark object of lights. So we're really looking at
some type of craft.
I mean,
And
I
you know, I think those are right.
You know, it's not like we're just making it up. It's like it's real.
The one I really knew, like, oh my God, I had it all wrong. So I was gonna be this.
Yeah, exactly.
The 63-year-old, getting a 50-year-old says they can't wait for you to be rich, bareback, bottom boy. My little car, bareback, bottom boy. You know, we have the evidence of the
At 555 pounds,
Ross, shout out to Ross. Thank you, sorry, but it's oh my God, people fucking were doing that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, the people fucking. You know, is this all the same guy? There was three papers, right? You connect all the evidence together. And I think they have the same guy together.
this nation represents a rare concept which relates
All right, yeah, now, story, people are gonna die.
So the land, meaning the real universe, is actually out here all around us. Then I started looking at the objects, and I discovered that there were digital objects.
I swear, people think they can actually say yeah, they ain't good, but they.
The check was this position, right? Steve's carrying the check. You walk out with the check. I'm gonna leave. You want to check it? I'm gonna do the confetti. I'll do it right away. I'm curious. I'm gonna have to sneak up behind him to get scare reactions from confetti. You know, you're on the game show. They take all the things you know what you do. And I get confused, and then I'll take over and
Everyone's all the things that were oh my God, it's funny like that.
John, we're moments away.
Perhaps some kind of presence that may have had a best interest in the American experiment. I'm talking with Washington, D.C., who has been pointing to how abundant Masonic symbolism is in America's capital. But what really caught my attention is the fact that symbolism doesn't have architecture. city itself. Since Washington DC was designed on a map, what makes it unique is that it had to be designed to be but it should reflect the philosophy of government. So, if you look at Washington, the district is divided into 4 parts.
Kind of like lots of words right now. Like, I don't know if I'm there's some operate. Like, I don't see there.
You're going to see the intersection between avenues and streets. This is to make it very
Where we sit up, we have a page that you point, and it's what would you do if you had an opportunity to have sex with a 50-year-old? What would you do? You put 69,000, you get the right thing, and grass. Because what you did was wait, but you Congrats! 69 out here. We have a big scenario. You have the sex with 50-year-old, like you said, no, right? So you're just like kind of testing you, and you pass. Yeah, let's see the test. We're doing a show, what would you do? Where we set up, we have a 15-year-old. Oh, right here. 69,000. Because we have this show, what would you do? We set up fake scenarios where he could have sex with a 15-year-old boy, and he said no. And he was like, I'm going to the guy came here and told the guy that there's a boy. Yeah, it's how they're supposed to. What would you do, right? So that 15-year-old will hit you up. Walk away. That's what you did, right? Well, he actually walked to the condom aisle and bought condoms and liquor. He's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. Yeah, he's a nuts.
Speculating about the long haul of the trip. He was in the chair of the city relations. He played with symmetry. The Eastern 13 volumes. Look up in the These but then he played with
Wait a second, wait, so you don't win this way?
So what matters to your little boys? What did you think is a good idea? I didn't touch it. You want to. You got a little Michael up when you want to get drunk and eat his asshole. Oh, yeah, so you showed up on the ticket to the kindergarten. You showed up beautiful mountains of Vegas. What did you come here for? What did you come here for? There's a reason why you came here. Oh, yeah, you're going shopping, right? Okay. No, you were going shopping for little boys because you probably sex trafficking kids. So now I want to know why you're doing this. You're going to be close and prosecuted. That's what Can you say sorry to the chat if you will do it, please? Because this is going to be a very history moment for us. Steve will do it. I'm sorry, Steve will do it. Go ahead. Good boy. So how many times have you done this? Why'd you find so little far away to do this? Oh, you're part of the future. Oh, did you like shoot? I'm reading downtown. Oh, okay, that's what they all say. That's what they all say. Oh, soccer is toast. Did you get Tabasco for your toast? That's great. Damn, bro. That is crazy. We gotta say about that. Jeez. Yeah, but you said bear back. I 62 you bring up on the good with no condom.
I can't go profits.
Unbelievable. No, you would like to live in an hairy asshole. If you shave out of it and maybe let him do that. But we're not doing hairy assholes. Did you like this? Oh my God, that's so cute. County chat. Another mile with you. You're gonna be walking in jail with 4 by 8 cells. So that's the last mile you're gonna walk. Yeah, do you have children? Oh, you have a son. Well, what if I
For people of some scientific knowledge in the 18th century, it was a given.
Does your son know your name?
Franklin said, if you're going to pray,
Well, what about like?
to pray to God. Because God has to children this enormous cosmos. God can't
How many times have you done this before? Never? Well, you seem like a pro. You walk up here, he says, why don't you tell this to the church? Hey, yeah, I'm going to pause back. It is what it is, and send you to jail. Probably. You know what they do in jail? Have you ever been black? Do you like black color? I met Jerome in another court. That's nothing with culture. Church is this big, I would say. I don't know. And Steve Wood is actually a very nice guy. He usually helps people out. You got me understand, $140,000 debt changed my life. And now, a pedophile? Unbelievable. Why can't I be doing things like that? Well, you're not going to will. And you're going to be calling from jail. You're having long conversations there. You've done this before. You've never done this before.
At this point of my investigation, I'm convinced that America was founded by men and women who were pretending to be religious.
How about in your moment? How do you feel? Like, what do you think he deserves?
Might exist.
Go to jail. Do you think he deserves a second chance?
They also intentionally.
I just, like you said, and that kind of comes to the pedophile, I kind of like understand it right now. I kind of want to just like beat their children.
Yeah, do you know what the asylum is?
Yeah, you want to let me get hit by a truck.
from the stars.
But you get arrested. Now you're gonna get arrested, sir.
Oh, by the way, you lied about your age, right? You're not 62.
Civilization played a significant role in conducting the American
61. Well, I bet you are born in 69 because I would have been in a great
For
position.
this reason,
About your $69,000.
Washington, D.C. to meet
Oh,
with
sir,
us.
sir. Well, I think today was a good idea. Here's what they history. Come on, man. Come on. He says no, but they all say so. We touch on it. The lie detector test always proves people wrong.
They always say no.
Inspiration.
I'm sick to myself to have to do all myself with people like you, but we're doing a world of better things. This is getting a lot of publicity and shows, so maybe there's other pedophiles that will rethink their life and not get caught by brutality and see we'll do it all see. So it's your life, your choice. How do you want to think with this?
The creation of our nation. What can you tell me about the Iroquois?
Well, the Iroquois, Haudenosaunee people is what they call themselves, as being people of the Longhouse. They are basically in New York State and southern Ontario. They're the indigenous people to those areas.
What can you tell me about Chief Kanesasego? Who was he? Why was he so significant?
Well, Kanesatego was a Six Nations Iroquois chief. He spoke at a treaty that Benjamin Franklin was in attendance in 1754. And he told the American colonists that they should think about developing a confederation similar to the Iroquois Confederacy.
Did this great law of peace inspire the founding fathers to found this nation on similar laws?
Yes. Benjamin Franklin was inspired by the Iroquois, how they governed. It was generally regarded as one of the first steps towards independence.
Are there any specific concepts you're aware of that have made it into our present day government?
Well, there's we the people, which is sovereignty or power resides in the people. And in a monarchical system, sovereignty resided in the king, who was appointed by God. And to meet the people is how the Iroquois Constitution starts. It was about the people.
I'm excited to see how much the principles and even the structure of American government was inspired by the native Iroquois. But I'm also curious if the founding fathers were equally influenced by the Iroquois' own stories about having extraterrestrial origins.
can you tell me about Sky Woman? Sky Woman is part of the Iroquois Haudenosaunee creation story. There's a world in the sky, and she falls down towards the earth, which is covered with water, and then a giant turtle rises up to catch her. And that land is what Haudenosaunee people call Turtle Island, which is North America. If you look at a map of North America looks like a turtle. Mexico down to Panama is the tail. Florida is one back leg. Baja California is the other back leg. The front leg is Alaska, and the other front leg is up near Labrador. And the turtle is kind of like that. It's interesting that you would have a creation story and a recognition of North America that look like that. Without satellites.
You just took the words out of my mouth. It's fascinating to hear that a turtle figures into this Iroquois creation story because in ancient cultures all over the world you can find origin stories that begin with a cosmic turtle. Now, in the case of the Iroquois, it is said that a giant turtle rose up to catch the Sky Woman. But could this really be a reference to some kind of spacecraft? But even if the turtle in the story is only referring to the shape of North America, that's just as incredible. Because how would ancient Native Americans have had any idea about the shape of the continent unless they could see it from space?
When the American Revolution started, one of the symbols of the colonists was a Native American woman. It wasn't until the 1840s or 50s that you get up to the same.
Now, this is fascinating to me, that one of the earliest symbols of colonial America was a Native American woman who may have been a representation of the Iroquois Sky Woman. Because we also have that weird story of George Washington being visited at Valley Forge by an angelic female being. In one of the various versions of the story, the Sky Woman goes on to speak, sword and sea, while standing on the back of a turtle. The turtle then grows and grows and becomes rich and fertile. So is the story of the Sky Woman simply a colorful myth? Or could it be a description of a real extraterrestrial? My investigation must continue. I'm fascinated to learn about the strong connections between men like Benjamin Franklin and the native Iroquois, especially as it relates to the incorporation of Iroquois philosophy and laws into the U.S. Constitution. I'm also equally excited to find out that the Iroquois have an origin story concerning a so-called Sky Woman, who they believe came to Earth tens of thousands of years ago, and that she served as a symbol for the United States until the mid-19th century. To learn more, I've arranged to meet with Native American folklorist Dr. Joanne Shenandoah, a member of the United Iroquois Confederacy.
Joanne, what can you tell me how the Iroquois had influence on the family values?
Iroquois people had a beautiful thing to offer, and that was democracy, equality, women's rights, family respect, dignity, women's rights. There were no caste systems. We didn't have kings and queens.
What can you tell me about the
legend of Sky Woman?
First of all, we don't consider it a legend, we consider it reality. We believe this is the beginning of who we are as people on this earth.
When Joanne told me that for her people, these stories of beings descending from the stars are not legend but reality, it gave me goosebumps because that is the whole point of the ancient astronaut theory. But would it be safe to say that the Iroquois greatly influenced the Declaration of Independence and perhaps even the Constitution?
Most definitely. They say my ancestors 7 generations ago, Chief Shenandoah was there on the second floor when that was being signed. So, I mean, that's pretty amazing right there. The room full of Iroquois people there to witness this event, this great event of how people could live in freedom.
So do you think that the Iroquois creation story had influence on the founding fathers?
Yes. And I'm not so sure that America is aware even of the fact that the Iroquois brought together the colonists and showed them a different way.
I truly appreciate your time.
Thank you.
If someone were to challenge and ask me if it is all possible that the United States perhaps has an ancient astronaut origins or at least some connections, then I tell them to look no further than right here in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Because not only can we find entire monuments and buildings inspired by ancient civilizations which believe that mankind's ancestors have traveled here from other worlds, but also because, as bizarre as this may sound, there is a statue that could be interpreted as an extraterrestrial right here on the open for everyone to see. Where is this, you might ask? There, on top of the Capitol Dome, is a statue called the Spirit of Freedom. It might just as well be called the Sky Woman. It was sculpted by Thomas Crawford and dates back to the 1860s. When you look closely, you can see that she is dressed in what appears to be the native garb of the Iroquois, and on her head is an elaborate headdress made of eagle feathers, which is ringed with stars. Perhaps we shouldn't only be thinking of America as having founding fathers, but also a founding mother. Is it possible that the Iroquois stories about a sky woman is really an attempt by early humans to describe the visitation of a female astronaut in the remote past? Really, who inspired the Iroquois to believe that a good government should guarantee its citizens life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Although I'm not entirely convinced, I am open to the idea that the statue on top of the dome could be a depiction of a real flesh and blood extraterrestrial whose influence can still be found by those who study our nation's laws, the our most sacred of institutions, and everyone who challenges authority in search of aliens.
It's been like a store. Let's go to the liquor store. Yeah, I mean, it's a wellness store. You don't know what the downtown area is? Oh, I don't. Downtown, like I know. Calling Jimmy and JJ. Please, dude, don't leave me with this dude alone. Yeah, I'm outside. We're out to the left. No. That's what I'm saying. I'm see that half road just right. Because I hang out, it's so awkward, bro. Want to hang out with me? Put a shit in the RV. Fucking great. Holy fuck. Straight chill out here. I'm so. Right pieces upstairs. It's upstairs in pieces. Your hands are out. Bros, there you hold the mic piece. Guys, this is the last 2 hours have been a top 4 broadcast of all time. Easy. It's dark as shit in here. Pure nothingness. So you guys all done? Turn the light off. Oh wait, it's asleep. Yeah, that's how you stream, baby. Fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, who's getting the most fucked up tonight, Jack? Yo, chat, dude, seriously. Since when there are videos of people putting like a giant holes in feet of them and like fills up a room very quickly. That's true. It would be interesting to look at the RV, but sometimes some kind of chemical substance that everybody asphyxiates. Hopefully, we can take this and do a little bit of floating for our house. Maybe. Now it's about to be in a 3-way hour one. Bring it in the bathroom. Comedy show late night episodes. Tomorrow I got planned. Tomorrow I got covered. Tonight is just, I don't know what that is. That's just chopping around. So we're gonna do what we do best. Can't fucking blast her. Can't fucking straight. You're saying in another car, why don't we like maybe we all like sit around like 10 minutes, maybe less, and we figure out let's like instead of deal with you just sporadically trying to figure it out. Oh, I know we can all plot something. I mean, the issue is we also just went or we can't all be awake to it. It doesn't matter. That's how we all know one today, so I'm saying today sucked. Today didn't suck. It just wasn't what it was all day. That's right. Right, no, I agree. The whole 5 p.m. that we should have been out there. We started late. That's the last 30 minutes. I had a great day. I mean, I had a great day also. The night's young, baby. Don't give up yet. She goes back to that girl's house. Oh, really? Back to the content, dog. No, fuck no. That's not a bad idea. I actually tried. I have. Yeah. We're going to see my dad tomorrow, too. Buy some prostitutes. Dude, all of us just sitting in that room getting drunk, that's kind of AIDS, though. We should, like, go somewhere else. Stay in the hotel room, as AIDS bro, stay in the hotel room. So you say you have an ID or a passport? No, I do have a passport. Back in the room, 2 options are fuck with me, always sleep under, fuck with other boys. We're literally screwed. Oh, God. Bro, what is the word go out? So we gotta go out. We have to go out. I mean, dude, why don't we ask this pregame fuck? We'll buy a bottle now. Let's go back. Let's ask Mike for the girls. Drop my backpack down. I'll fucking get the ID. The passport. Your ID. Dude, passport? I didn't bring it with me. My God, you're a fucking. Oh, man. I know I deserve it, dude. I just not used to it. Keep your parents here around for me, bro. It's no excuse, bro. Crazy, okay? Obviously, something's fucking trolls. Oh, let's get a Gregor's bottle. It's an interesting combination, I must say. I'm such a burner, I just forgot I gave 10 in my car. Sounds inflammatory. We don't hear about that around here. Next up. Just kidding. Yeah, I mean, stay up, everybody, honestly. Stay up. See anything that you want? We're in the rush that I am right now. Just like whatever appeals to us. It's looking like everything's missing. You know, it's just like S word, tear, beer, whatever it is. We're just gonna skip out on that. Just missing. Somebody must be in a really novel position to produce any of these beverages. It's really interesting, I must say. We're just gonna have to walk with it. Get a little dialogue over here. Maybe we can find the rest of the people. How long is their group? I agree.
Thanks, guys. We're gonna need to do something about this. Yes, sir. You need any help with anything? Oh, okay. Hey, guys. It's cool that I heard out in here. It smells like farts. I guess up here. Up here. It smells like farts in the car. Ugh. Where are you going? New City? Oh, okay. Thank you for looking me up. Let's just go to the hotel. We go to the hotel for a little bit, then we go back to those houses. What did you do? Anything? Have you guys been to Lincoln Park? There's probably nothing out there because they're right.
Yeah, there's really not.
What do people do in the rain? Do they find shelter on the outside? Yeah, like a bridge. Yeah. Where'd you go? Whatever. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying this late. First, let me get a shower. I'm about to use my fucking take a fucking shower. Right now. Dude, we got this big ass mouth. Holy shit. We got the car right. I got you. Bro, we gotta be up by noon tomorrow. Up and out.
These white people are never good with them. Usually, when you open a bottle, plus the top. That's what you do, right?
In the rack?
In Chicago, I mean, usually when we pass out a bottle, you plus the top before you open it.
Can't drop it. Alright. Alright. Downtown. Maybe we're gonna see that. Yeah, maybe we don't even go into a bar. We have a bottle. Yeah, fuck going into a bar's dead. Let's just walk around. I agree. Good call. No, we're not going to the hotel. We just walk around. I don't have my ID. But that's what I'm saying. We don't gotta go into a bar. I can probably get it. We can just literally go to downtown and just walk around. Yeah. People that never seen downtown Chicago, it's really nice. So it is really nice. Getting excited. Think you've never been to downtown Chicago? But guys, press one if you've never seen or ever been to downtown Chicago. At night, yeah. Oh, you guys. Now we're going nighttime. So that's good. Someone's fucking body is 40K. Whatever we take it, yeah, shit. Dude, boy, you guys are really fucking. You were just my favorite comic. Bro, 40K, really, dude? Yeah, dude, yeah. Really. Oh, you know, whatever, man. Especially when you know, like, oh, you went Austin shit. It's not playing or something. Dude, JJ, dude, I think the chat wants to press one if you want to see JJ get obliterated tonight, dude. Yeah, if you want to drink tonight, we'll watch him run free and go that long. I'm not obliterating like a drunk. You don't gotta get it. You want to go on once. I'm not the person to drink my bed.
this is a better play. I'm just saying, like, it's not that's what I'm saying. No, we will. Sure. That'll tell you. Changing their opinion for it. What do you think of Chicago? Well, we're building first time here. First time. Why would I don't think, look, I'm saying it was 2 hours of bad content and then he immediately give the phone to JJ, fucking flags that guy. I'm saying, bro, at the end of the day, dude, we download our record is not really good, dude. So you can't say it's a failure because it was 2 bad hours, bro. But that never happens. I'm already over. It was 2 bad hours and fucked up. It won't happen again tomorrow. Tom Brady throws interceptions. Tom Brady throws interceptions. That's not that. Is it indoors or undercover?
Like you'll see it like if you take the train straight to the city, you'll like pass straight through the skate park.
See, you make it rain that time. It's not, it's just rain out.
Enough. That's insane. I'm saying 100 kids have a bus. That's a
People from Chicago are usually like really sassy. Melba is sassy people, but it's hard to say. Maybe it's like a territory thing, like regional behavior.
I never heard that. People from Chicago are sassy.
You have to like raise your voice or something. Sometimes it feels like traveling to the U.S. There's a threshold where you have to yell at the commoners for them to like really bubble with you.
I don't go around yelling at people.
Like in New York, sometimes it feels like people just yell at each other or something. So it's kind of like a similar feeling here. I'm just wondering, it's like the sassiness. It's like I met a lot of sassy men today.
Sassy men.
It's really interesting. Maybe it's like Chicago parlance.
Well, Chicago's definitely sassy men. Sassy men.
It's good from county jail.
So how long you have been dating? You're married? Y'all married? Oh my God, 6 years. Y'all got a kid, right? Is it hard being a parent? Alright, number one, like, one thing to say, like, in a relationship nowadays, you guys gotta understand that the world we live in, men and women throw themselves at people, no matter what situation you're in. So you can be in a relationship, and no matter who fucking wants to be with you, they're gonna throw yourselves at regardless. So you and your partner have to have like an understanding. This is the world we live in, and you will gotta have like a understanding. Like I love you, you love me, but we're not gonna fucking play each other. You know what I mean? And it's respect. It's about respect in relationships. So that's pretty much it.
You guys having a good together?
She went to my dad's stream on like Facebook. And she did like 30,000 views or whatever. Yeah, my dad like streams on Facebook and he like does like music. I don't know. I don't bother him. So yeah, they can follow Windy City. That's all they said. Like that's his big thing. And he just like get called out to Mexico, like Texas, like hey shitty.
Oh my God, it was so bad when she told me my picture. You have a picture? Where's mine?
They give an extra small for a spot for my daughter. She'll wear it in front of. Honestly, they go. We could go. Oh, I was. Hit my car straight up.
Dude, you can face plant anywhere you want.
I hit that shit. I was in the West End, I was like, I can't leave
No, I'm not gonna do it here, but again, I'm saying, look, we didn't feel like it's not great. Dude, it was so bad. I think the feeling was so weird. But there's so many emotions. There's so many emotions going on. It was hard to talk to each other, process it and say, I should have came by myself, all came by myself. There was a lot. There was a lot to be said. There was a lot to I don't know what to do. Those parents are really there. Well, yeah, that's my dad was. With dinner, like lots of This is beautiful to me. I created a jacket. Please feel free to share anything that you want to share. Yes. We're just wandering through the street tonight. Perhaps, maybe somebody in the crib would like to speak to you regarding this. Godspeed, sir. See you around. You need help carrying anything? Okay. Very well, mister.
That's not the spot. There's time and a place for those kind of activities.
wants to get 10 to 15 G's right now, aren't you? I got to do imagine walking around some things. And I don't know why the city is so hard to know. Because the camera is rude shit. That's why I put a 4 nicer camera like that. That kills me. Why do you do that? Nobody's watching. Nobody's watching. We're kind of giving it away. It's not reality. Oh, shit. And wait till I hear your voice. We got the 4-way smoke chat. Do we need to put it up? Shit. I think everybody already talked about Philip Elite. I don't know about 50K, but Kiwi Elite, I'm 5. I'm 50K sniper. But I'm saying, bro, we need to see the potential. If you give me that nigga that works on you $15,000, I will let you $15,000. ETA fee. But then again, he's just selling it over. I just feel like 15,000, you own it. You have to give me technology. Yes, control. I have to test it on OBS on a burner account. Yes. There's no way no one else. But tell me this, how is no one out to do this? That would change the whole industry. That would change it. Take off, JJ. Get on, get. You're free, boy. You ain't locked to the camera no more. I don't know how to make it look good at all. Honestly, bro, no one smoke tomorrow. That's what I'm saying. Bro, I smoke, bro. I'm saying, like, wait, no, you're gonna show me. Yeah. That's what it is. Kids, you're gonna show them, this is real. And low-key, you guys will never get involved in this. Dude, Jay, the certain thing. What's the fuck? Holy shit. Fucking, hell no, bro. You're in the city where motherfuckers are blood. Slow down like half stuff. Right now, if you guys want to be in great, slow down half stuff. It's really explosive. Is that the fucking Batman symbol in the sky? What kind of stupid? And then he's back in Chicago. Get your dog shit and eat this pizza, you birds. show you a picture? Great. Damn it. Guess why my ID got lost? If you want to be honest, guys, I'm glad you brought the subject matter. I had some other people the entire time. That's your realty. We saw characters, man. I ain't supposed to hold your shit. I don't know. They accept it. They accept right now. No, they accept it. I have a photo of my ID. They accept it. They accept the photo ID. Listen, no, it's changing. They should control themselves. You just said no to the photo, man. It's a photo ID, man. Yeah. All right. Let's get it here. Excuse me, sir. Hey, no, turn around. What you mean, no, man? Wait, you want to get drunk, right? You want to get drunk with me? Okay, exactly. You want to feel groovy right here at its finest, right here with more blessings. You see right here, 8% alcohol. You're gonna get fucked up. Now you both are about to be chugging. Hey, right now, from the street, they're about to chug you. Let them enjoy the street. Yeah, you can enjoy that, man. He's having. A little too strong, right? Cheers, though. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't have no money. Fucked up. How you feel after that? Fucked up. Right here. How do you feel? How do you feel? Is it really your birthday? What's your birthday on top here? Right here. May 28th, 1960. Okay, today May 28th. Come on. May 29th. Hey, come on. New for my head here. New for my head, menthol. Yeah. The dude just keeps waving us off. He's shit. Is that okay? We gotta get up anyways early, but what time is it? It's already pushing 1 in the morning. We're not sitting out here doing this shit, bro. Let's walk to the car. Let's go back. Right away. What's over there? Yeah, no, I trust you. I trust you. Now, where? Right here. Yes, so that's why I'm saying. Yes, that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying, bro. That's why I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Best stuff for tomorrow. I know you are. I know, bro. You know, this guy's you guys can wear the restraints. You want to sit here? I said, or some things in society deem it okay. I got some rules. look, dude, at the end of the day, I could sleep 3 hours in PM tomorrow. I know you guys need 8 to 12 hours of sleep for whatever reason. So it's like, that's why I'm doing this. You know what I'm saying? Well, I need to see if you're suspended. If you can, like, fucking campaign, I'll fucking get that. Look, my first question is, how much are cigarettes in the city of Chicago? For 100, how much are yeah, like, okay, I have not asked that question, sir. I'm assuming, what, like, fucking $14 per pack? Actually, check this one out. The last time, hey, check,
joining us. Thank you for hanging out all day. Earlier this morning, it was like we were talking about hanging out all day, and you're still here. So this is great. It's really great how things have been aligned this way.
Yeah, whether we're gonna help them out or help you out. We're not. Yeah. He used to, my fucking homie used to take.
Take this guy, take his girlfriend. Jimmy, you're coming with me, bro. What the fuck? I need you guys to win with me. I'm not worried about me, bro. Action. I'm taking my medication for 5 days in a row. My mind is fucked. I'm pretty sure I'm the first person to say I would want to do that shit. But I think everybody, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, I see everything. Wow. Opening a door for $5? But you're talking about if I get $20 worth, I get 5. I see what you're saying. That's the deal. When you fucking take 5, right? Hell yeah, bro. I'm saying, but don't do it, Chad. This is like outreach. Like, this is just showing you guys. There's a lot of seconds. What's all the seconds, right? I don't drink much. Oh, yeah, that's fucked up. Because I like to skip my street. I like to kick. I respect kicks, so I don't drink them, right? This fucked up, Jay. You got some CP balls. What? Yeah, I don't drink much. I drink it because I get fucking lit. Like, all I want to do is fucking turn up. Not really, bro. I got the same problem. No. I just heard you fucked up. Yeah, probably. You know what I mean? Probably, yeah. But this beer? Yeah, get this beer, man. Tomorrow, man. How much?
lay my bitch ass down. Like he said in the street before, fires first, then get fucked up. Yeah. Jack, remember fires first? Good luck. Jack. Just while we're walking, it's really nice to walk around this beautiful night. It's a little chilly. We're not used to it during this trip. I must say, the geography is so beautiful. I'm so excited to learn more from this place. I feel like I'm just here right now. But this place feels good. Like the weather and everything. It's not like a good vibe. Not gonna lie. Working so fast, bro. I'm fucked up. I cannot. Chad, I got fucked up too much with the homeless guy, bro. I'm just kidding. But I'm faded up. I'm faded up. I kind of need like some water, some Powerade, Chad. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, everybody in the fucking crew needs some Powerade right now. Sorry that I'm fucking. You care for free? This is not to go all and go to sleep. Sleep 4 or 5 hours a day tops. She got some sick that dog deserves to die, though. I hate that dog. That dog's a piece of shit. No. That dog needs to get put down. He's not just horny, he just barks and just pulls the blankets off you. Yeah, never dog. That's the worst. Not that one. Mine is I'm 34 years old. I've never hated a dog. I hated that dog. Like you know, man. I hate that dog. Dude, that dog was fucking. No, that dog was a piece of shit. No, man, that dog's a total piece of trash. Fuck that. I heard that dog's going on the scavenger hunt. That dog's a hellhound asshole. That dog. That dog's a sperm dog. You fuck that dog to hell, man. What? Dog's a bum. I can't do it. Yo, big truth. I hope your house is still happy here, man. He's not a content dog. The best content would be if that dog ran in incoming traffic. No, man, that's not. You know where he wasn't, man. That dog was an asshole, man. That dog was a piece of shit. I'll go to the grave saying that dog was an asshole-ass dog, man. That dog fucking sucked. I hated it, but you don't even know what happened. I'm not gonna talk about it. That dog's a piece of shit. Fuck that dog. It's not just the humping, it's like everything that dog did was awful. Everything that dog did was a fucking tragedy. I went to bed. Tell I'm saying, tell Marco I hope you die of cancer. Fuck you, that shit-ass dog's worse. That dog's a piece of trash. Humping me, pissing all over me, shitting everywhere, biting everything, making me think the shreds. Why the fuck would anybody want that around them? Paying for that? Man, that thing should be in a fucking wood shredder. Motherfucker ejaculated on my sock. I was the worst. Yeah. Dude, I woke up to my sock with dog jizz on it. Smelled like shit. Dude. I kept trying to be respectful, but I was like, I fucking hate this dog. Why do I gotta worry about this piece of shit?
We are not alone. Yes, it's confronting. It's an extraordinary allegation. I too have.
Go back in time. Jab that thing in 20 vaccinations. Put him on.
conversation with Dan Carlin, host of Hardcore History and Common Sense podcast. To me, Hardcore History is one of, if not the greatest podcast ever made. Dan and Joe Rogan are probably the two main people who got me to fall in love with the medium of podcasting as a fan and eventually as a podcaster myself. Meeting Dan was surreal. To me, he was not just a mere human like the rest of us, since his voice has been a guide through some of the darkest moments of human history for me. Meeting him was like meeting Genghis Khan, Stalin, Hitler, Alexander the Great, and all of the most powerful leaders in history all at once in a crappy hotel room in the middle of Oregon. It turns out that he is in fact just a human, and truly one of the good ones. This was a pleasure and an honor for me. Quick mention of each sponsor, followed by some thoughts related to the episode. First is Athletic Greens, the all-in-one drink that I start every day with to cover all my nutritional bases. Second is Simply Safe, a home security company I use to monitor and protect my apartment. Third is Magic Spoon, low-carb, keto-friendly cereal that I think is delicious. And finally, Cash App, the app I use to send money to friends for food and drinks. Please check out these sponsors in the description to get a discount and to support this podcast. As a side note, let me say that I think we're living through one of the most challenging moments in American history. To me, the way out is through reason and love. Both require a deep understanding of human nature and of human history. This conversation is about both. I am, perhaps hopelessly, optimistic about our future. But if indeed we stand at the precipice of the great filter, watching our world consumed by fire, think of this little podcast conversation as the appetizer to the final meal before the apocalypse. If you enjoy this thing, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcast, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, finally, here's my conversation with the great Dan Carlin. Let's start with the highest philosophical question. Do you think human beings are fundamentally good, or are all of us capable of both good and evil, and it's the environment that molds how we, the trajectory that we take through life?
How do we define evil? Evil seems to be a situational eye of the beholder kind of question. So if we define evil, maybe I can get a better idea. And that could be a whole show, couldn't it? Defining evil. But when we say evil, what do we mean?
That's a slippery one, but I think there's some way in which your existence, your presence in the world leads to pain and suffering and destruction for many others in the rest of the world. So you steal the resources and you use them to create more suffering than there was before in the world. So I suppose it's somehow deeply connected to this word, which is suffering. Is you create suffering in the world. You bring suffering to the world.
But here's the problem, I think, with it.
Yes.
I fully see where you're going with that, and I understand. The problem is the question of the reason for inflicting suffering. So of individuals in order to maximize a lack of suffering with another group of individuals, or one who might not be considered evil at all, might make the seemingly rational choice of inflicting pain and suffering on a smaller group of people in order to maximize the opposite of that for a larger group.
Yeah, that's one of the dark things about, I've spoken and read the work of Stephen Kotkin. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the historian, and he's basically a Joseph Stalin scholar. And one of the things I realized, I'm not sure where to put Hitler, but with Stalin, it really seems that he was sane and he thought he was doing good for the world. I really believe from everything I've read about Stalin that he believed that communism is good for the world. And if you have to kill a few people along the way, it's like you said, the small groups. If you have to sort of remove the people that stand in the way of this utopian system of communism, then that's actually good for the world. And it didn't seem to me that he could even consider the possibility that he was evil. He really thought he was doing good for the world. And that stuck with me because he's one of the most, to our definition of evil, he seems to have brought more evil onto this world than almost any human in history. And I don't know what to do with that.
Well, I'm fascinated with the concept, so fascinated by it that the very first hardcore history show we ever did, which was a full 15 or 16 minutes, was called Alexander versus Hitler. And the entire question about it was the motivations, right? So if you go to a court of law because you killed somebody, one of the things they're going to consider is, why did you kill them, right? And if you killed somebody, for example, in self-defense, you're going to be treated differently than if you killed somebody maliciously to take their wallet, right? And in the show, we wondered, because, I don't really make print announcements, but we wondered about if you believe Hitler's writings, for example, Mein Kampf, which, is written by a guy who's a political figure who wants to get off. So, it's about as believable as any other political track could be. But in his mind, the things that he had to do were designed for the betterment of the German people, right? Whereas Alexander the Great, once again, this is somebody from 2,000 years ago, so with lots of propaganda in the intervening years. But one of the views of Alexander the Great is that the reason he did what he did was to, for lack of a better word, write his name in a more permanent graffiti on the pages of history, right? In other words, to glorify himself. And if that's the case, does that make Alexander a worse person than Hitler because Hitler thought he was doing good, whereas Alexander, if you believe the interpretation, was simply trying to exalt Alexander? So the motivations of the people doing these things, it seems to me, matter. I don't think you can just sit there and go, the only thing that matters is the end result, because that might have been an unintentional byproduct, in which case that person, had you been able to show them the future, might have changed what they were doing. So were they evil or misguided or wrong or made the wrong, so, and I hate to do that because there's certain people like Hitler that I don't feel deserve the benefit of doubt. At the same time, if you're fascinated by the concept of evil and you delve into it deeply enough, you're going to want to understand why these evil people did what they did. And sometimes it can confuse the hell out of you, who wants to sit there and try to see things from Hitler. You get a better understanding and sort of commiserate with. So, but obviously, first history show, I'm fascinated with the concept.
So do you think it's possible, if we put ourselves in the mindset of some of the people that have created so much suffering in the world, that all of them had their motivations had good intentions underlying them?
No, I don't. It's simply because there's so many. The law of averages would suggest that that's not true.
I guess it is pure evil possible, meaning you again, it's slippery, but the suffering is the goal.
The suffering is intentional suffering.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's historical figures that one could point in, but that gets to the deeper question of, are these people sane? Do they have something wrong with them? Are they twisted from something in their youth? These are the kinds of things where you start to delve into the psychological makeup of these people. In other words, is anybody born evil? And I actually believe that some people are. I think the DNA can get scrambled up in ways. I think the question of evil is important too, because I think it's an eye of the beholder thing. If Hitler, for example, had been successful, and we were today on the 6th or 7th leader of the Third Reich, since I think his entire history would be viewed through a different lens, because that's the way we do things, right? Genghis Khan looks different to the Mongolians than he does to the residents of Baghdad, right? And I think, so an eye of the beholder question, I think, comes into all these sorts of things. As you said, it's a very slippery question.
Where do you put, as somebody who's fascinated by military history, where do you put violence as in terms of as the human condition? Is it core to being human, or is it just a little tool that we use every once in a while?
So I'm going to respond to your question. what do you see the difference being between violence and force? Let me go farther. I'm not sure that violence is something that we have to put up with as human beings forever, that we must resign ourselves to violence forever. But I have a much harder time seeing us able to abolish force. And there's going to be some ground where if those two things are not the same, and I don't know, maybe they are, where there's certainly some crossover. And I think force, you're an engineer, you'll understand this better than I do, but think about it as a physical law. If you can't stop something from moving in a certain direction without pushing back in that same direction, I'm not sure that you can have a society or a civilization without the ability to use a counterforce when things are going wrong, whether it's on an individual level, right? A person attacks another person, so you step in to save that person, or on, even at the highest levels of politics or anything else, a counterforce to stop the inertia or the impetus of another. So I think that force is a simple, almost law of physics in human interaction, especially at the civilizational level. I think civilization requires a certain amount of, if not violence, then force. So, and again, they've talked, it goes back into St. Augustine, all kinds of Christian beliefs about the proper use of force, and people have philosophically tried to decide between, can you have a sort of an ahimsa, Buddhist sort of, be nonviolent toward everything, exert no force, or there's a reason to have force in order to create the space for good. I think force is inevitable. Now, we can talk, and I've not come up to the conclusion myself, if there is a distinction to be made between force and violence. Is a non-violent force enough, or is violence, when done for the cause of good, a different thing than violence done either for the cause of evil, as you would say, or simply for random reasons? And we humans lack control. Sometimes we can be violent for no apparent reason or goal. And that's, you look at the criminal justice system alone, the way we interact with people who are acting out in ways that we as a society decided is intolerable. Can you deal with that without force and at some level violence? I don't know. Can you maintain peacefulness without force? I don't know.
Just to be a little bit more specific about the idea of force, do you put force as general enough to include force in the space of ideas? So you mentioned Buddhism or religion or just Twitter.
I can think of no things farther apart than that.
Okay. Is the battles we do in the space of ideas, of the great debates throughout history, do you put force into that, or do you, in this conversation, are we trying to right now keep it to just physical force? In saying that you have an intuition that force might be with us much longer than violence.
I think the two bleed together. So because it's always my go-to example. I'm afraid, and I'm sure that the listeners will hate it, but take Germany during the 1920s, early 1930s, before the Nazis came to power, and they were always involved in some level of force, beating up in the streets or whatever it might be. But think about it more like an intellectual discussion until a certain point. Is that it would be difficult, I imagine, to keep the intellectual counterforce of ideas from at some point degenerating into something that's more coercion, counterforce, if we want to use the phrases we were just talking about. So I think the two are intimately connected. Actions follow thought, right? And at a certain point, I think especially when one is not achieving the goals that they want to achieve through peaceful discussion or argumentation or trying to convince the other side, that sometimes the next level of operations is something a little bit more physically imposing, if that makes sense. We go from the intellectual to the physical.
Yeah, so it too easily spills over into violence.
Yes, and one leads to the other one.
But you kind of implied perhaps a hopeful message. Let me ask it in the form of a question. Do you think we'll always have war?
I think it goes to the fourth question too. So, for example, what do you do? Let's play with nation states now. Although I don't know that nation states are something we should think of as a permanent construct. But how is one nation state supposed to prevent another nation state from acting in ways that it would see as either detrimental to the global community or detrimental to the interests of their own nation state? And I think we've had this question of going back to ancient times, but certainly in the 20th century, this has come up quite a bit. I mean, the whole Second World War argument sometimes revolves around the idea of what the proper counterforce should be. Can you create an entity, a League of Nations, a United Nations, a one world entity maybe even, that alleviates the need for counterforce involving mass violence and armies and navies and those things? I think that's an open discussion we're still having.
It's good to think through that, because having a United Nation, there's usually a centralized control, so there's humans at the top, there's committees, and usually like the leaders emerge as singular figures that then can become corrupted by power, and it's just a really important, it feels like a really important thought experiment and something to really rigorously think through. How can you construct systems of government that are stable enough to push us towards less and less war and less unstable and another tough word, which is unfair, of application of force? That's really at the core of the question that we're trying to figure out as humans. As our weapons get better and better and better at destroying ourselves, it feels like it's important to think about how we minimize the over-application or unfair application of force.
There's other elements that come into play too. You and I are discussing this at the very high intellectual level of things, but there's also a tail wagging the dog element to this. So think of a society of warriors, a tribal society from a long time ago. How much do the fact that you have warriors in your society and that their reason for existing, what they take pride in, what they train for, what their status in their own civilization, how much does that itself drive the responses of that society, right? How much do you need war to legitimize warriors? That's the old argument that you get to, and we've had this in the 20th century too, that the creation of arms and armies creates an incentive to use them, right? And that they themselves can drive that incentive as a justification for their reasons for existence, That's where we start to talk about the interactivity of all these different elements of society upon one another. So when we talk about, governments and war, we need to take into account the various things those governments have put into place in terms of systems and armies and things like that to protect themselves, right? For reasons we can all understand, but they exert a force on your range of choices, don't they?
It's true. You're making me realize that in my upbringing, and I think upbringing of many, warriors are heroes. To me, I don't know where that feeling comes from, but to sort of die fighting is an honorable way to die. It feels like that.
I've always had a problem with this because as a person interested in military history, the distinction is important. And I try to make it at different levels. So at base level, the people who are out there on the front lines doing the fighting, to me, those people can be compared with police officers and firemen and people that are fire persons. But I mean people that are involved in an ethical attempt to perform a task, which ultimately one can see in many situations as being a saving sort of task, right? Or if nothing else, a self-sacrifice for what they see as the greater good. Now, I draw a distinction between the individuals and the entity that they're a part of, a military. And I certainly draw a distinction between the military and then the entire, for lack of a better word, military-industrial complex that service is a part of. I feel a lot less moral attachment to to those upper echelons than I do the people on the ground. The people on the ground can be any of us, and have been in honest. We have a very professional sort of military now. It's a very a subset of the population, but in other periods of time, we've had conscription and drafts, and it hasn't been a subset of the population. It's been the population, right? And so it is the society oftentimes going to war. And I make a distinction between those warriors and the entities either in the system that they're part of, the military, or the people that control the military at the highest political level. I feel a lot less moral attachment to them, and I have a much harsher about how I feel about them. I do not consider the military itself to be heroic, and I do not consider the military-industrial complex to be heroic. I do think that is a tail wagging the dog situation. I do think that draws us into looking at military endeavors as a solution to the problem much more quickly than we otherwise might. And to be honest, to tie it all together, I actually look at the victims of this as the soldiers we were talking about. If you set a fire to send firemen into to fight, then I feel bad for the firemen. I feel like you've abused the trust that you give those people, right? So when people talk about war, I always think that the people that we have to make sure that a war is really necessary in order to protect are the people that you're going to send over there to fight them. The greatest victims in our society of war are often the warriors. So I in my mind, when we see these people coming home from places like Iraq, a place where I would have made the argument, and did at the time, that we didn't belong. To me, those people are victims, and I know they don't like to think about themselves that way because it runs totally counter to the ethos. But if you're sending people to protect this country's shores, those are heroes. If you're sending people to go do something that they otherwise probably don't need to do, but they're there for political reasons or anything else you want to put in that's not defense related, well, then you've made victims of our heroes. And so I feel like we do a lot of talk about our troops and our soldiers and stuff, but we don't treat them as valuable as the rhetoric makes them sound. Otherwise, we would be much more careful about where we put them. If you're going to send my son, and I don't have a son, I have daughters, but if you're going to send my son into harm's way, I'm going to demand that you really need to be sending him into harm's way, and I'm going to be angry at you if you put him into harm's way if it doesn't warrant it. And so I have much more suspicion about the system that sends these people into these situations where they're required to be heroic than I do the people on the ground that I look at as either the people that are defending us, in situations like this, the Second World War, for example, or the people that turn out to be the individual victims of a system where they're just a cog in the machine. The machine doesn't really care as much about them as the rhetoric and the propaganda would insinuate.
Yeah, and as my own family history, it would be nice if we could talk about, there's a gray area in the places that you're talking about.
There's a gray area in everything.
But when that gray area is part of your own blood, as it is for me, it's worth shining a light on somehow. So you did a program of 4 episodes of Ghosts of the Ostfront.
Yeah.
So I was born in the Soviet Union. I was raised in Moscow. My dad was born and raised in Kiev. My grandmother, who just recently passed away, was raised in Ukraine. It's a small city on the border between Russia and Ukraine.
I have a grandfather born
in Kiev. The interesting thing about the timing of everything, as you might be able to connect, is she survived. She's the most badass woman I've ever encountered in my life. And most of the warrior spirit I carry is probably from her. She survived Holodomor, the Ukrainian starvation of the 30s. She was a beautiful teenage girl during the Nazi occupation. So she survived all of that. And of course, family, that everybody, and so many people died for the whole process. So, and one of the things you talk about in your program is that the gray area is, even with the warriors, it happened to them, just like as you're saying now. They didn't have a choice. So my grandfather on the other side, he was a machine gunner, and that was in Ukraine. That
In the Red Army?
in the Red Army, yeah. And they threw like the statement was that there's, I don't know if it's obvious or not, but the rule was there's no surrender, so you better die. So you're basically, the goal was when he was fighting, and he was lucky enough, one of the only to survive by being early on, is there was a march of Nazis towards, I guess, Moscow, and the whole goal in Ukraine was to slow them into the winter. I mean, I view him as such a hero, and he believed that he's indestructible, which is survival bias, and that bullets can't hurt him, and that's what everybody believed. And of course, basically everyone that he quickly rose to the ranks. Let's just put it this way, because everybody died. It was just bodies dragging these heavy machine guns, like always slowly retreating, shooting and retreating. And I don't know, he was a hero to me. Like, I grew up thinking that he was the one that sort of defeated the Nazis, right? But the reality, there could be another perspective, which is all of this happened to him by the incompetence of Stalin, the incompetence, and men of the Soviet Union being used like pawns in a shittily played game of chess, right? So, like, the one narrative is him as a victim, as you're kind of describing, and that somehow that's more paralyzing, and that's more, I don't know, it feels better to think of him as a hero and as Russia, Soviet Union saving the world. I mean, that narrative also is in the United States, that United States was key in saving the world from the Nazis. It feels like that narrative is powerful for people. I'm not sure, and I carry it still with me. But when I think about the right way to think about that war, I'm not sure if that's the correct narrative.
Let me suggest something. There's a line that a Marine named Eugene Sledge had said once, and I keep it on my phone because it makes a real distinction. And he said, the front line is really where the war is. And anybody, even 100 yards behind the front line, doesn't know what it's really like. Now, the difference is there are lots of people miles behind the front line that are in danger, right? You could be in a medical unit in the rear, and artillery could strike you, planes could strike you, you could be in danger. But at the front line, there are two different things. One is that and at least, and I'm doing a lot of reading on this right now, I'm reading a lot of veterans' accounts. James Jones, who wrote books like From Here to Eternity, fictional accounts of the Second World War, but he based them on his own service. He was at Guadalcanal, for example, in 1942. And requires an almost surrendering to the idea that you become accustomed to the idea that you're going to die. And he said, you're a different person simply for considering that thought seriously, because most of us don't. But what that allows you to do is to do that job at the front line, right? If you're too concerned about your own life, you become less of a good guy in your job, right? The other thing that the people in the 100 yards of the front line do that the people in the rear medical unit really don't, is you kill, and you kill a lot, right? You don't just, there's a sniper back here, so I shot him. It's we go from one position to another, and we kill lots of people. Those things will change you, and what that tends to do, not universally, because I've read accounts from Red Army soldiers, and they're very patriotic, right? But a lot of that patriotism comes through years later as part of the nostalgia and the memory. When you're down at that front 100 yards, it is often boiled down to a very small war. So your grandfather, at the machine gun, he's concerned about his position. and his comrades and the people who he owes a responsibility to. And those, it's a very and to me, that's where heroism is, right? He's not fighting for some giant world civilizational thing. He's fighting to save the people next to him and his own life at the same time, because they're saving him too. And that there is a huge amount of heroism to that. And that gets to our question about force earlier. Why would you use force? Well, how about to protect these people on either side of me, right? Their lives. Now, is there hatred? Yeah, I hated the Germans for what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I got a note from a Pole not that long ago, and I have this tendency to refer to the Nazis, right? The regime. And he said, "Why do you keep calling them Nazis?" He says, "Say what they were. They were Germans." And this guy wanted me to not absolve Germany by saying, "Oh, it was this awful group of people that took over your country." He said the Germans did this. And there's that bitterness where he says, let's not forget, what they did to us and why and what we had to do back, right? So for me, when we talk about these combat situations, the reason I call these people heroic is because of they're fighting to defend things we could all understand. I mean, if you come after my brother and I take a machine gun and shoot you, and you're going to overrun me, and that becomes a situation when we talked about counterforce earlier. Much easier to call yourself a hero when you're saving people, or you're saving this town right behind you. You know, if they get through your machine gun, they're going to burn these villages. They're going to throw these people out in the middle of winter. These families. Patriotism. And patriotism's a thing that we often get used with, right? People manipulate us through love of country and others, because they understand that this is something we feel very strongly, but they use it against us sometimes in order to whip up a war fever or to get people. I mean, there's a great line, I wish I could remember it in its entirety, that Herman Goering had said about how easy it was to get the people into the war. He said, you just appeal to patriotism. I mean, there's buttons that you can push, and they take advantage of things like love of country and the way we have a loyalty and admiration to the warriors who put their lives on the line. These are manipulatable things in the human species that reliably can be counted on to move us in directions that, in a more sober, reflective state of mind, we would consider differently. It gets you get this war fever. People wave flags and they start denouncing the enemy. And they start signing. We've seen it over and over and over again in ancient times. This happened.
But the love of country is also beautiful. So I haven't seen it in America as much. Like, people in America love their country. Like, this patriotism is strong in America. But it's not as strong as I remember, even with my sort of being younger, the love of the Soviet Union.
Now, was it the Soviet Union? This requires a distinction, or was it Mother Russia?
What it really was the Communist Party.
Okay, so it was the system in place. Okay.
The system in place, like loving. I haven't quite deeply psychoanalyzed exactly what you love. I think you love that like populist message of the worker, of the common man.
So let me draw the comparison. And I often say this, that the United States, like the Soviet Union, is an ideological-based society, right? So you take a country like France. It doesn't matter which French government you're in now. The French have been the French for a long time, right? It's not based on an ideology, right? Whereas what unites the United States is an ideology: freedom, liberty, the Constitution. This is what draws, the e pluribus unum kind of the idea, right? And out of many one. But what binds all these unique different people? These shared beliefs, this ideology. The Soviet Union was the same way, because as you know, the Soviet Union, Russia was merely one part of the Soviet Union. And if you believe the rhetoric until Stalin's time, everybody was going to be united under this ideological banner someday, right? This was a global revolution. So ideological societies are different, and to be a fan of the ideological framework and goal, I'm a liberty person, right? I would like to see everybody in the world have my system of government, which is part of of a bias, right? Because they might not want that. But I think it's better for everyone because I think it's better for me. At the same time, when the ideology, if you consider, this stems from ideas of enlightenment, and there's a bias there. So my bias are toward what you feel, and this is why you say we're going to bring freedom to Iraq, we're going to bring freedom to you, we're going to bring freedom, because we think we're spreading to you something that is just undeniably positive. We're going to free you and give you this. It's hard for me to wipe my own bias away from there, right? Because if I were in Iraq, for example, I would want freedom, right? But if you then leave and let the Iraqis vote for whomever they want, are they going to vote for somebody that will, you look at Russia now, and I hear from Russians quite a bit because so much of my views on Russia and the Soviet Union were formed in my formative years. And we were not hearing from many people in the Soviet Union back then, but now you do. You hear from Russians today who will say your views on Stalin are archaic and cold. So you try to reorient your beliefs a little bit, but it goes to this idea of if you gave the people in Russia a free and fair vote, will they vote for somebody who promises them a free and open society based on Enlightenment democratic principles, or will they vote for somebody we in the U.S. would go, what are they doing? They're voting for some strong man who's just good. I think it's very hard to throw away our own biases and preconceptions, and it's an all eye of the beholder kind of thing. But when you're talking about ideological societies, it is very difficult to throw off all the years of indoctrination into the superiority of your system. I mean, listen, in the Soviet Union, Marxism, one way or another, was part of every classroom. You should be studying geometry, and they'll throw Marxism in there somehow. Because that's what united the society, and that's what gave it a higher purpose. And that's what made it, in the minds of the people who were its defenders, a superior, morally superior system. We do the same thing here. In fact, most people do. But see, you're still French, no matter what the ideology or the government might be. So in that sense, it's funny that there would be a Cold War with these two systems, because they're both ideologically based systems involving peoples of many different backgrounds who are united under the umbrella of the ideology.
First of all, that's brilliantly put. I'm in a funny position that in my formative years, so I came here when I was 13, is when I, teenage is your first love or whatever, is I fell in love with the American set of ideas of freedom and individual. Yes. But I also remember, it's like you remember like maybe an ex-girlfriend or something like that. I also remember loving as a very different human the Soviet idea. Like we had the national anthem, which is I think the most badass national anthem, which is the Soviet Union. Like saying we're the indestructible. I mean, just the words are so, like, American words are like, oh, we're nice, like, we're freedom. But, like, Russian Soviet Union national anthem was like, we're bad motherfuckers, nobody will destroy us. I just remember feeling pride in the nation as a kid, like, not knowing anything. We all had to recite the stuff. There was, there's uniformity to everything. There's pride underlying everything. I didn't think about all the destructive nature of the bureaucracy, the incompetence, all the things that come with the implementation of communism, especially around the 80s and 90s. But I remember what it's like to love that type of idea. So in a funny place of remember switching the love, because I kind of joke around about being Russian. But, my long-term monogamous relationship is not with the American ideal. Like, I'm stuck with it in my mind. But I remember what it was like to love it. And I think about that, too, when people criticize China or they criticize the current state of affairs with how Stalin is remembered and how Putin is. To know that you can't always wear the American ideal of individualism, radical individualism, and freedom in analyzing the ways of the world elsewhere. Like in China, in Russia, that it does, if you don't take yourself too seriously, as Americans all do, as I do, it's kind of a beautiful love to have for your government, to believe in the nation, to let go of yourself and your rights and your freedoms, to believe in something bigger than yourself. That's actually, that's a kind of freedom. You're actually liberating yourself. If you think like life is suffering, you're giving into the flow of the water, the way of the world, by giving away more power from yourself and giving it to what you would conceive as the power of the people. Together we'll do great things. And really believing in the ideals of what, in this case, I don't even know what you would call Russia, but whatever the heck that is, authoritarian, powerful state, powerful leader, believing that can be as beautiful as believing the American ideal.
Not just that, let me add to what you're saying. I spend a lot of time trying to get out of my own biases. It is a fruitless endeavor long term, but you try to be better than you really are. One of the critiques that China, and I always, as an American, I tend to think about this as their government, right? This is a rationale that their government puts forward. But what you just said, is actually, if you can make that viewpoint beautiful, is kind of a beautiful way of approaching it. The Chinese would say that what we call human rights in the United States, what we consider to be everybody's birthright around the world, is instead Western rights. That's the word they use, Western rights. It's a fundamentally Western-oriented, and I'll go back to the Enlightenment-based ideas on what constitutes the rights of man. And they would suggest that that's not internationally and always applicable, right? That you can make a case, and again, I don't believe this runs against my own personal views, but that you could make a case that the collective well-being of a very large group of people outweighs the individual needs of any single person, especially if those things are in conflict with each other, right? If you cannot provide for the greater good because everyone's so individualistic, well then really what is the better thing to do? Right? To suppress individualism so everybody's better off? I think trying to recognize how someone else might see that is important if we want to, you talked about eliminating war, you talked about eliminating conflict. The first need to do that is to try to understand how someone else might view something differently than yourself. I'm famously one of those people who buys in to the ideas of traditional Americanism. And look, a lot of people who live today, they would seem to think that things like patriotism requires a belief in a strong military and all these things we have today, but that is a corruption of traditional Americanism, which viewed all those things with suspicion in the first 100 years of the Republic, because they saw it as an enemy to the very things that Americans celebrated, right? How could you have freedom and liberty and individualistic expression if you had an overriding military that was always fighting wars, and the founders of this country looked to other examples, like Europe, for example, and saw that standing militaries, for example, standing armies, were the enemy of liberty. Well, we have a standing army now, and one that is totally interwoven in our entire society. If you could go back in time and talk to John Quincy Adams, right, early president of the United States, and show him what we have now, he would think it was awful and horrible, and that somewhere along the line, the Americans had lost and forgotten what they were all about. But we have so successfully interwoven this modern military industrial complex with the traditional benefits of the American system and ideology, so that they've become intertwined in our thinking, whereas 150 years ago, they were actually considered to be at opposite polarities and a threat to one another. So when you talk about the love of the nation, I tend to be suspicious of those things. I tend to be suspicious of government. I tend to try very hard to not be manipulated, and I feel like a large part of what they do is manipulation and propaganda. And so I think a healthy skepticism of the nation state is actually 100% Americanism in the traditional sense of the word. But I also have to recognize, as you so eloquently stated, Americanism is not necessarily universal at all. And so I think we have to try to be more understanding. See, the traditional American viewpoint is that if a place like China does not allow their people individual human rights, then they're being denied something. They're being denied, and 100 years ago they would have said they're God-given. Right? Man is born free, and if he's not free, it's because of something done to him. Right? The government has taken away his God-given rights.
I'm getting excited listening to that.
But I mean, I think the idea that this is universal is in and of itself a bias. Now, do I want freedom for everybody else? I sure do. People in the Soviet Union who really bought into that wanted the workers of the world to unite and not be exploited by, the greedy, blood-sucking people who worked them to death and pocketed all of the fruits of their labor. If you frame it that way, that sounds like justice as well, So it is an eye of the beholder sort of thing.
I'd love to talk to you about Vladimir Putin. Sort of while we're in this feeling wave of empathy and trying to understand others that are not like us. One of the reasons I started this podcast is because I believe that there's a few people I can talk to. Some of it is ego, some of it is stupidity. Is there some people I could talk to that not many others can talk to? The one person I was thinking about was Vladimir Putin.
You still speak the language?
I speak the language very well.
That makes it even easier. I mean, you might be appointed for that job.
That's the context in which I'm asking you this question. What are your thoughts about Vladimir Putin from a historical context? Have you studied him? Have you thought about him?
Yes, studied is a voted word. Here's, and again, I find it hard sometimes to not filter things through an American lens. So as an American, I would say that the Russians should be allowed to have any leader that they want to have. But what an American would say is, but there should be elections, right? So if the Russians choose Vladimir Putin and they keep choosing him, that's their business. Where as an American, I would have a problem is when that leader stops letting the Russians make that decision. And we would say, well, now you're no longer ruling by the consent of the governed. You've become the equivalent of a person who may be oppressing your people. You might as well be a dictator, right? Now, there's a difference between a freely elected and re-elected and re-elected and re-elected dictator, right? If that's what they want. And look, it would be silly to broad brush the Russians like it would be silly to broad brush anyone, right? Millions of people, different opinions amongst them all. But they seem to like a strong person at the helm. And listen, there's a giant chunk of Americans who do too, in their own country. But an American would say, as long as the freedom of choice is given to the Russians to decide this, and not taken away from them, right? It's one thing to say he was freely elected, but a long time ago, and we've done away with elections since then, is a different story too. So my attitude on Vladimir Putin is that that's who the Russian people want. And you give them the choice, right? If he's only there because they keep electing him, that's a very different story. When he stops offering them the option of choosing him or not choosing him, that's when it begins to look nefarious to someone born and raised with the mindset and the ideology that is an integral part of yours truly, and that I can't, you can see gray areas and nuance all you like, but it's hard to escape. And you to this too. It's hard to escape what was indoctrinated into your bones in your formative years. It's like your bones are grown, right?
Yeah.
And you can't go back. So to me, this is so much a part of who I am that I have a hard time jettisoning that and saying, oh no, Vladimir Putin not being elected anymore is just fine. I'm too much of a product of my upbringing to go there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, there's, like we were saying, there's gray areas, which is, I believe, I have to think through this, but I think there is a point at which Adolf Hitler became the popular choice in Nazi Germany in the 30s. there's in the same way, from an American perspective, you can start to criticize some in a shallow way, some in a deep way. The way that Putin has maintained power is by controlling the press, so limiting one other freedom that the Americans value, which is the freedom of the press, and freedom of speech. That it is very possible. Now, things are changing now, but for most of his presidency, he was the popular choice, and sometimes by far. And I actually don't have real family in Russia who don't love Putin. The only people who write to me about Putin and not liking him are like sort of activists who are young, right? But to me, they're strangers. I don't know anything about them. But people I do know and have a big family in Russia, they love Putin.
Do they miss elections? Would they want the choice to prove it at the ballot box, or are they so in love with him that they wouldn't want to take a chance that someone might vote him out?
No, they don't think of it this way, and they are aware of the incredible bureaucracy and corruption that is lurking in the shadows, which is true in Russia. Everywhere. But like, there's something about the Russian, it's the remnants. Corruption is so deeply part of the the Soviet system that even the overthrow of the Soviet, the breaking apart of the Soviet Union, and Putin coming and reforming a lot of the system, it's still deeply in there, and they're aware of that. That's part of the love for Putin is partially grounded in the fear of what happens when the corrupt take over, the greedy take over, and they see Putin as the stabilizer, as like a hard force that says counterforce that get your shit together. Like, basically, from the Western perspective, Putin is terrible, but from the Russian perspective, Putin is the only thing holding this thing together before it collapses. Now, Gary Kasparov has been loud on this. A lot of people from the Western perspective say, well, if it has to collapse, let it collapse.
That's easier said than done when you don't have to live with it.
Exactly. And so anyone worrying about their family, and they also remember the inflation and the economic instability and the suffering and the starvation that happened in the 90s with the collapse of the Soviet Union, and they saw the kind of reform and the economic vibrancy that happened when Putin took up. Or did they think, this guy's holding it together? And they see elections as potentially being mechanisms by which the corrupt people can manipulate the system unfairly, as opposed to letting the people speak with their voice. They somehow figure out a way to manipulate the elections to elect somebody like one of the Western revolutionaries. And so I think one of the beliefs that's important to the American system is the belief in the electoral system, that the voice of the people can be heard in the various systems of government, whether it's judicial, whether it's, basically the assumption is that the system works well enough for you to be able to elect the popular choice.
Okay, so there's a couple of things that come to mind on that. The first one has to do with the idea of oligarchy. But every society is sort of an oligarchy, really, if you break it down, right? So what you're talking about are some of the people who form an oligarchic class in Russia, and that Putin is the guy who can harness the power of the state to keep those people in check. The problem, of course, in a system like that, a strongman system, right, where you have somebody who can hold the reins, steer the ship, and the ship is violently in a storm, is the succession. So if you're not creating a system that can operate without you, then that terrible instability and that terrible future that you justified the strong man for is just awaiting your future, right? I mean, unless he's actively building the system that will outlive him and allow successors to do what he's doing, then what we've done here is create a temporary, I would think, a temporary stability here, because it's the same problem you have in the monarchy, right? Where you have this one king and he's particularly good, or you think he's particularly good, but he's going to turn that job over to somebody else down the road. And the system doesn't guarantee, because no one's really worked on it. And again, you would tell me if Putin is putting into place, I know he's talked about it over the years, putting into place a system that can outlive him and that will create the stability that the people in Russia like him for when he's gone. Because if the oligarchs just take over afterwards, then one might argue, well, we had 20 good years, of stability. But I mean, I would say that if we're talking about a ship of state here, the guy steering the ship, maybe, if you want to look at it from a Russian point of view, has done a great job. Just saying. But the rocks are still out there, and he's not going to be at the helm forever. So one would think that his job is to make sure that there's going to be someone who can continue to steer the ship for the people of Russia after he's gone. Now, let me ask, because I'm curious, and ignorant. So is he doing that, do you think? Is he setting it up so that when there is no Putin, the state is safe?
From the beginning, that was the idea. Whether one of the fascinating things, now I read every biography, English written biography on Putin, so I need to think more deeply. But one of the fascinating things is, how did power change Vladimir Putin? He was a different man when he took power than he is today. I actually, in many ways, admire the man that took power. I think he's very different than Stalin and then Hitler at the moment they took power. I think Hitler and Stalin were both, in our previous discussion, already on the trajectory of evil. I think Putin was a humble, loyal, honest man when he took power. The man he is today is worth thinking about and studying. I'm not sure. That's
an old line, though, about absolute power corrupting absolute.
But it's kind of a line. It's a beautiful quote. You have to really think about it. Like, what does that actually mean? Like, one of the things I still have to do. I've been focusing on securing the conversation, right? So I haven't gone through the dark place yet, because I feel like I can't do the dark thing for too long. So I really have to put myself in the mind of Putin leading up to the conversation. But for now, my sense is he took power when Yeltsin gave him. And one of the big sort of acts of the new Russia was, for the first time in its history, a leader could have continued being in power and chose to give away power. That was the George Washington.
Right. You in the United States, that was absolutely awesome. A sign of good things.
Yeah, and so that was this huge act, and Putin said that was the defining thing that will define Russia for the 21st century. That act, and he will carry that flag forward. That's why, in rhetoric, he, after 2 terms, he gave away power.
Yeah, but it was a puppet, right?
Yeah. Yes, but still the story was being told. I think he believed it early on. I believe he still believes it, but I think he's deeply suspicious of the corruption that lurks in the shadows. And I do believe that, like, as somebody who thinks clickbait journalism is broken, journalists annoy the hell out of me.
Hey, journalism's broken.
Journalists,
they work great.
And so I understand from Putin's perspective that journalists can be seen as the enemy of the state, because people think journalists write these deep, beautiful philosophical pieces about criticizing the structure of government and the proper policy, the steps that we need to take to make a greater nation. No, they unfairly take stuff out of context. They they're critical in ways that's like shallow, not interesting. They call you a racist or a sexist, or they make up stuff all the time. So I can put myself in the mindset of a person that thinks that it is okay to remove that kind of shallow, fake news voice from the system. The problem is, of course, that is a slippery slope to then you remove all the annoying people from the system, and then you change what annoying means, which annoying starts becoming a thing that like anyone who opposes the I mean, I get the slippery. It's obvious that it becomes a slippery slope. I can also put myself in the mindset of the people that see it's okay to remove the liars from the system, as long as it's good for Russia.
And so herein lies, and this is again the traditional American perspective, because we've had so-called yellow journalism since the founding of the republic. That's nothing new. But the problem then comes into play when you remove journalists. Even, it's a broad brush thing, because you remove both the crappy ones who are lying and the ones who are telling the truth too. You're left with simply the approved government journalists, right? The ones who are towing the government's line. In which case, the truth as you see it, the clickbait news, and oh yeah, maybe truth mixed into all that too in some of the outlets. The problem I always have with our system here in the United States right now is trying to tease the truth out from all the falsehoods. Remember, I've got 30 years in journalism. My job used to be to go through, before the internet, all the newspapers and find that I used to know all the journalists by name, and I could pick out who they were, and I have a hard time picking out the truth from the falsehood. So I think constantly, how are people who don't have all of this background, who have lives or who are trained in other specialties, how do they do this? But if the government is the only approved outlet for truth, a traditional American and a lot of other traditional societies based on these ideas of the Enlightenment that I talked about earlier would see that as a disaster waiting to happen or a tyranny in progress. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. And I would agree with you. I still agree with you. But it is clear that something about the freedom of the press and freedom of speech in today, like literally the last few years with the internet, is changing. And the argument, you could say that the American system of freedom of speech is broken. Because here's the belief I grew up on, and I still hold, but I'm starting to be sort of trying to see multiple views on it. My belief was that freedom of speech results in a stable trajectory towards truth always. So like truth will emerge. That was my sort of faith and belief that yeah, there's going to be lies all over the place, but there'll be like a stable thing that is true, that's carried forward to the public. Now it feels like it's possible to go towards a world where nothing is true, or truth is something that groups of people convince themselves of, and there's multiple groups of people, and the idea of some universal truth, I suppose, better thing is something that we can no longer exist under. Like some people believe that the Green Bay Packers is the best football team, and some people could think the Patriots, and they deeply believe it to where they call the other groups liars. Now that's fun for sports, that's fun for their favorite flavors of ice cream, but they might believe that about science, about various aspects of politics, various aspects of sort of different policies within the functioning of our government. And like, that's not just like some weird thing we complain about, but that'll be the nature of things. Like truth is something we can no longer have.
Well, let me de-romanticize the American history of this too, because the American press was often just as biased, I always look to the 1970s as the high watermark of the American journalistic post-Watergate era, where it was actively going after the abuses of the government and all these things. But there was a famous speech, very quiet, given by Catherine Graham, who was a Washington Post editor, I believe. And somebody sent it to me. We had to get it off of the journalism, like a JSTOR kind of thing. And she, at a luncheon, assured that to the government people at the luncheon, don't worry, this is not going to be something that we make a trend. We're not, because the position of the government is still something that was carried on the newspapers were the water, and the newspapers were the big thing up until certainly the late 60s or the 70s. The newspapers were still the water carrier of the government, right? And they were the water carriers of the owners of the newspaper. So let's not pretend there was some angelic, wonderful time. And I'm saying to me, because I was brought it up, let's not pretend there was any super age of truthful journalism and all that. And I mean, you go to the revolutionary period in American history, and it looks every bit as bad as today, right?
That's a hopeful message, actually. So things may not be as bad as they look.
Let's look at it more like a stock market, and then you have fluctuations in the truthfulness or believability of the press. And there are periods where it was higher than other periods. The funny thing about the so-called clickbait era, and I do think it's terrible, but I mean, it resembles earlier eras to me. So I always compare it to when I was a kid growing up, when I thought journalism was as good as it's ever gotten. It was never perfect. But it's also something that you see very rarely in other governments around the world. And there's a reason that journalists are often killed regularly in a lot of countries. And it's because they report on things that the authorities do not want reported on. And I've always thought that that was what journalism should do. But it's got to be truthful. Otherwise, it's just a different kind of propaganda, right?
Can we talk about Genghis Khan? Genghis Khan? Sure. By the way, is it Genghis Khan or Genghis Khan?
It's not Genghis Khan. It's either Genghis Khan or Genghis Khan.
So let's go with Genghis Khan.
The only thing I'll be able to say with any certainty, the last certain thing I'll say.
It's like, I don't know, GIF versus GIF.
I don't know how it ever got started the wrong way.
So first of all, your episodes on Genghis Khan, for many people, are the favorite. It's fascinating to think about events that had so much, like their ripples had so much impact on so much of human civilization. In your view, was he an evil man? This goes to our discussion of evil. Another way to put it is, I've read he's much loved in many parts of the world, like Mongolia. And I've also read arguments that say he was quite a progressive for the times. So where do you put him? Is he a progressive, or is he an evil destroyer of humans?
As I often say, I'm not a historian, which is why what I try to bring to the Hardcore History podcasts are these sub-themes. So each show has and they're not, I try to kind of soft pedal, so they're not always like really right in front of your face. In that episode, the soft pedaling sub-theme had to do with what we refer to as a historical arsonist. And it's because some historians have taken the position that sometimes, and most of this is earlier, so historians don't do this very much anymore, but these were the wonderful questions I grew up with that blend, it's almost the intersection between history and philosophy. And the idea was that sometimes the world has become so overwhelmed with bureaucracy or corruption or just stagnation that somebody has to come in, or some group of people or some force has to come in and do the equivalent of a forest fire to clear out all the dead wood so that the forest itself can be rejuvenated and society can then move forward. There's a lot of these periods where the historians of the past will portray these figures who come in and do horrific things as creating an almost service for mankind, right? Creating the foundations for a new world that will be better than the old. It's a recurring theme. So this was the sub-theme of the Khan's podcast, because otherwise you don't need me to tell you the story of the Mongols, but I'm going to bring up the historical arsonist element. But this gets to how the Khan has been portrayed, right? If you want to say, oh yes, he cleared out the dead wood and made for well then it's a positive thing. If you say, my family was in the forest fire that he set, you're not going to see it that way. much of what Genghis Khan is credited on the upside, right? So things like religious toleration, and you'll say, well, he was religiously, the Mongols were religiously tolerant, and so this makes them almost like a liberal reformer kind of thing. But this needs to be seen within the context of their empire, which was very much like the Roman viewpoint, which is the Romans didn't care a lot of time what your local people worshipped. They wanted stability, and if that kept stability and kept you paying taxes and didn't require the legionaries to come in and then they didn't care, right? And the Khans were the same way. Like, they don't care what you're practicing as long as it doesn't disrupt their empire and cause them trouble. But what I always like to point out is, yes, but the Khan could still come in with his representative to your town, decide your daughter was a beautiful woman that they wanted in the Khan's concubine, and they would take them. So how liberal an empire is this, right? So many of the things that they get credit for as though they're some kind of nice guys may, in another way of looking at it, just be a simple mechanism of control, right? A way to keep the empire stable. They're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They have decided that this is the best. And I love it because the Mongols were what we would call a pagan people now. I love the fact that I think we call it, the term we used, had to do with, like they were hedging their bets religiously, right? They didn't know which god was the right one, so as long as you're all praying for the help, we're maximizing the chances that whoever the gods are, they get the message, right? So I think it's been portrayed as something like a liberal empire, and the idea of Mongol universality is more about conquering the world. And it's like saying, we're going to bring stability to the world by conquering it. Well, what if that's Hitler, right? He could make the same case. Or Hitler wasn't really the world conqueror like that, because he wouldn't have been trying to make it equal for all people. But my point being that it kind of takes the positive moral slant out of it if their motivation wasn't a positive moral slant to the motivation. And the Mongols didn't see it that way. And I think the way that it's portrayed is like, and I always have to use this analogy, it's like shooting an arrow and painting a bullseye around it afterwards, right? How do we justify and make them look good in a way that they themselves probably, and listen, we don't have the Mongol point of view per se. I mean, there's something called the secret history of the Mongols, and there's things written down by Mongolian overlords through people like Persian and Chinese scribes later. We don't have their point of view, but it sure doesn't look like this was an attempt to create some wonderful place where everybody was living a better life than they were before. I think that's later people putting a nice rosy spin on it.
So, but there's an aspect to it, maybe you can correct me, because I'm projecting sort of my idea of what it would take to conquer so much land, is the ideology is emergent. So if I were to guess, the Mongols started out as exceptionally, as warriors who valued excellence in skill of killing, not even killing, but like the actual practice of war. And you can start out small, you can grow and grow and grow. And then in order to maintain the stability of the things of the conquered lands, you develop a set of ideas with which you can, like you said, establish control. But it was emergent. And it seems like the core first principle idea of the Mongols is just to be excellent warriors. That felt to me like the starting point. It wasn't some ideology. Like with Hitler and Stalin, with Hitler, there was an ideology that didn't have anything to do with war underneath it. It was more about conquering. It feels like the Mongols started out more organically, I would say. It's emerged, like this phenomenon started emergently, and they were just like similar to the Native Americans or the Comanches, like the different warrior tribes that Joe Rogan's currently obsessed with, that led me to look into it more. They seem to just start out just valuing the skill of fighting, whatever the tools of war they had, which were pretty primitive, but just to be the best warriors they could possibly be. You make a science out of it. Is that crazy to think that there's no ideology behind it in the beginning?
I'm going to back up a second. I'm reminded of the line said about the Romans, that they create a wasteland and call it peace. That is,
Wow.
But there's a lot of conquering like that, right? Where you will sit there, and listen, historians forever have, it's the famous trade-offs of empire. And they'll say, well, look at the trade that they facilitated, and look at the religion, all those kinds of things, but they come at the cost of all those peoples that they conquered forcibly and by force integrated into their empire. The one thing we need to remember about the Mongols that makes them different than, say, the Romans, and this is complex stuff and way above my pay grade, but I'm fascinated with it, and it's more like the Comanches you just brought up, is that the Mongols are not a settled society. Okay, they come from a nomadic tradition. Now, several generations later, you have Kublai Khan as the emperor of China. It's beginning to be a different thing, right? And the Mongols, when their empire broke up, the ones that were in the so-called settled societies, right, Iran, places like that, they will become more like, over time, the rulers of those places were traditionally. And the Mongols would say, like, the Khaganate of the Golden Horse, which is still in their traditional nomadic territories, will remain traditionally more Mongol. But when you start talking about who the Mongols were, I try to make a distinction. They're not some really super special people. They're just the latest confederacy in an area that saw nomadic confederacies going back to the beginning of recorded history. The Scythians, the Sarmatians, the Avars, the Huns, the Magyars. I mean, these are all the nomadic, the nomads of the Eurasian steppe were huge players in the history of the world until gunpowder nullified their traditional weapon system, which I've been fascinated with because their traditional weapon system is not one you could copy. Because you were talking about being the greatest warriors you could be. Every warrior society I've ever seen values that. What the nomads had of the Eurasian steppe was this relationship between human beings and animals that changed the equation. It was how they rode horses. And societies like the Byzantines, which would form one flank of the steppe, and then all the way on the other side you had China, and below that you had Persia. These societies would all attempt to create mounted horsemen who used archery. And they did a good job, but they were never the equals of the nomads because those people were literally raised in the saddle. They compared them to centaurs. The Comanches, great example, considered to be the best horse riding warriors in North America. The Comanches, I always loved watching, there's paintings. George Catlin, the famous painter who painted the Comanches, illustrated it, but the Mongols and the Scythians and Avars and all these people did it too, where they would shoot from underneath the horse's neck, hiding behind the horse the whole way. They could be emulated, but they were never as good, right? That's why they always hired these people. They hired mercenaries from these areas because they were incomparable, right? It's the combination of people who were shooting bows and arrows from the time they were toddlers, who were riding from the time they were, who rode all the time. I mean, the Huns were bowed, the Romans said, because they were never out. They ate, slept, everything in the saddle. That creates something that is difficult to copy. And it gave them a military advantage. I enjoy reading actually about when that military advantage ended. So 17th and 18th century, when the Chinese on one flank and the Russians on the other are beginning to use firearms and stuff to break this military power of these various Khans. The Mongols were simply the most dominating and most successful of the confederacies, but if you break it down, they really formed the nucleus at the top of the pyramid, of the apex of the food chain, and a lot of the people that were were known as Mongols were really lots of other tribes, non-Mongolian tribes, that when the Mongols conquer you, after they killed a lot of you, they incorporated you into their confederacy, and often made you go first. You know, you're going to fight somebody, we're going to make these people go out in front, suck up all the arrows before we go in and finish the job. So to me, and I guess a fan of the Mongols would say that the difference and what made the Mongols different wasn't the weapon system or the fighting or the warriors or the armor or anything. It was Genghis Khan. And if you go look at the other really dangerous, from the outside world's perspective, dangerous steppe nomadic confederacies from past history was always when some great leader emerged that could unite the tribes. And you see the same thing in Native American history to degrees. You had people like Attila, right? Or there's one called Truman. You go back in history, and these people make the history books because they caused an enormous amount of trouble for their settled neighbors. That normally, I mean, Chinese, Byzantine, and Persian approaches to the steppe people were always the same. They would pick out tribes to be friendly with. They would give them money, gifts, hire them, and they would use them against the other tribes. Generally, Byzantine, especially in Chinese diplomatic history, was all about keeping these tribes separated. Don't let them form confederations of large numbers of them, because then they're unstoppable. Attila was a perfect example. The Huns were another large, the Turks, another large confederacy of these people, and they were devastating when they could unite. So the diplomatic policy was don't let them. That's what made the Mongols different, is Genghis Khan united them, and then unlike most of the tribal confederacies, they were able to hold it together for a few generations.
To linger on the little thread that you started pulling on this man, Genghis Khan, that was a leader. What do you think makes a great leader? Maybe if you have other examples throughout history. And great, again, let's use that term loosely.
Now I was going to ask for a definition.
Great uniter of whether it's evil or good, it doesn't matter. Is there somebody who stands out to you, Alexander the Great, so we're talking about military or ideologies? You know, some people bring up FDR or I mean, it could be the founding fathers of this country, or we can go to was he man of the century up there, Hitler of the 20th century, and Stalin, and these people had really amassed the amount of power that probably has never been seen in the history of the world. Is there somebody who stands out to you by way of trying to define what makes a great uniter, great leader in one man or woman maybe in the future?
It's an interesting question, and one I've thought a lot about, because let's take Alexander the Great as an example, because Alexander fascinated the world of his time, ever since people have been fascinated with the guy. But Alexander was a hereditary monarch, right?
Yeah.
He was handed the kingdom.
He's fascinating.
Right, but he did not need to rise from nothing to get that job. In fact, he reminds me of a lot of other leaders, like Frederick the Great, for example, in Prussia. These are people who inherited the greatest army of their day. Alexander, unless he was an imbecile, was going to be great no matter what, because if you inherit the Wehrmacht, you're going to be able to do something with it, right? Alexander's father may have been great. Philip. Philip II was the guy who literally did create a strong kingdom from a disjointed group of people that were continually beset by their neighbors. He's the one that reformed that army, took things that he had learned from other Greek leaders like the Theban leader Epaminondas, and then laboriously over his lifetime stabilized the frontiers, built this system. He lost an eye doing it. His leg was made lame. This was a man who looked like he built the empire and led from the front ranks. I mean, and then who may have been killed by his son. We don't know who assassinated Philip. But then handed the greatest army the world had ever seen to his son, who then did great things with it. You see this pattern many times. So in my mind, I'm not sure Alexander really can be that great when you compare him to people who arose from nothing. So the difference between what we would call in the United States the self-made man or the one who inherits a fortune. There's an old line that, it's a slur. It's about rich people. It's like he was born on third base and thought he hit a triple, right? Philip was born at home plate and he had to hit. Alexander started on third base. And so I try to draw a distinction between them. Genghis Khan is tough because there's two traditions. The tradition that we grew up with here in the United States and that I grew up learning was that he was a self-made man. But there is a tradition, and it may be one of those things that's put after the fact, because a long time ago, whether or not you have blue blood in your veins was an important distinction. And so the distinction that you'll often hear from Mongolian history is that this was a nobleman who had been deprived of his inheritance, so he was a blue blood anyway. I don't know which is true. There's certainly, when you look at a Genghis Khan, you have to go, that is a wicked amount of things to have achieved. He's very impressive as a figure. Attila is very impressive as a figure. Hitler's an interesting figure. He's one of those people, because the more you study about Hitler, the more you wonder where the defining moment was. Because if you look at his life, Hitler was a relatively common soldier in the First World War. He was brave. He got some decorations. In fact, the highest decoration he got in the First World War was given to him by a Jewish officer. And it was he often didn't talk about that decoration, even though it was the more prestigious one, because it would open up a whole can of worms you didn't want to get into. But Hitler's, if you said who was Hitler today, one of the top things you're going to say is he was an anti-Semite. Well, then you have to draw a distinction between general, regular anti-Semitism that was pretty common in the era and something that was a rabid level of anti-Semitism. But Hitler didn't seem to show a rabid level of anti-Semitism until after or at the very end of the First World War. So if this is a defining part of this person's character, and much of what we consider to be his evil stems from that, what happened to this guy when he's an adult, right? He's already fought in the war. To change him so, it's almost like there's always a movie theme. Somebody gets hit by something on the head and their whole personality changes, right? It almost seems something like that. So I don't think I call that necessarily a great leader. To me, the interesting thing about Hitler is what the hell happened to a nondescript person who didn't really impress anybody with his skills? And then in the 1920s is all of a sudden, as you said, sort of the man of the hour, right? So that to me is kind of fascinating. I have this feeling that Genghis Khan, and we don't really know, was an impressive human being from the get-go. He was raised in this environment with pressure on all sides. You start with this diamond and then you polish it and you harden it his whole life. Hitler seemed to be a very unimpressive gemstone most of his life, and then all of a sudden, so I don't think I can label great leaders, and I'm always fascinated by that idea that, and I'm trying to remember who the quote was by, that great men, Lord Acton, so great men are often not good men. And that in order to be great, you would have to jettison many of the moral qualities that we normally would consider a Jesus or a Gandhi, or the Martin. These qualities that one looks at as the good, upstanding moral qualities that we should all aspire to as examples, right? The Buddha, whatever it might be. Those people wouldn't make good leaders, because what you need to be a good leader often requires the kind of choices that a true philosophical Diogenes moral man wouldn't make. So I don't have an answer to your question. How about that? That's a very long way of saying I don't know.
Just linger a little bit. It does feel like, from my study of Hitler, that the time molded the man versus Genghis Khan, where it feels like the man molded his time.
Yes, and I feel that way about a lot of those nomadic Confederacy builders, that they really seem to be these figures that stand out as extraordinary in one way or another. And remembering, by the way, that almost all the history of them were written by the enemies that they so mistreated that they were probably never going to get any good press. They didn't write themselves.
That's a caveat we should always
to
basically.
Nomadic or Native American peoples or tribal peoples anywhere generally do not get the advantage of being able to write the history of their heroes.
Okay, I've recently almost done with The Rise and the Fall of the Third Reich. It's one of the historical descriptions of Hitler's rise to power, Nazis' rise to power. There's a few philosophical things I'd like to ask you to see if you can help. Like one of the things I think about is how does one be a hero in 1930s Nazi Germany? What does it mean to be a hero? What do heroic actions look like? I think about how I move about in this world today. You know, that we live in really chaotic and tense times where I don't think you want to draw any parallels between Nazi Germany and modern day in any of the nations can think about, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that authoritarian governments take hold, authoritarian companies take hold, and I'd like to think that I could be, in my little small way, and inspire others to take the heroic action before things get bad. And I kind of try to place myself in what would 1930s Germany look like. Is it possible to stop a Hitler? Is it even the right way to think about it? And how does one be a hero in it? I mean, you often talk about that living through a moment in history is very different than looking at that history, when you look back. I also think about, would it be possible to understand what's happening, that the bells of war are ringing? It seems that most people didn't seem to understand, late into the 30s, that war is coming. That's fascinating. On the United States side, inside Germany, like the opposing figures, the German military didn't seem to understand this. Maybe off the other countries, certainly France and England didn't seem to understand this. So I kind of tried to put myself into 1930s, 30s Germany as I'm Jewish, which is another little twist on the whole. Like, what would I do? What should one do? Do you have interesting answers?
So earlier we had talked about Putin, we had talked about patriotism and love of country, those sorts of things. In order to be a hero in Nazi Germany, by our views here, you would have had to have been anti-patriotic to the average German's viewpoint in the 1930s, right? You would have to have opposed your own government and your own country, and it would be a very weird thing to go to people in Germany and say, listen, the only way you're going to be seen as a good German and a hero to the country that will be your enemies is we think you should oppose your own government. It's a strange position to put the people in a government in, saying you need to be against your leader, you need to oppose your government's policies, you need to oppose your government, you need to hope and work for its downfall. That doesn't sound patriotic. It wouldn't sound patriotic here in this country if you made a similar argument. I will go away from the 1930s and go to the 1940s to answer your questions. There's movements like the White Rose movement in Germany, which involved young people, really, and from various backgrounds, religious backgrounds often, who worked openly against the Nazi government at a time when power was already consolidated, the Gestapo was in full force, and they execute people who are against the government. And these young people would go out and distribute pamphlets. And many of them got their heads cut off with guillotines for their trouble. And they knew that that was going to be the penalty. That is a remarkable amount of bravery and sacrifice and willingness to die, and almost not even willingness, because they were so open about it, it's almost a certainty, right? That's incredibly moving to me. So when we talk, and we had talked earlier about sort of the human spirit and all that kind of thing, there are people in the German military who opposed and worked against Hitler, for example. But to me, that's almost cowardly compared to what these young people did in the White Rose movement, because those people in the Wehrmacht, for example, who were secretly trying to undermine Hitler, they're not really putting their lives on the line to the same degree. And so I think when I look at heroes, and listen, I remember once saying there were no conscientious objectors in Germany as a way to point out to people that you didn't have a choice, you were going to serve in there. And I got letters from Jehovah's Witnesses who said, yes, there were, and we got sent to the concentration camps. Those are remarkably brave things. It's one thing to have your own set of standards and values. It's another thing to say, oh no, I'm going to display them in a way that with this regime, that's a death sentence. And not just for me, for my family, right? In these regimes, there was not a lot of distinction made between father and son and wives. That's a remarkable sacrifice to make, and far beyond what I think I would even be capable of. So the admiration comes from seeing people who appear to be more morally profound than you are yourself. So when I look at this, I look at that kind of thing, and I just say, wow. And the funny thing is, if you'd have gone to most average Germans on the street in 1942 and said, what do you think of these people? They're going to think of them as traitors who probably got what they deserved. So that's the eye of the beholder thing. It's the power of the state to so propagandize values and morality in a way that favors the state, that you can turn people who today we look at as unbelievably brave and moral and crusading for righteousness, turn them into enemies of the people. So, I mean, in my mind, it would be people like that.
See, I think, so hero is a funny word, and we romanticize the notion. But if I could drag you back to 1930s Germany from 1943, I feel like the heroic actions that doesn't accomplish much is not what I'm referring to. So there's many heroes I look up to that, like David Goggins, for example, the guy who runs crazy distances. He runs for no purpose except for the suffering in itself. And I think his willingness to challenge the limits of his mind is heroic. I guess I'm looking for a different term, which is, how could Hitler have been stopped? My sense is that he could have been stopped in the battle of ideas, where people, millions of people were suffering economically, were suffering because of the betrayal of World War I in terms of the love of country and how they felt they were being treated. And a charismatic leader that inspired love and unity that's not destructive could have emerged, and that's where the battle should have been fought.
I would suggest that we need to take into account the context of the times that led to Hitler's rise of power and created the conditions where his message resonated. That is not a message that resonates at all times, right? It is impossible to understand the rise of Hitler without dealing with the First World War and the aftermath of the First World War and the inflationary, terrible depression in Germany and all of these things, and the dissatisfaction with the Weimar Republic's government, which was often seen as something put into place by the victorious powers. Hitler referred to the people that signed those agreements, that signed the armistice, as the November criminals, and he used that as a phrase which resonated with the population. This was a population that was embittered, and even if they weren't embittered, the times were so terrible, and the options for operating within the system in a non-radical way seemed totally discredited, right? You could work through the Weimar Republic, but they tried and it wasn't working anyway. And then the alternative to the Nazis, who were bully boys in the street, were communist agitators that to the average conservative German seemed no better. So you have three options if you're an average German person. You can go with the discredited government put in power by your enemies that wasn't working anyway. You could go with the Nazis, who seemed like a bunch of super patriots calling for the restoration of German authority, or you could go with the communists. And the entire thing seemed like a litany of poor options, right? And in this realm, Hitler was able to triangulate, if you will. He came off as a person who was going to restore German greatness at a time when this was a powerful message. But if you don't need German greatness restored, it doesn't resonate, right? So the reason that your love idea and all this stuff, I don't think would have worked in the time period is because that was not a commodity that the average German was in search of then.
Well, it's interesting to think about whether greatness could be restored through mechanisms, through ideas that are not so, from our perspective today, so evil. I don't know what the right term is.
But the war continued anyway. So remember that when Hitler is rising to power, the French are in control of parts of Germany, right? The Ruhr, one of the main industrial heartlands of Germany, was occupied by the French. So there's never this point where you're allowed to let the hate dissipate, right? Every time maybe things were calming down, something else would happen to stick the knife in and twist it a little bit more, from the average German's perspective, right? The reparations, right? So if you say, okay, well, we're going to get back on our feet, the reparations were crushing. These things prevented the idea of love or brotherhood and all these things from taking hold. And even if there were Germans who felt that way, and there most certainly were, it is hard to overcome the power of everyone else. You know, what I always say when people talk to me about humanity is I believe on individual levels we're capable of everything and anything, good, bad, or indifferent. But collectively, it's different, right? And in the time period that we're talking about here, messages of peace on earth and love your enemies and all these sorts of things were absolutely deluged and overwhelmed and drowned out by the bitterness, the hatred, and let's be honest, the sense that you were continually being abused by your former enemies. There were a lot of people on the Allied side that realized this and said, we're setting up the next war. They understood that you can only do certain things to collective human populations for a certain period of time before it is natural for them to want to. And you can see German posters for the region, Nazi propaganda posters that show them breaking off the chains of their enemies. And I mean, Germany awake, right? That was the great slogan. So I think love is always a difficult option. And in the context of those times, it was even more disempowered than normal.
Well, this goes to just to linger on it for a little longer, the question of the inevitability of history. Do you think Hitler could have been stopped? Do you think this kind of force that you're saying that there was a pain and it was building, there was a hatred that was building, do you think there was a way to avert? I mean, there's two questions. Could it have been a lot worse? And could it have been better in the trajectory of history in the 30s and 40s?
The most logical, we started this conversation, brings one of the bow tie into the discussion and buttons it up nicely. They talked about force and counterforce earlier. The most obvious remilitarize the Rhineland. Everyone talks about a couple of French divisions would have done had they simply gone in and contested. And this was something Hitler was extremely, I mean, it might have been the most nervous time in his entire career because he was afraid that they would have responded with force, and he was in no position to do anything about it if they did. So this is where you get the people who say, and Churchill's one of these people too, where they talk about that he should have been stopped militarily right at the very beginning when he was weak. I don't think. Listen, there were candidates in the Catholic Center Party and others in the Weimar Republic that maybe could have done things, and it's beyond my understanding of specific German history to talk about it intelligently. But I do think that had the French responded militarily to Hitler's initial moves into that area, that he would have been thwarted. And I think he himself believed, if I'm remembering my reading, that this would have led to his downfall. So the potential, what I don't like about this is that it almost legitimizes military intervention at a very early stage to prevent worse things from happening. But it might be a pretty clear-cut case. But it should also be pointed out that there was a lot of sympathy on the part of the Allies for the fact that, the Germans probably should have Germany back, and this is traditional German land. And, I mean, they were trying, in a funny way, it's almost like the love and the sense of justice on the Allies' part may have actually stayed their hand in a way that would have prevented much, much, much worse things later. But if the times were such that the message of a Hitler resonated, then simply removing Hitler from the equation would not have removed the context of the times. And that means one of two things. Either you could have had another one, or you could have ended up in a situation equally bad in a different direction. I don't know what that means, because it's hard to imagine anything could be worse than what actually occurred, but history is funny that way. And that Hitler's always everyone's favorite example of the difference between the great man theory of history and the trends and forces theories of history, right? The times made a Hitler possible, and maybe even desirable to some. If you took him out of the equation, those trends and forces are still in place, right? So what does that mean? If you take him out and the door is still open, does somebody else walk through it?
Yeah, it's mathematically speaking, the probability of charismatic leaders emerge. I'm so torn on that. I'm at this point.
Here's another way to look at it. The institutional stability of Germany in that time period was not enough to push back. And there are other periods in German history. I mean, Hitler arisen in 1913. He doesn't get anywhere, because Germany's institutional power is enough to simply quash that. It's the fact that Germany was unstable anyway that prevented a united front that would have kept radicalism from getting out of hand. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. A tricky question on this, just to stay on this a little longer, because I'm not sure how to think about it, is the World War II versus the Holocaust. We were talking just now about the way that history unrolls itself, and could Hitler have been stopped? And I don't quite know what to think about Hitler without the Holocaust, and perhaps in his thinking how essential the anti-Semitism and the hatred of Jews was. It feels to me that, I don't know, we were just talking about where did he pick up his hatred of the Jewish people. There's stories in Vienna and so on that it almost is picking up the idea of anti-Semitism as a really useful tool, as opposed to actually believing it in its core. Do you think World War II, as it turned out, and Hitler as he turned out, would be possible without anti-Semitism? Could we have avoided the Holocaust? Or was it an integral part of the ideology of fascism and the Nazis?
Not an integral part of fascism, because Mussolini Mussolini did it to please Hitler, but it wasn't an integral part. What's interesting to me is that that's the big anomaly in the whole question, because anti-Semitism didn't need to be a part of this at all, right? Hitler had a conspiratorial view of the world. He was a believer that the Jews controlled things, right? The Jews were responsible for both Bolshevism on one side and capitalism on the other. They ruled the banks. The United States was a Jewified country, right? Bolshevism was a Jewified sort of a political. In other words, he saw Jews everywhere. He had that line about if the Jews of Europe force another war to Germany, they'll pay the price or whatever. But then you have to believe that they're capable of that. The Holocaust is a weird sidebar to the whole thing. And here's what I've always found interesting. It's a sidebar that weakened Germany. Because look at the First World War. Jews fought for Germany, right? Who was the most important? And this is a very arguable point, but it's just the first one that pops into my head. Who was the most important Jewish figure that would have maybe been on the German side had the Germans had a non-anti-Semitic well, listen, that whole part.
Einstein.
Yeah, it's Einstein. But the whole, I should point out that to say Germany or Europe or Russia or any of those things were not anti-Semitic is to do injustice to history, right? Pogroms,
Yes.
that is it's standard operating procedure. What you see in the Hitlerian era is an absolute huge spike, right? Because the government has a conspiracy theory that the Jews have. It's funny because Hitler both thought of them as weak and super powerful at the same time, right? And as an outsider people that weaken Germany, the whole idea of the blood and how that connects to Darwinism and stuff, all that sort of stuff is just weird, right? A real outlier. But Einstein, let's just play with Einstein. If there's no anti-Semitism in Germany, or none above the normal level, right? The baseline level, does Einstein leave? Along with all the other Jewish scientists, and what does Germany have as increased technological and intellectual capacity if they stay? Right? It's something that actually weakened that state. It's a tragic flaw in the Hitlerian worldview. But it was so, and I didn't. You had mentioned earlier, like maybe it was not integral to his character. Maybe it was a wonderful tool for power. I don't think so. Somewhere along the line, and really not at the beginning, this guy became absolutely obsessed with this.
With the conspiracy theory.
Yeah, and Jews. And he surrounded himself with people and theorists. I'm going to use that word really sort of loosely, who believe this too. And so you have a cabal of people who are reinforcing this idea that the Jews control the world. He called it international Jewry was a huge part of the problem, and that because of that they deserve to be punished, they were an enemy within, all these kinds of things. It's a nutty conspiracy theory that the government of one of the most, the big thing with Germany was culture, right? They were a leading figure in culture and philosophy and all these kinds of things, and that they could be overtaken with this wildly, wickedly weird conspiracy theory, and then it would actually determine things. I mean, Hitler was taking vast amounts of German resources and using it to wipe out this race when he needed them for all kinds of other things, to fight a war of annihilation. So that is the weirdest part of the whole Nazi phenomenon.
It's the darkest possible silver lining to think about is that the Holocaust may have been, and the hatred of the Jewish people may have been the thing that avoided Germany getting the nuclear weapons first. And
isn't that a wonderful historical ironic twist, that if it weren't so overlaid with tragedy, 1,000 years from now we'll be seen as something really kind of funny.
Well, that's true. It's fascinating to think, as you've talked about.
So the seeds of his own destruction, right? The tragic flaw.
And my hope is, this is a discussion I have with my dad as a physicist, is that evil inherently contains with it that kind of incompetence. So my dad's discussion, so he's a physicist and engineer, his belief is that at this time in our history, the reason we haven't had nuclear, terrorists blow up a nuclear weapon somewhere in the world, is that the kind of people that would be terrorists are simply not competent enough at their job of being destructive. So there's a kind of, if you plot it, the more evil you are, the less able you are, and by evil I mean purely just what you said, if we were to consider the hatred of Jewish people as evil, because it's sort of detached from reality. It's like just this pure hatred of something that's grounded on things, conspiracy theories. If that's evil, then the more you sell yourself, the more you give into these conspiracy theories, the less capable you are at actually engineering, which is very difficult, engineering nuclear weapons and effectively deploying them. So that's a hopeful message that the destructive people in this world are, by their worldview, incompetent in creating the ultimate destruction.
I don't agree with that.
Oh boy.
I straight up don't.
So why are we still here? Why haven't we destroyed ourselves? Why haven't the terrorists blown? It's been many decades. Why haven't we destroyed ourselves to this point?
Well, when you say it's been many decades, that's like saying in the life of a 150-year-old person, we've been doing well for a year. The problem with all these kinds of equations, and it was Bertrand Russell, right, the philosopher who said so. He said it's unreasonable to expect a man to walk on a tightrope for 50 years. I mean, the problem is that this is a long game. And let's remember that up until relatively recently, what would you say, 30 years ago, the nuclear weapons in the world were really tightly controlled. That was one of the real dangers in the fall of the Soviet Union. Remember the worry that all of a sudden you were going to have bankrupt former Soviet republics selling nuclear weapons to terrorists and whatnot. I would suggest, and here's the problem, is that when we call these terrorists evil, it's easy for an American, for example, to say that Osama bin Laden is evil. Easy for me to say that. But one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, as the saying goes. And to other people, he's not. What Osama bin Laden did, and the people that worked with him, we would call evil genius. The idea of hijacking planes and flying them into the buildings like that, and then he could pull that off, and that still boggles my mind. It's funny, I'm still stunned by that. And yet, the idea, here's the funny part, and I hesitate to talk about this because I don't want to give anyone ideas, right? But you don't need nuclear weapons to do incredibly grave amounts of danger. What one can of gasoline and a bit lighter can do in the right place and the right time, and over and over and over again, can bring down societies. This is the argument behind the importance of the stability that a nation state provides. So, when we went in and took out Saddam Hussein, one of the great counter arguments from some of the people who said this is a really stupid thing to do is that Saddam Hussein was the greatest anti-terror weapon in that region that you could have because they were a threat to him. So he took that, and he did it in a way that was much more repressive than we would ever be, right? And this is the old line about why we supported right-wing death squad countries, because they were taking out people that would inevitably be a problem for us if they didn't. And they were able to do it in a way we would never be able to do, supposedly. It was pretty good, that stuff. Just like the Soviet Union was behind the scenes and underneath the radar. But the idea that the stability created by powerful and strong centralized leadership allowed them, it's almost like outsourced anti-terror activities, allowed them to, for their own reasons. You see the same thing with the Syria situation with the Assads. You can't have an ISIS in that area because that's a threat to the Assad government who will take care of that for you, and then that helps us by not having an ISIS. So I would suggest, one, that the game is still on whether or not these people get nuclear weapons in their hands. I would suggest they don't need them to achieve their goals, really. The crazy thing is, if you start thinking like the Joker in Batman, the terrorist idea, it's funny, I guess I would be a great terrorist because I was just full of those ideas. Oh, you could do this. It's scary to think of how vulnerable we are.
But the whole point is that you, as the Joker, wouldn't do the terrorist actions. That's the theory that's so hopeful to me with my dad, is that all the ideas, your ability to generate good ideas was to get nuclear weapons, how you can disrupt your power grid, how you can disrupt attack our psychology, attack, like with a can of gasoline, like you said, somehow disrupt the American system of ideas. Like that, coming up with good ideas there.
Are we saying evil people can't come up with evil genius ideas?
That's what I'm saying. We have this Hollywood story.
I don't think history. I mean, I think you can say with the nuclear weapons it does, but only because they're so recent. But I mean, evil genius, I mean, that's almost proverbial.
But that's, okay, so to push back for the fun of it.
I don't want you to leave this in a terrible mood because I push back on every hopeful idea you have, but I tend to be a little cynical about that stuff.
But that goes to the definition of evil, I think, because I'm not so sure human history has a lot of evil people being competent. I do believe that they mostly, like, in order to be good at doing what may be perceived as evil, you have to be able to construct an ideology around which you truly believe when you look in the mirror by yourself that you're doing good for the world. And it's difficult to construct an ideology where destroying the lives of millions or disrupting the American system, I'm already contradicting myself as I was saying.
I was going to say, people have done this already.
Yes. So, but then it's the question of like about aliens with the idea that if the aliens are all out there, why haven't they visited us? The same question, if it's so easy to be evil, not easy, if it's possible to be evil, why haven't we destroyed ourselves? And your statement is, from the context of history, the game is still on. And it's just been a few years since we found the tools to destroy ourselves. And one of the challenges of our modern time, we don't often think about this pandemic kind of revealed, is how soft we've gotten in terms of our deep dependence on the system. So somebody mentioned to me, what happens if power goes out for a day? What happens if power goes out for a month? Oh, the person that mentioned this was a birthday faculty that I was talking with. He's an astronomer who's observing solar flares. And it's very possible that a solar flare, they happen all the time to different degrees. Yeah, to knock out the power grid for months. So, like, just as a thought experiment, what happens if just power goes out for a week in this country?
Like the electromagnetic pulses of nuclear weapons and all this kind of stuff.
But maybe that's an act of nature. And even just the act of nature will reveal like a little fragility of it all, and then the evil can emerge. I mean, the kind of things that might happen when power goes out, especially during a divisive time.
Well, you won't have to. At baseline level, that would mean that the entire supply chain begins to break down, and then you have desperation, and desperation opens the door.
Can I ask a dark question?
As opposed to the other things we've been talking about?
There's always a thread, a hopeful message. I think there'll be a hopeful message in this country.
They have the wrong
if you were to bet money on the way that human civilization destroys itself, or it collapses in some way that where the result would be unrecognizable to us as anything akin to progress, what would you say? Is it nuclear weapons? Is it some societal breakdown to just more traditional kinds of war? Is it engineered pandemics, nanotechnology? Is it artificial intelligence? Is it some things we can't even expect yet? Do you have a sense of how we humans will destroy ourselves? Or might we live forever?
I think what governs my view of this thing is the ability for us to focus ourselves collectively, right? And that gives me the choice of looking at this and saying, what are the odds we will do X versus Y, right? So go look at the 62 shooting missile test, where we looked at the potential of nuclear war. We stared right in the face of that. To me, I consider that to be, you want to talk about a hopeful moment? That's one of the rare times in our history where I think the odds were overwhelmingly that there would be a nuclear war. And I'm not the super Kennedy worshiper that, I grew up in an era where he was, especially amongst people in the Democratic Party, he was almost worshipped, and I was never that guy. But I will say something. John F. Kennedy, by himself, probably made decisions that saved 100 million or more lives, because everyone around him thought he should be taking the road that would have led to those deaths. And to push back against that is, when you look at it now, I mean, again, if you were a betting person, you would bet against that. And that's rare, right? So when we talk about how the world will end, the fact that one person actually had that in their hands meant that it wasn't a collective decision. It gave, remember I said I trust people on an individual level, but when we get together, we're more like a herd. We devolve down to the lowest common denominator. That was something where the higher ethical ideas of a single human being could come into play and make the decisions that influence the events. But when we have to act collectively, I get a lot more pessimistic. So take what we're doing to the planet. And we talk about it always now in terms of climate change, which I think is far too narrow. Look at, and I always get very frustrated when we talk about these arguments. Is it happening? Is it human? Just look at the trash. Forget climate for a second. We are destroying the planet because we're not taking care of it. And because what it would do to take care of it would require collective sacrifices that would require enough of us to say, okay, and we can't get enough of us to say, okay, because too many people have to be on board. It's not John F. Kennedy making one decision from one man. We have to have 85% of us or something around the world. Not just, you can't say, we're going to stop the amount of people that have to get on board that train is hard. You get pessimistic hoping for those kinds of shifts, unless it's right, Krypton's about to explode. We have, and so I think if you're talking about a gambling man's view of this, that's got to be the odds-on favorite, because it requires such a unanimous, and the systems maybe are even different, right? The fact that we would need intergovernmental bodies that are completely discredited now on board, and you would have to subvert the national interests of nation states. I mean, the amount of things that have to go right in a short period of time. We don't have 600 years to figure this out, right? So to me, that looked like the most likely, just because the things we would have to do to avoid it seemed the most unlikely. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. I believe, call me naive, in just like you said with the individual, I believe that charismatic leaders, individual leaders, will save us. Like this.
What if you don't get them all at the same time? What if you get a charismatic leader in one country, but what if you get a charismatic leader in a country that doesn't really matter that much?
Well, it's a ripple effect that starts with one leader, and their charisma inspires other leaders. Like, so it's like one ant queen steps up, and then the rest of the ants starts behaving, and then there's like little other spikes of leaders that emerge, and then that's where collaboration emerges. I tend to believe that, like, when you heat up the system and shit starts getting really chaotic, then the leader, whatever this collective intelligence that we've developed, the leader will emerge. Like,
Do you think there's just as much of a chance, though, that the leader would emerge and say, the Jews are the people who did all this?
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Is that the idea that they would come up, you have a charismatic leader, and he's going to come up with the right, or she is going to come up with the right solution, as opposed to totally coming up with the wrong solution. I guess what I'm saying is, you could be right, but a lot of things have to go the right way.
But my intuition about the evolutionary process that led to the creation of human intelligence and consciousness on Earth results in the power of, like, if we think of it, just the love in the system versus the hate in the system, that the love is greater. The human kindness potential in the system is greater than the human hatred potential. And so the leader that is in the time when it's needed, the leader that inspires love and kindness is more likely to emerge and will have more power. So you have the Hitlers of the world that emerge, but they're actually in the grand and scheme of history are not that impactful. So it's weird to say, but not that many people died in World War II. If you look at the full range of human history, it's up to 100 million, whatever that is. With natural pandemics too, you can have those kinds of numbers, but it's still a percentage. I forget what the percentage is, maybe 3-5% of the human population on Earth. Maybe it's a little bit focused on a different region, but it's not destructive to the entirety of human civilization. So I believe that the charismatic leaders, when time is needed, that do good for the world in the broader sense of good, are more likely to emerge than the ones that say kill all the Jews.
It's possible though, and this is just, I've thought about this all of 30 seconds, but I mean,
we're betting money here on the 21st century. Who's going to win?
I think maybe you divided this into too much of a black and white dichotomy. This love and good on one side and this evil on another. Let me throw something that might be more in the center of that linear balancing act. Self-interest, which may or may not be good. The good version of it we call enlightened self-interest, right? The bad version of it we call selfishness. But self-interest to me seems like something more likely to impact the outcome than either love on one side or evil on the other. Simply a question of what's good for me, or what's good for my country, or what's good from my point of view, or what's good for my business. I mean, if you tell me, I'm a coal miner, or maybe I own a coal mine. If you say to me we have to stop using coal because it's hurting the earth, I have a hard time disentangling that greater good question from my right now good feeding my family question, right? So I think maybe it's going to be a much more banal thing than good and evil, much more a question of we're not all going to decide at the same time that the interests that we have are aligned. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. But I mean, I've looked at Ayn Rand and objectivism and kind of really thought, like, how bad or good can things go when everybody's acting selfishly? But I think we're just talking two ants here with microphones talking about but like the question is when they spread. So what do I mean by love and kindness? I think it's human flourishing on Earth and throughout the cosmos. It feels like whatever the engine that drives human beings is more likely to result in human flourishing. And people like Hitler are not good for human flourishing. So that's what I mean by good, maybe it's an intuition that kindness is an evolutionary advantage. I hate those terms. I hate to reduce stuff to evolutionary biology always, but it just seems like for us to multiply throughout the universe, it's good to be kind to each other. And those leaders will always emerge to save us from the Hitlers of the world that want to kind of burn the thing down with a flamethrower. That's the intuition.
But let's talk about, you brought up evolution several times. Let me play this out. I think going back to animal times, we are conditioned to deal with overwhelming threats right in front of us. So I have quite a bit of faith in humanity when it comes to doom right outside our door. If Krypton's about to explode, I think humanity can rouse themselves to great and would give power to the people who needed it and be willing to make the sacrifices. But that's what makes, I think, the pollution / climate change / screwing up your environment threat so particularly insidious, is it happens slowly, right? It defies fight and flight mechanisms. It defies the natural ability we have to deal with the threat that's right on top of us. And it requires an amount of foresight that while some people would be fine with that, most people are too worried, and understandably, I think, too worried about today's threat rather than next generation's threat or whatever it might be. So, I mean, when we talk about, when you said, what do you think the greatest threat is? I think with nuclear weapons, I think could we have a nuclear war? We darn right could. But I think that there's enough of an inertia. We're against that because people understand instinctively, if I decide to launch this attack against China and I'm India, we're going to have 50 million dead people tomorrow. Whereas if you say, we're going to have a whole planet of dead people in 3 generations if we don't start now, the evolutionary way that we have evolved mitigates maybe against that. In other words, I think I would be pleasantly surprised if we could pull that off. Does that make sense?
Totally.
I don't mean to be like I'm the
No,
scientific doom.
Well, it's fun that way. I think we're both, maybe I'm over the top on the love thing.
Maybe I'm over the top.
So it makes for a fun chat, I think. So one guy that I've talked to several times, who's slowly becoming a friend, is a guy named Elon Musk. He's a big fan of hardcore history, and especially Genghis Khan series of episodes, but really all of it. Him and his girlfriend Grimes listen to it.
I know him.
Yeah, you know Elon? Okay, awesome. So that's like relationship goals. Like listen to hardcore history on the weekend with your loved one. Okay. So if I were to look at the guy from a perspective of human history, it feels like he will be a little speck that's remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
You think about like the people, what will we remember from our time? Who are the people we'll remember? Whether it's the Hitlers or the Einsteins, who's going to be? It's hard to predict when you're in it, but it seems like Elon will be one of those people remembered. And if I were to guess what he's remembered for, it's the work he's doing with SpaceX and potentially being the person, like we don't know, but being the person, new era of space exploration. If we look, centuries from now, if we're successful as human beings, survive long enough to venture out into the, toward these stars. It's weird to ask you this. I don't know what your opinions are, but do you think humans will be a multiplanetary species in the long arc of history? Do you think Elon will be successful in his dream? And he doesn't shy away from saying it this way, right? He really wants us to colonize Mars first, and then colonize other Earth-like planets in other solar systems throughout the galaxy. Do you have a hope that we humans will venture out towards the stars?
So here's the thing, and this actually, again, dovetails to what we were talking about earlier. I actually, first of all, I toured SpaceX, and it's hard to get your mind around it because he's doing what it took governments to do before.
Yes.
Okay, so it's incredible that we're watching individual companies and stuff doing this.
Doing it faster and cheaper.
Yeah, well, and pushing the envelope, right, faster than the governments at the time were moving. It really is. I mean, there's a lot of people who I think who think Elon is overrated, and you have no idea, right? When you go see it, you have no idea. But that's actually not what I'm most impressed with. It's Tesla I'm most impressed with. And the reason why is because, in my mind, we just talked about what I think is the greatest threat, the environmental stuff. And I talked about our inability, maybe all at the same time, to be willing to sacrifice our self-interest in order for the goal. And I don't want to put words in Elon's mouth, so you can talk to it if you want to. But in my mind, what he's done is recognize that problem. And instead of building a car that's a piece of crap, but it's good for the environment, so you should drive it, he's trying to create a car that if you're only motivated by your self-interest, you'll buy it anyway. And it will help the environment and help us transition away from one of the main causes of damage. I mean, one of the things this pandemic and the shutdown around the world has done is show us how amazingly quickly the Earth can actually rejuvenate. We're seeing clear skies in places, species come, and you would have thought it would have taken decades for some of this stuff. So what if, to name just one major pollution source, we didn't have the pollution caused by automobiles, right? And if you had said to me, Dan, what do you think the odds of us transitioning away from that were 10 years ago, I would have said, well, people aren't going to do it because it's inefficient, this, that, nobody wants to. But what if you created a vehicle that was superior in every way so that if you were just a self-oriented consumer, you'd buy it because you wanted that car? That's the best way to get around that problem of people not wanting to. I think he's identified that. And as he's told me before, you know when the last time a car company was created that actually, blah, blah, blah. He's right. And so I happen to feel that even though he's pushing the envelope on the space thing, I think somebody else would have done that someday. I'm not sure, because of the various things he's mentioned, how difficult it is to start there. I'm not sure that the industries that create vehicles for us would have gone where he's going to lead them if he didn't force them there through consumer demand by making a better car that people wanted anyway. They'll follow, they'll copy, they'll do all those things. And yet who was going to do that? So I hope he doesn't hate me for saying this, but I happen to think the Tesla idea may alleviate some of the need to get off this planet because the planet's being destroyed, right? And we're going to colonize Mars probably anyway if we live long enough. And I think the Tesla idea, not just Elon's version, but ones that follow from other people, is the best chance of making sure we're around long enough to see Mars colonized. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. And one other thing from my perspective, because I'm now starting a company, I think the interesting thing about Elon is he serves as a beacon of hope, like pragmatically speaking, for people that, sort of to push back on our doom conversation from earlier, that a single individual could build something that allows us as self-interested individuals to gather together in a collective way to actually alleviate some of the dangers that face our world. So like, it gives me hope as an individual that I can build something that can actually have impact that counteracts the Stalins and the Hitlers and all the threats that face that human civilization faces. That an individual has that power. I didn't believe that the individual has that power in the halls of government. Like, I don't feel like any one presidential candidate they can rise up and help the world, unite the world. It feels like, from everything I've seen, and you're right with Tesla, it can bring the world together to do good. That's a really powerful mechanism of, whatever you say about capitalism, that you can build companies that start, it starts with a single individual. Of course, there's a collective that grows around that, but the leadership of a single individual, their ideas, their dreams, their vision can catalyze something that takes over the world and does good for the entire world.
But I think the genius of the idea is that it doesn't require us to go head to head with human nature, right? He's actually built human nature into the idea by basically saying, I'm not asking you to be an environment. I'm not asking you to sacrifice to make it. I'm going to sell you a car you're going to like better, and by buying it, you'll help the environment. That takes into account our foibles as a species and actually leverages that to work for the greater good. And that's the sort of thing that does turn off my little doomcaster cynicism thing a little bit, because you're actually hitting us where we live, right? You're not. You can take somebody who doesn't even believe the environment's a problem, but they want a Tesla. So they're inadvertently helping anyway. I think that's the genius of the idea.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, that's one way to make love a much more efficient mechanism of change than hate.
Making it in your self-interest.
It makes your self-interest. Creating a product that leads to more love than hate.
You're going to want to love your neighbor because you're going to make a fortune.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go. That's why I'm on board. That's why Elon said love's the answer. That's, I think, exactly what he meant. Okay, let's try something difficult. You've recorded an episode of Steering into the Iceberg on your Common Sense program.
Yeah.
That has started a lot of conversations. It's quite moving. It was quite haunting.
Made a lot of angry emails.
Really?
Of course. I did something I haven't done in 30 years. I endorsed a political candidate from one of the two main parties, and there were a lot of disillusioned people because of that.
I guess I didn't hear it as an endorsement. I just heard it as the similar flavor of conversation as you have in hardcore history. It's almost the speaking about modern times in the same voice as you speak about when you talk about history. So it was just a little bit of a haunting view of the world today. I know we were just wearing our Doomcaster.
I mean, put that right back on, are you?
No, I like the term Doomcaster. Is there how do we get love to win? What's the way out of this? Is there a line that we can walk to avoid something, and I hate to use the terminology, but something that looks like a civil war? Not necessarily a war of force, but a division to a level where it doesn't any longer feel like a united States of America, with the emphasis on united. Is there a way out?
I read a book a while back. I want to say George Friedman, the Stratford guy, wrote it. It was something called The Next 100 Years, I think it was called. And I remember thinking, I didn't agree with any of it. And one of the things I think he said in the book was that, the United States was going to break up. I'm going from memory here. He might not have said that at all, but something was stuck in my memory about that. And I remember thinking, but I think some of the arguments were connected to the differences that we had and the fact that those differences are being exploited. So we talked about media earlier, the lack of truth and everything. We have a media climate that is incentivized to take the wedges in our society and make them, and there's no countervailing force to do the opposite or to help. So there was a famous memo from a group called Project for a New American Century, and they took it down, but the Wayback Machine online still has it, and it happened before 9/11, spawned all kinds of conspiracy theories, because it was saying something to the effect of, and I'm really paraphrasing here, but that the United States needs another Pearl Harbor type event, because those galvanize a country that without those kinds of events periodically is naturally geared towards pulling itself apart. And it's those periodic events that act as the countervailing force that otherwise is not there. If that's true, then we are naturally inclined towards pulling ourselves apart. So to have a media environment that makes money off widening those divisions, which we do. I mean, I was in talk radio, and it has those people, the people that used to scream at me because I wouldn't do it, but I mean, we would have these terrible conversations after every broadcast where I'd be in there with the program director and they're yelling at me about heat. Heat was the word. They create more heat. Well, what is heat, right? Heat is division, right? And they want the heat not because they're political. They're not Republicans or Democrats either. We want listeners and we want engagement and involvement. And because of the constructs of the format, you don't have a lot of time to get it. So you can't have me giving you, like on a podcast, an hour and a half or 2 hours where we build a logical argument and you're with me the whole way. Your audience is changing every 15 minutes. So whatever points you make to create interest and intrigue and engagement have to be knee-jerk right now. They told me once, the audience has to know where you stand on every single issue within 5 minutes of turning on your show. In other words, you have to be part of a linear set of political beliefs so that if you feel A about subject A, then you must feel D about subject D. And I don't even need need to hear your opinion on it, because if you feel that way about A, you're going to feel that way about D. This is a system that is designed to pull us apart for profit, but not because they want to pull us apart, right? It's a byproduct of the profit. That's one little example of 50 examples in our society that work in that same fashion. So what that Project for a New American Century document was saying is that we're naturally inclined towards disunity, and without things to occasionally ratchet the unity back up again so that we can start from the baseline again and then pull ourselves apart till the next Pearl Harbor, that you'll blow yourself apart, which I think that's what the George Friedman book was saying that I disagreed with so much at the time. So in answer to your question about civil wars, we can't have the same kind of civil war because we don't have a geographical cut as the one we had before, right? You had a basically north-south line in some border states. It was set up for that kind of split. Now we're divided within communities, within families, within gerrymandered voting districts and precincts, right? So you can't disengage. We're stuck with each other. So there's a civil war now, for lack of a better word. What it might seem like is the late 1960s, early 1970s, where you had the bombings and, let's call it domestic terrorism and things like that, because that would seem to be something that, once again, you don't even need a large chunk of the country pulling apart. 10% of people who think it's the end times can do the damage, just like we talked about terrorism before, and a can of gas and a big lighter. I've lived in a bunch of places, and I won't give anybody ideas, where a can of gas and a big lighter would take 1,000 houses down before you could blink, right? That terrorist doesn't have to be from the Middle East, doesn't have to have some sort of a fundamentalist religious agenda. It could just be somebody really pissed off about the election results. So once again, if we're playing an odds game here, everybody has to behave for this to work right. Only a few people have to misbehave for this thing to go sideways. And remember, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So you don't even have to have those people doing all these things. All they have to do is start a tit-for-tat retribution cycle.
And there's an escalation.
Yes, and it creates a momentum of its own, which leads fundamentally, if you follow the chain of events down there, to some form of dictatorial government as the only way to create stability. Right? You want to destroy the republic and have a dictator? That's how you do it. And there are parallels to Nazi Germany, the burning of the Reichstag, blah, blah, blah.
And
I'm the Doomcaster again, aren't I?
Well, and some of it could be manufactured by those seeking authoritarian power.
Absolutely, like the Reichstag fire was, or the Polish soldiers that fired over the border before the invasion in 1939.
To fight the devil's advocate with an angel's advocate, I would say, just as our conversation about Elon, it feels like individuals have power to unite us, to be that force of unity. So you mentioned the media. I think you're one of the great podcasters in history. Joe Rogan is like a long form, whatever. It's not podcasting. It's actually whatever the...
Very infrequent is what it is, no matter what it is.
But the basic process of it is you go deep and you stay deep, and the listener stays with you for a long time. So I'm just looking at the numbers, like we're almost 3 hours in, and from previous episodes, I can tell you that about 300,000 people are still listening to the sound of our voice 3 hours in. So usually it's 300 to 500,000 people listen, and they tune out.
Congratulations.
And Joe Rogan is like 10 times that. And so he has power to unite. You have power to unite. There's a few people with voices that it feels like they have power to unite. Even if you quote unquote endorse a candidate and so on, there's still, it feels to me that, speaking of, I don't want to keep saying love, but it's love and maybe unity more practically speaking, that like sanity, that like respect for those you don't agree with or don't understand, so empathy, just a few voices of those can help us avoid really importantly, not avoid the singular events, like you said, of somebody starting a fire and so on, but avoid the escalation of it, the preparedness of the populace to escalate those events, to turn a singular event, a single riot or shooting, or like even something much more dramatic than that, to turn that into something that creates like ripples that grow as opposed to ripples that fade away. And so like I would like to put responsibility on somebody like you and on me in some small way, and Joe being cognizant of the fact that a lot of very destructive things might happen in November. And a few voices can save us, is the feeling I have. Not by saying we should vote for or any of that kind of stuff, but really by being the voice of calm that like calms the seas from, or whatever the analogy is, from boiling up. Because I truly am worried about, this is the first time this year when I somehow have felt that the American project will go on forever. When I came to this country, I just believed, and I still think I'm young, but like, you know, I have a dream of creating a company that will do a lot of good for the world. And I thought that America is the beacon of hope for the world in the ideas of freedom, but also this America that filled me, a kid, a family kid from nothing, and from Russia as it was, Soviet Union as it was, to be able to do anything in this new country. I'm just worried about it, and it feels like a few people can still keep this project going. Like people like Elon, people like Joe. Is there? Do you have a bit of that hope?
I'm watching this experiment with social media right now. And I think these social media really expand that out to, I feel like we're all guinea pigs right now watching, I have 2 kids and just watching, and there's a 3-year space between the 2 of them. One's 18, the other's 15. And just, when I was a kid, a person who was 18 and 15 would not be that different. Just 3 years difference, more maturity. But their life experiences, you would easily classify those 2 people as being in the same generation. Now, because of the speed of technological change, there is a vast difference between my 18-year-old and my 15-year-old. And not in the maturity question, just in what apps they use, how they relate to each other, how they deal with their peers, their social skills, all those kinds of things where you turn around and go, this is uncharted territory. We've never been here, so it's going to be interesting to see what effect that has in society. Now, as that relates to your question, the most upsetting part about all that is reading how people treat each other online. And there's lots of theories about this. The fact that some of it is just for trolling laughs, and some of it is just people are not interacting face to face, so they feel free to treat each other that way. And I, of course, am trying to figure out how if this is how we have always been as people, right? We've always been this way, but we've never had the means to post our feelings publicly about it, or if the environment and the social media and everything else has provided a change and changed us into something else. Either way, when one reads how we treat one another and the horrible things we say about one another online, which seems like it shouldn't be that big a deal, they're just words, but they have a cumulative effect. I mean, when I was reading Meghan Markle, who I don't know a lot about because it's too much of the pop side of culture for me to pay attention. But I read a story the other day where she was talking about the abuse she took online and how incredibly overwhelming it was and how many people were doing it. And you think to yourself, okay, this is something that people who are in positions of what you were discussing earlier never had to deal with. Let me ask you something, and boy, this is the ultimate doomcaster thing of all time to say. When you think of historical figures that push things like love and peace and creating bridges between enemies. When you think of what happened to those people, first of all, they're very dangerous. Every society in the world has a better time, easier time dealing with violence and things like that than they do non-violence. Non-violence is really difficult for governments to deal with, for example. What happens to Gandhi and Jesus and Martin Luther King? You think about all those people, right? When they're that, it's ironic, isn't it, that these people who push for peaceful solutions are so often killed, but it's because they're effective. And when they're killed, the effectiveness is diminished. Why are they killed? Because they're effective. And the only way to stop them is to eliminate them, because they're charismatic leaders who don't come around every day, and if you eliminate them from the scene, the odds are you're not going to get another one for a while. I guess what I'm saying is the very things you're talking about, which would have the effect you think it would, right? They would destabilize systems in a way that most of us would consider positive. But those systems have a way of protecting themselves, right? And so I feel like history shows, history is pretty pessimistic, I think, by and large. If only because we can find so many examples that just sound pessimistic. But I feel like people who are dangerous to the way things are tend to be removed.
Yes, but there's two things to say. I feel like you're right that history, I feel like the ripples that love leaves in history are less obvious to detect, or are actually more transformational. Like,
one could make a case about, if you want to talk about the long-term value of Jesus or Gandhi. Yes, those people's ripples are still affecting people today. I agree.
And you feel those ripples through the general improvement of the quality of life that we see throughout the generations. Like, you feel the ripples through
I'll go along with you on that. Okay.
But I would, even if that's not true, I tend to believe that, and by the way, the company that I'm working on is a competitor, is exactly attacking this, which is a competitor to Twitter. I think I can build a better Twitter as a first step. There's a long story in there.
I think a 3-year-old child could build a better. And this is not to denigrate you. I'm sure yours would be better than a 3-year-old. But Twitter is so. And listen, Facebook, they're really awful platforms for intellectual discussion and meaningful discussion. And I'm on it. So let me just say I'm part of the problem.
We're new to this, so it's not. It wasn't obvious at the time how to do it. It's now. And now a 3-year-old can. I tend to believe that we live in a time where the tools that people that are interested in providing love, like the weapons of love, are much more powerful. So, like, the one nice thing is it allows anyone to build a company that's more powerful than any government. So that could be very destructive, but it could be also very positive. And that's, good for the world. Somebody like me and many like me could have more power than any one government. And by power, I mean the power to affect change, which is different from government.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'll forget my train of thought. How do you deal with the fact that already governments who are afraid of this are walling off their own internet systems as a way to create firewalls simply to prevent you from doing what you're talking about? In other words, if there's an old line that if voting really changed anything, they'd never allow it. If love, through a modern day successor to Twitter, would really do what you want it to do, and this would stabilize governments, do you think that governments would take countermeasures to squash that love before it got too dangerous?
There's several answers. One, first of all, I don't actually, to push back on something you said earlier, I don't think love is as much of an enemy of the state as one would think.
Different states have different views.
I think the states want power, and I don't always think that love is in tension with power. Like, I think, and I think it's not just about love, it's about rationality, it's reason, it's empathy, all of those things. I don't necessarily think they're always have to be, by definition, in conflict with each other. So that's one sense is I feel like basically you can Trojan horse love into it behind but you have to be good at it. This is the thing, is you have to be conscious of the way these states think. So the fact that China banned certain services and so on, that means the companies weren't eloquent, whoever the companies are, weren't actually good at infiltrating. Like, I think, isn't it a song, like, Love is a Battlefield? I think it's all yeah, it's all a game, and you have to be good at the game. And just like Elon, who said, with Tesla and saving the environment, I mean, that's not just by getting on a stage and saying it's important to save the environment. It's by building a product that people can't help but love, and then convincing Hollywood stars to love it. Like, there's a game to be played.
Okay, so let me build on that, because I think there's a way to see this. I think you're right. And so it has to do with a story about the 1960s. In the vast scheme of things, the 1960s looks like a revival of neo-romantic ideas, right? I had a buddy of mine several years ago, 2 decades. It's older than I was, who was in the 60s, went to the protest, did all those kind of things. And we were talking about it, and I was romanticizing it. He said, don't romanticize it. He goes, let me tell you, most of the people that went to those protests and did all those things, all they were there was to meet girls and have a good time. And, it wasn't so, but it became in vogue to have all, in other words, let's talk about your empathy and love. You're never going to, in my opinion, grab that great mass of people that are only in it for their interest in whatever work. But if meeting girls for a young teenage guy requires you to feign empathy, requires you to read deeper subjects because that's what people are into, you can almost, as a silly way to be trendy, you could make maybe empathy trendy, love trendy, solutions that are the opposite of that, the kind of things that people inherently will not put up with. In other words, the possibility exists to change the zeitgeist, yes, and reorient it in a way that even if most of the people aren't serious about it, the results are the same. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we found a meeting of the minds.
Yeah, exactly. creating incentives that encourage the best and the most beautiful aspects of human nature.
Our will.
It all boils down to meeting girls and boys.
Once again, you're getting to the bottom of the evolutionary motivations, and you're always on safe ground.
Yeah, it's a little difficult for me. And I'm sure it's actually difficult for you to listen to me say complimenting you, but it's
not good.
You and I, as I mentioned to you, I think off mic, have been friends for a long time. It's just been one way. So
it's two-way now.
It's two-way now. So that's the beauty of podcasting. I've just been fortunate enough with this particular podcast that I see it in people's eyes when they meet me that they've been friends with me for a few years now, and we become fast friends actually after we start talking. Yeah, but it's one way in that first moment. There's something about especially hardcore history that, I do some crazy challenges and running and stuff. I remember in particular, probably don't have time, one of my favorite episodes, the painful attainment one.
Some people hate it.
Because it's too real.
Yeah, they can't listen. It's my darkest one. We wanted to set a baseline, that's the baseline.
But I remember listening to that, and when I ran 22 miles, for me that was a long distance.
And that's being payment right now.
Yeah, and it just pulls you in, and there's something so powerful about this particular creation that's bigger than you, actually, that you've created. It's kind of interesting.
I think anything that is successful like that, like Elon stuff too, it becomes bigger than you, and that's what you're hoping for, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't mean to interrupt you.
I guess a question I have, if you like look in the mirror but you also look at me. What advice would you give to yourself and to me and to other podcasters, maybe to Joe Rogan, about this journey that we're on? I feel like it's something special. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but it feels like podcasting is special. What advice, and I'm relatively new to it, what advice do you have for people that are carrying this flame and traveling this journey?
Well, I'm often asked for advice by new podcasters, people just starting out. And so I have sort of a tried and true list of do's and don'ts, but I don't have advice or suggestions for you or for Joe. Joe doesn't need anything from me. Joe's figured it out, right? I mean,
He hasn't yet. He's still a confused kid, curious about the world.
but that's the genius of it. That's what makes it work, right? That's what Joe's brand is, right? I guess what I'm saying is by the time you reach the stage that you're at or Joe's at, or they don't need it. They have figured this out. The people that sometimes need help are brand new people trying to figure out, what do I do with my first show? How do I talk to them? And I have standard answers for that. But you found your niche. I mean, you don't need me to tell you what to do. As a matter of fact, I might ask you questions about how you do what you do, right?
Well, there's, I guess there's specific things like we were talking offline about monetization. That's a fascinating one.
Very difficult as an independent, yeah.
And one of the things that Joe is facing with, I don't know if you're paying attention, but he joined Spotify with a $100 million deal for going exclusive on their platform. The idea of exclusivity, that one, I don't give a damn about money personally, but I'm single, so, and I like living in a shitty place, so I enjoy it. So I guess it makes it easy.
You get the freedom, right?
Freedom,
yeah.
freedom. Materials is slave.
Not saving for anybody's college.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so on that point, but I also, okay, maybe it's romanticization, but I feel like podcasting is pirate radio. And when I first heard about Spotify partnering up with Joe, I was like, fuck the man. I said, I drafted a few tweets and so on, just like attacking Spotify. Then I calmed myself down that you can't lock up this special thing we have. But then I realized that maybe that these are vehicles for just reaching more people and actually respecting podcasters more and so on. So that's what I mean by it's unclear what the journey is, because you also serve as beacon for, now there's like millions, 1 million plus podcasters. I wonder what the journey is. Do you have a sense, are you romantic in the same kind of way in feeling that, because you have roots in radio too, do you feel that podcasting is pirate radio? Or is the Spotify thing one possible avenue? Are you nervous about Joe as a fan, as a friend of Joe? Or is this a good thing for us?
So my history of how I got involved in podcasting is interesting.
Yes.
I was in radio, and then I started a company back in the era where the .com boom was happening and everybody was being bought up. It just seemed like a great idea, right? I did it with 6 other people, and the whole goal of the company was we had to invent the term. I'm sure there's other places that invented it at the same time. What we were pitching to investors was something called amateur content. So this is before YouTube, before podcasting, before all this stuff. And my job was to be the evangelist. And I would go to these people and talk and sing the praises of all the ways that amateur content was going to be great. And I never got a bite. And they all told me the same thing. This isn't going to take off because anybody who's good is already going to be making money at this. And I kept saying, forget that. We're talking about scale here. If you have millions of pieces of content being made every week, a small percentage is going to be good no matter what, right? We'll know what other 16-year-olds like. I kept pushing this, nobody bit. But the podcast grew out of that because if you're talking about amateur content in 1999, well, then you're already you're ahead of the game in terms of not seeing where it's going to go financially, but seeing where it's going to go technologically. And so when we started the podcast in 2005, and it was the political one, not hardcore history, which was an outgrowth of the old radio show, we didn't have any financial ideas. We were simply trying to get our handle on the technology and how you distribute it to people. And it was years later that we tried to figure out, okay, how can we get enough money to just support us while we're doing this? And the cheap and the easy way was just to ask listeners to donate, like a PBS kind of model. That was the original model. So then once we started down that, we figured out other models, and the advertising thing, and we sell the old shows. And so all these became ways for us to support ourselves. But as podcasting matured and as more operating systems developed and phones were developed and all these kinds of things, every one of those developments, which actually made it easier for people to get the podcast, actually made it more complex to make money off of them. So while our audience was building, the amount of time and effort we had to put into the monetization side began to skyrocket. So to get back to your Spotify question, to use just one example, there's a lot of people who are doing similar things. In this day and age, we used to just sell MP3 files. All you had to have was an MP3 player. It was cheap and dirty. Now, every time there's an OS upgrade, something breaks. And then be a human resources manager. I mean, the pirate radio side of this was the pirate radio. You didn't need anybody but you or you and another. I mean, you could just do this mean and mean, and it's becoming hard to do it lean and mean now. So if somebody like a Spotify comes in and says, hey, we'll handle that stuff for you. In the past, I would just say, F off, we don't need you. I don't mind. And I definitely not making what we could make on this, but what we would have to do to make that is onerous to me. But it's becoming onerous to me day to day anyway. And so if somebody were to come in and say, hey, we'll pick that up for you. We will not interfere with your content at all. We won't, in my case, you can't say we need a show a month because that ain't happening, right? So, I mean, everybody's design is different, right? So it doesn't, there's not one size fits all. But I guess as a longtime pirate podcaster, there are, we've been looking to partner with people, but nobody's right for us to partner with. I mean, so I'm always looking for ways to take that side of it off my plate because I'm not interested in that side. All I want to do is the shows, and it's really at this point, you shouldn't call yourself an artist because that's something decided by others. But I mean, we're trying to do art, and there's something very satisfying in that. But the part that I can't stand is the increasing amount of time the monetization question takes on us. And so there's a case to be made, I guess is what I'm saying, that if a partnership with some outside firm enhances your ability to do the art without disenhancing your ability to do the art, it's the word I'm looking for here is it's enticing.
Yes.
I don't like big companies. So I'm afraid of whatever strings might come with that. Yeah. And if I'm Joe Rogan and I'm talking about subjects that can make public companies, a little nervous, I would certainly be careful. But at the same time, people who are not in this game don't understand the problems that literally, just all the operating systems, all the podcatchers. Every time some new podcatcher comes out, makes it easier to get the podcast. That's something we have to account for on the back end. And I'm not exactly the technological wizard of all time. So I think it is maybe the short answer is that as the medium develops, it's becoming something that you have to consider, not because you want to sell out, but because you want to keep going. And it's becoming harder and harder to be pirate-like in this environment.
Well, the thing that convinced me, especially inside Spotify, is that they understand. So if you walk into this whole thing with some skepticism, as you're saying, of big companies, then it works because Spotify understands the magic that makes podcasting, or they appear to in part. At least they understand enough to respect Joe Rogan. And despite what, I don't know if you, so there's the internet and there's people with opinions on the internet.
Really?
Yes. And they have opinions about Joe and Spotify. But the reality is is two things. In private conversation with Joe and in general, there's two important things. One, Spotify literally doesn't tell Joe anything. Like all the people that think that Spotify somehow pushing Joe in this direction.
It's a contractual. It didn't insist upon that.
It's in the contract, but also, companies have a way of, even with the contract.
They sure do.
To be, marketing people. Hey, I know we're not forcing you.
Yeah. You hate that. Yeah.
But Joe, what you and Joe are the same, and Spotify's smart enough not to send a single email of that kind.
That's really smart.
And they leave them be. There is meetings inside Spotify that people
read about.
People complain, but those meetings never reach Joe. That's like company stuff. And the idea that Spotify is different than pirate radio. The difficult thing about podcasting is nobody gives a damn about your podcast. You're alone in this. I mean, there's fans and stuff, but nobody's
looking out for you.
Yeah. And the nice thing about Spotify is they want Joe's podcast to succeed even more. That's what Joe talked about. That's the difference between YouTube and Spotify. Spotify wants to be the Netflix of podcasting, and what Netflix does is they don't want to control you in any way, but they want to create a platform where you can flourish.
Because your interests are aligned.
Interests are aligned.
So let me bring up something that let's make a distinction, because not all companies who do this are the same. You brought up YouTube and Spotify, but to me, YouTube is at least more like Spotify than some of these smaller. The term is walled garden, right? You've heard the term walled garden? Okay. So I've been around podcasting so long now that I've seen rounds of consolidation over the years, and they come in waves, and then all of a sudden, so you'll get, and I'm not going to mention any names, but up until recently, the consolidation was happening with relatively small firms compared to people like Spotify. And the problem is that by deciding to consolidate your materials in a walled garden, you are walling yourself off from audience, right? So your choice is, I'm going to accept this amount of money from this company, but the loss is going to be a large chunk of my audience, and that's a catch-22 because your negotiating power with that company is based on your audience size. So signing up with them diminishes your audience size, you lose negotiating power. But when you get to the level of the Spotify, you just take them out. There's other players, if you brought up Spotify specifically. These are people who can potentially enhance your audience over time. And so the risk to you is lower, because if you decide in a year or two, whatever the licensing agreement term is, that you're done with them and you want to leave, instead of how you would have been with some of these smaller walled gardens where you're walking away with a fraction of the audience you walked in with, you have the potential plus a larger audience, because their algorithms and everything are designed to push people to your content if they think you like. So it takes away some of the downside risk, which alleviates. And if you can write an agreement like Joe Rogan, I mean, where you've protected your freedom to put the content out the way you want. So, and some of the downside risk is mitigated, and if you eliminate the problem of trying to monetize and stay up with the latest tech, then it might be worth it. I'm scared of things like that, but at the same time, I'm trying to not be an idiot about it, and I can be an idiot about it. And when you've been doing it as independently for as long as I have, the inertia of that has a force all its own. But I'm inhibited enough in what I'm trying to do on this other end that it's opened me at least to listening to people. But listen, at the same time, I love my audience, and it sounds like a cliche, but they're literally the reason I'm here. So I want to make sure that whatever I do, if I can, is in keeping with a relationship that I've developed with these people over 15 years. But like you said, no matter what you do, you are good. Because see, here's the thing. If you don't sign up with one of those companies to make it easier for them to get your stuff on this hand, they might yell at you for how difficult it is because the new operating system just updated. You just, I can't get your. So either way, you're opening yourself up to ridicule at this point. All of that makes it easier to go, well, if the right deal came along, they weren't screwing me, and they weren't screwing my audience, blah, blah. Again, in this business, when you're talking about cutting edge technology that is ever changing, and as you said, 1 billion podcasts and growing, I think you have to try to maintain flexibility, and especially if they can mitigate the downside risk. I think you'd be an idiot to not at least try to stay up on the current trends. And look, dude, I'm watching Joe. I'm going, okay, let's see how it goes. If he's like, this is terrible, I'm getting out of this, you go, okay. So Joe's put himself out as a guinea pig, and the rest of us, the guinea pigs, appreciate it.
As a fan of your shows and as a fan of Netflix, the people there, I think I can speak for like millions of people in hope that Hardcore History comes to Netflix, or if Spotify becomes the Netflix of podcasting, then to Spotify. There's something at its best that they bring out you said artists, so I could say it. They bring out the best out of the artists. They remove some of the headache, and somehow like they put at their best. Netflix, for example, is able to enforce and find the beauty and the power in the creations that you make, even better than you. Like they don't interfere with the creations, but they somehow it's a branding thing probably too.
Yeah, interfering would be a no-go.
That's right, absolutely.
That can't.
But that's why Netflix is masterful. They seem to not interfere with the talent, as opposed to have to throw other people under the bus. Like
there's a lot of places that the bus could be thrown. Absolutely.
So I know there's probably people screaming yes right now. In terms of Hardcore History on Netflix would be awesome. And I don't love asking this question, but it's asked probably the most popular question that's unanswerable. So let me try to ask it in a way that you would actually answer it, which is, of course, you said you don't release shows very often. And the question is, or the requests and the questions is, well, can you tell Dan to do one on the Civil War? Can you tell Dan to do one on Napoleon Bonaparte? Can you tell him to do one, every topic? And you've spoken to this. Actually, your answer about the Civil War is quite interesting.
I didn't know you knew what my answer about the Civil War was.
That you, as a military historian, you enjoy in particular when there's differences in the armies as opposed to contrasts. As with the Civil War, which like blew my mind when I heard you say there's not an interesting, a deep, intricate contrast between the two opposing sides.
Like the Roman Civil Wars was legionary against legionary. Yeah.
And you've also said that the shows you work on are ones where you have some roots of fundamental understanding about that period, and so like when you work on a show, it's basically like pulling at those strings further and like refreshing your mind and learning.
Definitely done the research. Wow, these are like words out of my mouth. Yeah, you're right.
And so, but is there something like shower thoughts on Reddit? Is there some ideas that are like lingering in your head about possible future episodes? Is there things that, whether you not committing to anything, but whether you're going to do it or not, is there something that's like makes you think, that would be interesting to pull at that thread a little bit?
Oh yeah, we have things we keep in our back pockets for later. So Blueprint for Armageddon, the first World War series we did, that was in my back pocket the whole time. And when the centennial of the war happened, it just seemed to be the likely time to bring out what was...
That was a hell of a series. That's probably one of my favorite series.
My rear end, man. I have to tell you.
Psychologically, you mean?
Well, just, when you get to these, I'm guessing here, I think it's 26 hours, all pieces together. Think about, and we don't do scripts, it's improvised.
Yeah.
So think about what 20. I had somebody write on Twitter just yesterday saying, he said something like, I'm not seeing the dedication here. You're only getting 2.5 shows out a year. And I wanted to say, man, you have no idea what. The only people who understand really are other history podcasters. And even they don't generally do 26 hours. Yes. That was a 2-year endeavor. As I said, the first show we ever did was like 15 minutes. I could crank out one of those a month. But when you're doing, the last show we did on the fall of the Roman Republic was 5.5 hours. That's a book, right? And it was part 6 or something. So I mean, you just do the math.
And it felt like you were, sorry to interrupt, on World War One. It felt like you were emotionally pulled in to it. Like it felt taxing.
I was gonna say that's a good thing because that, you know, and I think we said during the show, that was the feeling that the people at the time had. And I think at one point we said, this is starting to seem gruesomely repetitive. Now you know how the people at the time felt. So in other words, that had sort of inadvertently, because when you improvise a show, some of these things are inadvertent, but it had inadvertently created the right climate for having a sense of empathy with the storyline. And to me, those are the serendipitous moments that make this art and not some sort of paint by the numbers kind of endeavor, you know? And that's, to me, that wouldn't have happened had we scripted it out.
So it's mostly, you just bring the tools of knowledge to the table and then in large part improvise, like the actual wording.
I always say we make it like they made things like Spinal Tap and some of those other things where the material, so I do have notes about things like on page 427 of this book, you have this quote, so that I know, aha, I'm at the point where I can drop that in. And sometimes I'll write notes saying, here's where you left off yesterday, so I remember. But in the improvisation, you end up throwing a lot out. And so, but it allows us to go off on tangents. Like, we'll try things. Like, I'll sit there and go, I wonder what this would sound like. And I'll spend 2 days going down that road, and then I'll listen to it and go, it doesn't work. But that's, you know, like writers do this all the time. It's called killing your babies, right? You go, you know, when people go, this guy goes, I'm not seeing the dedication. He has no idea how many things were thrown out. I did an hour and a half. I had an hour and a half in the current show about 2 months ago. And I listened to it and I just went, you know what? It's not right. Boom, out the window. There goes 6 weeks of work, right? But here's the problem.
Do you trust your, sorry to interrupt, do you trust your judgment in that?
No. No. But here's the thing. Our show is a little different than other people's. Joe Rogan called it evergreen content. In other words, my political show is like a car you buy. And the minute you drive it off the lot, it loses half its value, right? Because it's not current anymore. These shows are just as good or just as bad 5 years from now as they are when we do. Although the standards on the internet change. So when I listen to my old shows, I cringe sometimes because the standards are so much higher now. But when you're creating evergreen content, you have 2 audiences to worry about. You have the audience that's waiting for the next show, and they've already heard the other ones, and they're impatient, and they're telling you on Twitter, where is it? But you have the show's also for people 5 years from now who haven't discovered it yet, and who don't care a whit for how long it took, because they're going to be able to download the whole, and all they care about is quality. And so what I always tell new podcasters is, they always say, I read all these things, it's very important how much you do, release schedule it. Well, it's not more important than putting out a good piece of work. And the audience will forgive me if it takes too long, but it's really good when you get it. They will not forgive me if I rush it to get it out on time and it's a piece of crap. So for us, and this is why we brought up a Spotify deal or anything else, they can't interfere with this at all, because my job here, as far as I'm concerned, is quality, and everything else goes by the wayside. Because the only thing people care about long term, the only thing that gives you longevity, is how good is it, right? How good is that book? If you read J.R.R. Tolkien's work tomorrow, you don't care how long it took him to write it. All you care is how good it is today. And that's what we try to think too. And I feel like if it's good, if it's really good, everything else falls into place and takes care of itself.
Although sometimes to push back, sorry to interrupt,
I've done it to you 1,000 times, so you can get me back.
Sometimes the deadline, you know, some of the greatest like movies and books have been, you think about like Dostoevsky, I forget which one, Notes from Underground or something. He needed the money, so he had to write it real quick. Sometimes the deadline is powerful at taking a creative mind of an artist and just like slapping it around to force some of the good stuff out. Now the problem with history, of course, is there's different definitions of good. That like it's not just about what you talk about, which is the storytelling, the richness of the storytelling. And I'm sure you're, you know, again, not to compliment you too much, but you're one of the great storytellers of our time. That I'm sure if you put in a jail cell and forced at a like somebody pointed a gun at you, you could tell one hell of a good story. But you still need the facts of history, or not necessarily the facts, but you know, like making sure you're painting the rightful picture, not perfectly right.
That's what I meant about the audience doesn't understand what a history podcast.
Yeah.
Let me both oppose what you just said and back up what you just said.
Excellent.
So I have a book that I wrote, right? And in a book, you have a hard deadline, right? So HarperCollins had a hard deadline on that book. So when I released it, I was mad because I would have worked on it a lot longer, which is my style, right? Get it right. But we had a chapter in that book entitled Pandemic Prologue, ? And it was the book about the part about the Black Death and the 1918 flu and all that kind of stuff. And I was just doing an interview with a Spanish journalist this morning who said, did you ever think how lucky you got on that, you know, and first of all, lucky on a pandemic, it strikes you. But had I had my druthers, I would have kept that book working in my study for months more. And the pandemic would have happened.
Yeah.
And that episode, and that would have looked like a chapter I wrote after the fact. I would have had to rewrite the whole thing. It would have been so. That argues for what you said. At the same time, I would have spent months more working on it because to me it didn't look the way I wanted it to look yet. You know.
Can you drop a hint of the things that you're keeping on the shelves?
Oh, the Alexander the Great. I've talked around it. I talked to somebody the other day. He said, "Do you know that the very first word in your very first podcast, in the title, the very first thing that anybody ever saw with hardcore history is the word Alexander?" And because the show is entitled Alexander versus Hitler. I have talked around the career. I've done show after. I talked about his mother in one episode. I talked about the funeral games after his death. I've talked around this. I specifically left this giant Alexandrian-sized hole in the middle because we're going to do that show one day, and I'm going to lovingly enjoy talking about this crazily interesting figure of Alexander the Great. So that's one of the ones that's on the back pocket list. And what we try to do is whenever we're doing Second World War in Asia and the Pacific now, I'm on part 5. Whenever the heck we finish this, the tendency is to then pick a very different period. We've had it, and the audience has had it. So I will eventually get to the Alexander saga.
What about just one last kind of part of this is what about the other half of that first 10-minute, 15-minute episode, which is, so you've done quite a bit about the World War, you've done quite a bit about Germany. Will you ever think about doing Hitler the Man?
It's funny because I talked earlier about how I don't like to go back to the old shows because our standards have changed so much. Well, a long time ago, one of my standards for not getting 5-hour podcasts done or not getting too deeply into them was to flit around the interesting points. We didn't realize we were going to get an audience that wanted the actual history. We thought we could just go with, assume the audience knew the details and just talk about the weird stuff that only makes up one part of the show now. So we did a show called Nazi Tidbits, and it was just little things about, it's totally out of date now, like, you can still buy them, but they're out of date. Where we dealt a little with it, it would be interesting, but I'll give you another example. I mean, history is not stagnant, as you know. And we had talked about Stalin earlier, and Ghosts of the Ostrom was done years ago. People will write me from Russia now and say, portrayal of Stalin is totally it's outdated because there's all this new stuff from the former Soviet Union. And you turn around and you go, okay, they're right. And so when you talk about Hitler, it's very interesting to think about how I would do a Hitler show today versus how I did one 10 years ago. And you would think, well, what's new? I mean, it happens so long, but there's lots of new stuff, and there's lots of new scholarship. And so, I would think that would be an interesting one to do someday. I haven't thought about that. That's not in the back pocket. But yeah, that'd be interesting.
I have a disproportionate amount of power because I trapped you somehow in a room and thereby during a pandemic. So like my hope will be stuck in your head, but after Alexander the Great, which would be an amazing podcast, I hope you do give a return to Hitler, the rise and fall of the Third Reich, which to me,
it's a contemporary book, basically.
Yeah, and exactly, it's by a person who was there.
Yeah.
I really loved that study of the man of Hitler, and I would love to hear your study of certain aspects of it, and perhaps even an episode that's like more focused on a very particular period. I just feel like you can tell a story that it's funny. Hitler is one of the most studied people, and I still feel like all the stories, most of the stories haven't been told.
Oh, and I got 3 books at home. I'm on all the publishing lists now. They just young Hitler. There's this Hitler. There's that. I mean, I didn't read these books, and I read about Hitler. I read The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. My mother thought I needed to go to a psychologist. I read it when I was 6. And she said there's something wrong with the boy. But
she was right.
She was absolutely right. But you would think that something like that is pretty established fact, and yet there's new stuff coming out all the time. And needless to say, Germany's been investigating this guy forever. And sometimes it takes years to get the translations. I think 5 years. German in school, I can't read any of it. So and he is. When you talk about fascinating figures, he's so. The whole thing is so twistedly weird. There was it came out a couple years ago. Somebody found a tape of him talking to. I want to say it was General. Finnish General Mannerheim, right? And he's just in a very normal conversation, like the sort we're having now. And you know, the Hitler tape, when you hear him normally, he's ranting and raving, but this was a very sedate, and I wish I'd understood the German well enough to really get a feel, because I was reading what Germans said was allowed you could really hear the southern accent, you know, little things that only a native speaker would hear. And I remember thinking, this is such a different side of this twisted character, and you would think that this was information that was out in the Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, but it wasn't. And so this is goes along with that stuff about new stuff coming out all the time. Alexander, new stuff coming out all the time.
Really?
Well, at least interpretations rather than factual facts.
And those those give depth to your understanding.
Yes, and you want that, because the historiography, people love that. That was a byproduct of my lack of credentials, where we thought we're going to bring in the historians, we call them audio footnotes, right? A way for me to say, listen, I'm not a historian, but I'll quote this guy who is, so you can trust him. But then we would quote other people who had different views, and people didn't realize that, you know, if they're not history majors, that historians don't always agree on this stuff, and that they have disagreements, and they love that. So I love the fact that there's more stuff out there, because it allows us to then bring in other points of view and sort of maybe three-dimensionalize or flesh out the story.
2 last questions, one really simple, one absolutely ridiculous, perhaps also simple. First, who's been in this real?
I don't know.
Well,
how's that for an answer? Like asking me, is Harvey the White Rabbit real? I don't know. There's parrots all around the production room, but I don't know what that means.
Well, a lot of people demanded that I somehow figure out a way to prove the existence.
If I said he was real, people would say, no, he's not. And if I said he was, if he wasn't real, they would say, yes, he is. So it's a Santa Claus, Easter Bunny kind of vibe there.
Yeah. I mean, what is real anyway?
That's exactly what I told him.
Okay, the most absurd question. I'm very sorry, but then again, I'm not. What's the meaning of it all? You study history, human history. Have you been able to make sense of why the hell we're here on this spinning rock? Does any of it even make sense? What's the meaning of life?
What I look at sometimes that I find interesting is certain consistencies that we have over time. History doesn't repeat, but it has a constant, and the constant is us. Now, we change. I mentioned earlier the wickedly weird time we live in with what social media is doing to us as guinea pigs, and that's a new element, but we're still people who are motivated by love, hate, greed, envy, sex. I mean, all these things that would have connected us with the ancients, right? That's the part that always makes history sound like it rhymes, you know? And when you put the constant, the human element, and you mix it with systems that are similar. So one of the reasons that the ancient Roman Republic is something that people point to all the time as something that seems like we're repeating history is because you have you have humans, just like you had then, and you have a system that resembles the one we have here. So you throw the constant in with a system that is somewhat similar, and you begin to see things that look like they rhyme a little. So for me, I'm always trying to figure out more about us. And when you show us in 500 years ago in Asia and 800 years ago in Africa, and you look at all these different places that you put the guinea pig in, and you watch how the guinea pig responds to the different stimuli and challenges, I feel like it helps me flesh out a little bit more who we are in the long timeline, not who we are today specifically, but who we've always been. It's a personal quest. It's not meant to educate anybody else. It's something that fascinates me.
Do you think there's, in that common humanity throughout history of the guinea pig, is there a why underneath it all? Or is it somehow, like, it feels like it's an experiment of some sort?
Now you're into Elon Musk and I talked about this, the simulation thing, right? Nick Bostrom's,
Sure.
Like, yeah, the idea that there's some kid and we're the equivalent of an alien's ant farm,
Yeah.
And we hope he doesn't throw a tarantula in just to see what happens. I think the whys elude us. And I think that what makes philosophy and religion and those sorts of things so interesting is that they grapple with the whys. But I'm not wise enough to propose a theory myself, but I'm interested enough to read all the other ones out there. So let's put it this way. I don't think there's any definitive why that's been agreed upon, but the various theories are fascinating.
Yeah, whatever it is, whoever the kid is that created this thing, the ant farm is kind of interesting. It's
So far, a little bit twisted and perverted and sadistic. Maybe.
That's what makes it fun, I think. But then again, that's the Russian perspective.
I was just going to say, it is the Russian perspective.
A little bit.
That's what makes the Russian so. Russian. That's an ant farm with a very, very frustrated young teenage alien kid.
Dan, I can't say I've already complimented you way too much. I'm a huge fan. This has been an incredible conversation. It's a huge gift. Your gift of humanity. I hope you.
Often just say you've done a wonderful job. This has been fun for me. The questions, and more importantly, the questions can come from anybody. The counter statements, your responses have been wonderful. You made this a very fun intellectual discussion.
Well, let me have the last words and say I agree with Elon, and despite the doomcaster say that I think we've concluded definitively, and you don't get a chance to respond, that love is in fact the answer and the way forward. So thanks so much, Dan.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dan Carlin, and thank you to our sponsors. Athletic Greens, the all-in-one drink that I start every day with to cover all my nutritional bases. Simply Safe, a home security company I use to monitor and protect my apartment. Magic Spoon, low-carb, keto-friendly cereal that I think is delicious. And finally, Cash App, the app I use to send money to friends for food and drinks. Please check out these sponsors in the description to get a discount and support this podcast. If you enjoy this thing, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcast, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, and connect with me on Twitter, Alex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Dan Carlin. Wisdom requires a flexible mind. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Joe Rogan that we recorded after my recent appearance on his podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience. Joe has been an inspiration to me, and I think to millions of people, for just being somebody who puts love out there in the world and being genuinely curious about wild ideas, from chips and psychedelics to quantum mechanics and artificial intelligence. Like many of you, I've been a fan of his podcast for over a decade, and now, somehow, miraculously, am humbled to be able to call him a friend. If you enjoy this thing, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. Today's sponsors are Neuro, 8 Sleep, Dollar Shave Club, and Olive Garden, home of the unlimited breadsticks and Brian Redband's favorite restaurant. Check out the first 3 of the sponsors in the description to get a discount and to support this podcast. I usually do full ad reads here, never ads in the middle, but this time, let's go straight to the conversation with a bit of guitar first. Do you ponder your mortality? Are you afraid of death?
I do think about it sometimes. I mean, it does pop into my head sometimes. Just the fact that, I'm 53, so if everything goes great, I have less than 50 years left. If everything goes great, I have no car accidents, no injuries.
But it could happen today, be your last day.
Could be.
That's kind of a stoic thing, to meditate on death. There's a bunch of philosophers, Ernest Becker and Sheldon Solomon. They believe that death is at the core of everything. Wrote this book, Warm at the Core. So does that come into play in the way you see the world?
I think having a sense of urgency is very beneficial, and understanding that your time is limited can aid you greatly. I think knowing that this is a temporary time, that we have finite lifespans, I think there's great power in that, because it motivates you, it gets you going. I think being an immortal, living forever, would be one of the most depressing things, particularly if everybody else was dying around you. And I think one of the things that makes life so interesting and fascinating is that it doesn't last. That you really get a brief amount of time here, and really by the time you're just starting to kind of figure yourself out, who you are, and how not to screw things up so bad, it's like time's up.
The ride's over. What about from your daughter's perspective? Do you think about the world we're in now, and what kind of world you're going to leave them?
I do.
And do you worry about it?
I do. Yeah, I do. I do when I see these protests and riots and chaos and so much anger in the world today. And then particularly today, I think because of the pandemic and the fact that so many folks are out of work and through no fault of their own and can't make ends meet, and these people feel so helpless and angry, it's a particularly divisive time. It's a particularly turmoil-filled time, and it just doesn't seem like the world of a year ago even. It feels very chaotic and dangerous, and it's a small thing, like in terms of the possibilities of things that could happen to the world, like a pandemic like the one we've experienced. It really just doubles the amount of deaths on a bad flu year. So it, relatively speaking, is a small thing in comparison to
super volcano eruptions, asteroid impact, a real horrific pandemic, or one that, you know, really wipes out millions and millions of people. It's stunning how fragile civility is. It's stunning how fragile our society really is. That something like this can come along, some unprecedented thing can come along, and all of a sudden everybody's out of work for 6 months. And then everybody's at each other's throats. And then politically, everyone's at each other's throats. And then with the advent of social media and the images that you can see, you know, videos of police abuse and just racial tensions are at an all-time high. To a point where, like, if you asked me just 5 or 6 years ago, like, have racial problems in this country largely been alleviated, I'd probably say, yeah, it's way better than it's ever been before. But now you could argue that it's not. Now you could argue it's way worse in just a small amount of time. Way worse than it's ever been during my lifetime, while I'm aware of it. You know, obviously when I was a young boy in the 60s, they were still going through the civil rights movement. But now it just seems very fever-pitched. And I think a lot of that is because of the pandemic and is because of all the heightened just tension. What I liken it to is road rage. Because, you know, people have road rage, not just because they're in their car and no one can get to them, but also because you're at a heightened state because you're driving fast. You know you're driving fast. You know you have to make split-second movements. And so anybody doing something like, what the? People go crazy because they're already at an 8 because they're in the car and they're moving very quickly. That's what it feels like with today, with the pandemic. It feels like everybody is already at an 8. So anything that comes along is like, light it all on fire. You know, burn it down. Like, that's part of what I think is part of the reason for a lot of the looting and the riots and all the chaos. It's not just the people out of work, but it's also that everyone feels so tense already, and everyone feels so helpless. And it's like, you know, doing something like that makes people it gives people a whole new motivation for chaos, a whole new motivation for doing destructive things that I've never experienced in my life.
In your better days, when you see a positive future, what do you think is the way out of this chaos of 2020? Like, if you visualize in 2025, that's a better world than today. What does that? How do we get there? What does that look like?
It's a good question. I can honestly say I don't know. And I wouldn't have said I don't know a year ago. A year ago, I would have said we're going to be okay. As much as people hate Trump, the economy's doing great. I think we're going to be fine. That's not how I feel today. Today, I don't think there's a clear solution politically, because I think if Trump wins, people are going to be furious. And I think if Biden wins, people are going to be furious. And particularly, like, if things get more woke, you know, if people continue to enforce this forced compliance and make people behave a certain way and act a certain way, which seems to be a part of what this whole woke thing is, that is the most disturbing for me, is that I see what's going on. I see there's a lot of losers that have hopped on this, and they shove it in people's faces, and it doesn't have to make sense. Like, there was a Black Lives Matter protest that stopped this woman at a restaurant. They were surrounding her outside a restaurant. They were forcing her to raise her fist in compliance. This is a woman who's marched for Black Lives multiple times, but Black Lives Matter multiple times, and the people all around her doing this were all white. Yeah. It's all weird. My friend Coach T, he's a wrestling coach, is also on a podcast. My friend Brian Moses, his take on it is that and he's a black guy. He says Black Lives Matter is a white cult. And I'm like, when you see that picture, it's hard to argue that he's got a point. It's clearly not all about that, but there's a lot of people that have jumped on board that are very much like cult members. Because the thing about Black Lives Matter or any movement is you can't control who joins. There's no entrance examination. So you don't go, okay, how do you feel about this? What's your perceptions on that? Like, like the man who shot the Trump supporter in Portland, you know, that guy who murdered the Trump supporter and the cop shot him? That guy was walking around with his hand on his gun looking for Trump supporters. Yeah. He's a known violent who was walking around looking for Trump supporters, found one and shot one. That has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. He's a white guy, he shot another white guy. It's just madness, you know. And that kind of madness is it's disturbing to see it ramp up so quickly. I mean, there's been riots in Portland every night. Demonstrations for 101 days now. 101 days in a row of them lighting things on fire, breaking into federal buildings. It's like, who ever saw that coming? Nobody saw that coming. So I don't know what the solution is, and I don't know what it looks like in 5 years. So 2025, to answer your question. Asia, we could be looking at a war, like a real hot war.
To put a little bit of responsibility on you, like for me, I've listened to you since the Red Band Olive Garden days, since the very beginning, and there was something in the way you communicated about the world. Maybe there was others, but you're the one I was aware of. Is you're open-minded and like loving towards the world, especially as the podcast developed. Like you just demonstrated and lived this kind of just kindness, or maybe even like lack of jealousy in your own little profession of comedy. It was clear that you didn't succumb to the weaker aspects of human nature, and thereby inspired like people like me, who I was naturally, probably especially in like the 20s, early 20s, kind of jealous of the success of others. And you're really the primary person that taught me to truly celebrate the success of others. And so, by way of question, you kind of have a role in this of making it better in 2025. You have such a big megaphone. Is there something you think you could do on this podcast with the words, the way you talk, the things you discuss that could create a better 2025?
I think if anything, I could help in leading by example, but that's only going to help the people that are listening. I don't know what else I can do in terms of like make the world a better place, other than express my hopes and wishes for that, and just try to be as nice as I can to people as often as I can. But I also think that I've fallen into this weird category, particularly with the Spotify deal, where I'm one of them now. I'm not a regular person anymore. Now I'm like some famous rich guy. Yeah. So you go from being a regular person to a famous rich guy that's out of touch, and that's a real issue whenever you're talking about the economy, about just real life problems.
It's interesting. It kind of hurts my heart to hear people say about Elon Musk, he's just a billionaire.
Yeah.
It's an interesting statement, but I think if you just continue being you and he continue being him, I think people are just voicing their worry you become some rich guy.
I don't even know if they're doing that. I think they're just finding, the way he describes it, an attack vector.
Right.
Yeah, and I think he's right. I think they just they could dismiss you by just saying, "Oh, you're just a that." You're easily definable.
Right. But there's truth to that. If you're not careful, you can become out of touch. But that's an interesting thing. Like, why haven't you become out of touch? Like, as a human off the podcast, you don't act like you talk to somebody like me. You don't talk like a famous person, or you don't act rich. Like you're better than others. There's a certain. Listen, I've talked to quite a few. You have too, but I've talked to especially kind of group of people that are like Nobel Prize winners, let's say. They sometimes have an air to them that's of arrogance.
Yeah.
And you don't. What's that about?
Well, you gotta know what that is, right? Like that air of arrogance comes from drinking your own Kool-Aid. You start believing that somehow or another, just because you're getting praise from all these people, that you really are something different. Usually it exemplifies there's something there. There's a lack of struggle, and I think struggle is probably